In English as the leader of the werewolf pack, he finds his destined mate is a human girl who is not only abused but also clueless about the werewolf world. He must choose between protecting her and safeguarding his pack. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 1. I race through the forest, my jet black fur blowing in the wind as I do. This is what being free feels like. The wind against my fur, my paws carrying me fast. The feeling is exhilarating. I stop by a cliff overlooking the magnificent forest with a small human town somewhere in it, and I let out a loud and powerful howl. Birds fly from the trees in all directions. I turn around and continue running, jumping over logs and dodging trees, missing them by no more than mere inches. My paws move fast on the unset paths of the forest, allowing me to travel as far as I want through the expanse of nature. I stop by a peaceful lake to drink, lowering my head and drinking the cool water, happy to refresh myself after running for as long as I have been. I feel the cool water on my tongue and the soft grass beneath my paws as I watch the calm ripples in the crystal clear water. I suddenly catch a whiff of the most intoxicating smell. It is quite faint, but it's definitely there, and it's amazing. The beautiful scent of vanilla, roses and chocolate which demands my immediate attention. I lift my head as it gets closer and I stalk towards it, curious and drawn to it. I creep to the bushes and lie in wait to see what is giving off the scent. After only a few seconds of patiently waiting and anticipating the source of the scent, I can hear footsteps approaching nearby in my direction. I look through the bush to see a beautiful human girl with shoulder-length loose golden brown hair that have soft curls. I feel the strange urge to comb my fingers through her soft tresses and to stroke her hair. Her fair, slightly pale skin looks so soft and smooth, and it glows beautifully. She wears a pleated denim blue skirt reaching just about or below her mid-thighs. She has a crisp white top with straps and elasticated off the shoulder sleeves tucked into it, and with it a pair of white sneakers. She gives off the most intoxicating scent as she walks by me, looking at the nature with a sketchbook resting on her one arm while she sketches, not looking my way. I can't help but be mesmerized by the human girl, and I quietly and unnoticeably follow her, watching her every move with great interest as her hips sway naturally with each step. She reaches the lake, and I watch as she sits down and crosses her legs and stares at the waterfall and sketches as if it's a daily routine. I stare at her, wanting a closer look, but knowing if she spots me like this I may scare her off for good, and if I shift it would look as if I'd been stalking her and I'd scare her off. So I stay hiding, longing for her touch and to hear her voice, which I am sure is an angelic one, to complement her already angelic looks. I silently lie down and rest my wolf head on my front paws, my tail waging a little. As each second passes, my feeling of running to her gets stronger. I want to leave before I go to her, but I can't. I have to follow her, find out where she lives, her schedule. I have to know more about her. She lifts her arm and looks at a white watch with a few diamonds in it. However, they look fake, luckily, because I wouldn't want to try follow her to a mansion. The watch does not look too new, but still in good condition from what I can see. She quickly gets up and dusts herself off, closing her book, and I silently whimper, having a feeling she'll be going. She turns around and I see her face. It's beautiful. She has beautiful, piercing green-blue eyes, mesmerizing ones. The type that you could stare at and feel as if they are windows to her soul, and to complement them she has gorgeous cherry red rosy lips, which I want to kiss. Mate. My wolf side begins to go wild. I begin nipping at my paws, inflicting slight pain to distract myself from the gorgeous angel as my tail wags like a puppy's would when its owner brought it its favorite treats. She begins to run, seeming to be in a rush, and I follow her behind the trees and bushes, staying out of sight but making sure I keep up with her, knowing I can't dare to lose her now. She doesn't seem to run as fast as me, but then my type run much faster than humans. I shift near the edge of the forest and follow her out secretly in my cut-off sleeve black top with a silver howling wolf on the back, my ripped shorts and my black tackies, my hand running through my raven black messyish hair. My hands go to the pockets of my shorts as I act as if I'm on a similar path to her. I watch from the corner of my eye as she quickly opens a gate and runs to the door of a 2-story house. I use my advanced hearing to listen in, and I hear the sound of a slap. A hand hitting her. I can hear her hitting the floor, and I hear her whimper and whatever comes before scream in pain. I can't do anything to save her. I can only stand in front of her house and listen, horrified by the sounds of my human mate in pain. I listen as she is shouted at and disciplined for going missing curfew by a minute, and I clench my fists, internally growling, my inner wolf going mad, howling to be let out and go help his mate. Go make supper now. A dominant male voice shouts at the girl after an hour of beatings. I want to help her, but I can't just barge in there. I'll expose myself and my pack and probably frighten off my poor little mate. If I were to somehow get a hold of the authorities, she'll be taken away and I will be unable to get her whilst she is protected. Yes, father, she says softly. You better not come late again, you know the rules. For every minute late there is an hour of beatings you'll get within a week as a consequence. He shouts at her before throwing a punch to her face, and I hear her fall to the floor. His voice sounds drunken and I smell it too. Where is supper? A female voice screeches. I was about to start making it, mother. She whimpers, getting to her, and I growl softly and turn away and walk off before I do something I likely won't regret. I reach the forest and turn into my magnificent wolf form and run to the pack house in the center of the woods, where I shift back to my human form, proudly flexing my muscles. Hey Lon, where have you been? Your runs never take this long. James says. It was nothing, I guess, Jay. I shrug, walking in a bad mood. Dylan, what is going on? You're always in a better state of mind after your runs. He says. Something wonderful then terrible happened and I don't want to talk about it. I say, clenching my fists, growling at my beta. Wow, I've never seen you like this, the blood alpha, Alpha Dylan. Zach, my gamma, says, chuckles. Stay out of it. I growl, angered. Hey dude, calm down, we're your friends and I'm your beta. Just talk to us, okay? James says calmly. I need you to help me kidnap someone. I say, dead serious. Chapter 2. I snuggle into my warm pillow, hugging it as I do every night after I sob into it and punch it like a normal teenage girl trying to get out all her pent-up feelings. My wet hair clings to my gray pajama top, which has an image of a beautiful black wolf, as I lie tucked in my cozy bed, praying for things to get better for my parents and for me to feel better about myself. Once I finish praying, I close my eyes and instantly fall asleep. Exhausted. I wake up suddenly in the middle of the night to the sound of the window breaking, and I can barely process what is happening as I hardly can see who is entering in the darkness, with all I can see being blurs, and I rub my eyes trying to track their speed in the terrible lighting. I get out my bed and run towards the door, opening my mouth to scream for my parents, who have hopefully sobered up out of their sadness for the night by now, and even if they haven't, they are not sadistic. If they hear me screaming, they will come and help me if I'm being attacked by strangers. Suddenly a cloth touches my lips and covers my mouth and nose, and I struggle pointlessly. Breathe it in, you'd rather be asleep than awake when being taken right. A man says, Hemo. I scream, muffled. I soon find the need for air, and I allow myself to breathe, and black dots fill my vision as I fall back and into a man's arms, my body limp and unconscious. The door to the pack house opens to the two men carrying a black duffel bag and handing it over to me. You haven't told us why we just kidnapped a defenseless and helpless human girl. We should maybe return her actually before she wakes up. Jason says. I growl. I'm sorry then. James says. I begin unzipping the bag to find the girl tied up and curled in a small ball. My hand gently brushes some hair out her face, and I pick her up out the bag and lie her beautiful body on the table. I snap her ropes and lie her flat on her back. My fingers trace the wolf print on her top. Alpha. Zach asks. What? I ask, snapping out my trance. I was just asking if you want us to take her to a room or the dungeon. He says. She's coming to my room, and don't you ever think of putting my mate in a cell again. I growl, and their jaws drop open. You found your mate and you didn't tell us. James exclaims. Well, I wanted to explain everything to her first, get her acquainted with our world. It's not often we get human mates, but I want to ensure she is well informed. I can't let everyone else scare her, so you better keep this quiet. I say. Yes. They reply, excited. The entire pack has been waiting for a Luna since I took over when I was 16 after my parents died in a Rouge attack. We find our mates at 16 and I'm 19. They've been waiting 3 years. That's longer than it sounds. My fingers drift against the girl's soft skin. Her heartbeat is a beautiful beat. Her breathing an intoxicating rhythm. Her skin is soft and smooth until it touches a cut covered with tissues and cello tape, the same way most cuts are covered. I begin ripping them off her, and some water and plasters are brought, and I begin treating her injuries. Every touch sends a spark through my body, the kind that makes me feel pleasure. I feel needed even if she hasn't asked for my help. I know she needs help and providing for her makes me happy. She suddenly begins to stir, moving around as she wakes up. I'm not ready for her to wake up. Knock her unconscious again. I whisper and a cloth is put to her mouth and nose and she soon collapses back on the table. There we go, she needs to sleep and have her injuries fixed before waking up. I say, putting on another plaster on her beautiful body. Chapter 3. Where am I? What is this place? Why is the door locked? I struggle to force the locked door open, kicking at it and pulling and pushing the door with my low amount of strength. I drop to my knees and look at my hands. They are bleeding from my nails penetrating my skin and from the door handle as I tried to force it open. Tears run down my pale cheeks as I begin to sob, scared as I remember my kidnapping. Those men. Who now? What were they? They moved so fast. They were so strong. They couldn't have been human, so what were they and why am I here? I hear sobbing from the other side of the door and I realize my mate had woken up and is alone and crying. I had had it all planned out to be by her side when she woke up, to take it calmly and gently and to comfort her and explain everything to her. But she had to wake up while I was in a pack meeting. I turn the lock in the door and open the door. I look at the beautiful human girl. Her eyes filled with tears, but even so she looks gorgeous. Her eyes are lit up by the water. I stand in the doorway looking down on the girl. I notice her body trembling as she begins to back away. I smell blood on her. Fresh blood. Hey there, it's all okay, you don't need to be afraid of me. I say, closing the door and locking it and putting the key in my pocket. I slowly walk towards the girl. Get away from me. She screams, terrified. Don't scream. I'm not going to harm you, I say. That's what you'd say if you were going to harm me. Get away, you whatever you are. She screams, covering her face. I take a step towards my mate and she curls against the wall, her body shaking in my presence. Here, this is the key to the bathroom connecting to your room. Try and escape and I'll catch you and bring you back here. I'll have some food brought up for you. I say, taking a key and throwing it onto the floor next to her. I turn around and glance back at the girl. I'll be coming back later, I suggest you try get used to seeing me. I say, leaving and closing her door, then locking it. I feel so useless. My own mate fears me. That look she gave me, the way her hands touched the wall, and she tensed up with every word I spoke, and she turned her face from me. I'll get tortured, me. Jason. Zach. I growl angrily. What's wrong, Alpha? They ask. What didn't you two idiots get about no using any abilities? I shout. What do you mean? Jason asks. My mate woke up and guess what, she didn't dare to even look me in the eye. Instead she backs away and asked me what I was and kept on telling me to get away from her. I assume you two are to blame for one of those, if not both those remarks. She was not to see you. You were to be silent. I growl. She was running for the door. You hadn't told us why you wanted her, so we, Jason says. Well, she fears me now. Not submits fears. I shout, clenching my fists. I open the bathroom door slowly, hoping it isn't some lab or death trap. I gasp as I see a beautiful bathroom with a bath and shower and marble floors. This isn't what I expected. I walk to the vanity and find some bandages and bandage my hands and stuff. I notice the window is open. I look down to see it's a 2-story house, or possibly more. But I'm on the 2nd floor. I run to the closet and put on a pair of blue denim shorts and a white and blue floral loose top, and I tie my hair in a bun, and I take out all the trousers and dresses and tie them into a long rope. I take the rope into the bathroom and I lock the door behind me. I tie the rope to the door handle and tie the rope around my waist, and I give it a pull to ensure it's sturdy. I know I'm light, so it should be fine. I climb over the window and hold the makeshift rope and lower myself. I untie the rope and make a run for it into the dense woods, having no idea where I am, but I keep running for my life, hoping not to encounter anyone. Chapter 4. Her scent is gone. I exclaim. Wait, what? Zach exclaims. She's gone. James asks. Don't know. I'll check her room. Zach, you're in charge of troops, seeing as you're the Gamma. Increase patrols. Either she has escaped or she has been kidnapped. Make sure it is clear that they are not to use force on her, so they must capture her and bring her to me. If anyone hurts her, it will be returned to them tenfold. Make that clear. She is to be returned straight to me. I say and leave. I unlock the door to find her gone and the cupboard open. I go to the bathroom to find the door locked, and I break it down to find a rope make of clothes. I growl in frustration and go back down. She's definitely escaped. James get the maids to prepare a new room for her and place locks on the windows. She's smarter than she looks. I say, clenching my fists. Cunning one. He asks, tell me about it. She escaped with a rope made from clothes. After you've gotten the orders for her room to be made ready, do a background check. I say, Alpha, what's her name? He asks, I'll find out soon. I growl lowly. I slide under the logs and stuff, trying to make a difficult path to follow. I find a tree and climb it and move swiftly along the branches of the tree to make sure they can't follow my footsteps as well, if they even realize I'm gone, but I doubt they will. That night I was likely hallucinating, or it was a dream that they were so fast. The darkness must have added some weird stuff to my vision. I grab a vine and swing across to another tree, however I miss it. I grab another vine and pull myself up onto the top branch and follow it and climb higher and further along. I eventually get to the top of the trees and realize all I can see is forest. I'm now extremely lost. I go down a bit and keep on going till my energy exhausts and I curl up on a branch. Has anyone found her yet? Ask. No, there's hardly any scent. She's moving too fast. We need her scent to track. Zach says. I think I saw her pajamas in her room. Those should work. I say. I run up to her room and grab her pajamas. Here, this should work. I say. Yeah, got her scent on it, but she's quite far away, it seems. He says. She isn't fast. I say. Seems to be. Maybe it was adrenaline. James says. The branches grow thin and the trees get harder to climb, and I find myself balancing to stay up. I walk slowly, scared of falling. I hear a loud howl followed by others which are nearing, and in my fright I lose my caution and I make a wrong step and the branch breaks and I fall to the forest floor. Ow! I whine in pain as the rocks forve against me with sharper ones cutting me. I get to my feet, accustomed to moving when in pain, and I continue running, although with my energy decreasing steadily it becomes more of a challenge. I trip over a bunch of rocks and tumble down a hill. I look myself over and see numerous cuts, and I see a stream, and right now I sip some of it, regaining some energy, and I continue running. I weave through trees and jump over rocks. I hear more howls getting closer, and I realize the wolves must be attracted by my blood, and I scramble up a tree, grabbing a branch and swinging myself up. This escape was so much easier than it would be if I hadn't done acrobatics when I was little. I did it for only a few years, but it still helps quite a bit. I get a bit further before the branch ends, and I fall off it and land on my stomach. I hear snarling, and I turn my head to see a wolf growling, and it howls loudly, and I scramble to my feet and run for my life. I reach a lake and dive in, hoping the water will slow the wolf. I get to a cliff and I climb it, slipping quite a bit, but still managing to get up and away from the wolf. I hear growling from above me and see wolves there too, and I see a tree near me, and I turn and let go of the stone and push off, managing to grab the tree branch, and I run along the branches, my feet slipping quite a bit till I fall off the branch and land on some soft grass. I try get up but struggle as my body is too low on energy and it is losing blood. I continue to try push myself up. I hear more howling getting closer, and I manage to push myself to my feet, and I continue to run in pain, my fear fueling me with energy to keep me going in this life or death situation. I reach a tree and begin to climb it when a wolf's teeth grab my top and pull. Hey! I scream and I kick the wolf in the nose, and it lets go, whimpering. Sorry, wolf, but I care about my life more than I do about animal cruelty when the animal is about to kill me. I continue climbing the tree and find a vine and grab it and swing across. I feel myself stop in midair, and I see a wolf's jaws on the vine, and more wolves join it, pulling at the vine like a tug of war with the tree the vine is attached to. They succeed, much to my disappointment, and I fall down with the rope on me, and wolves encircle me, surrounding their prey, while I struggle to get up, only to find my body too weak. Tears fall from my eyes. A wolf's canines sink into the back of my top, and I am pulled to a rock where they tie me up in the vine somehow, which I can't see since my head is hanging weakly off the rock. I feel my body hoisted up, and I see I'm in someone's shoulders, and there are men instead of wolves. They must use wolves as trackers. Let me go. I scream, thrashing around, however they don't respond, and I begin to sob, hating the idea of being a prisoner or something in that house. Even if I'm sometimes beat up at home as punishment, at least I can leave the house a bit, and I have school to go to, and I have some freedom. These people don't even pay attention to my crying. I expected to tell me to shut up or something, but they keep silent strangely. Chapter 5 Alpha. We have the girl. She has multiple injuries, however all of them are sustained from trying to get away. We just got back. Should we treat her or bring her to you? Zach says. Bring her straight to me. I want to treat her myself. If she's injured, she can't run from me. I say. I don't know about that. She ran from us when she was injured. It was likely fear, but she kept moving pretty well. If she's properly trained, she could actually make a good warrior. Zach says. As if I'd let her fight. She's your future Luna and therefore must be protected. Being a warrior means battle. She could get hurt in a fight. Now bring her to me. I seriously need to see her. I say. The girl is carried into my office. Her body is tied up in vines and they close the door after sitting her on a chair. You, she exclaims, definitely angry. I see you've got more spirit now. I say. What do you want with me? She asks. You're not ready to know. I say, getting up, walking to her, and she begins to whimper. I lean down and undo the vines and take them off her. I get out some bandages and stuff and I lift her up and sit her on my desk. I take some cotton pads and begin to disinfect her wounds while she whines in pain. You realize these injuries wouldn't be here if you'd stayed put in your room like a good girl. I say, bandaging her injuries. I wouldn't be trying to escape if you hadn't kidnapped me. She says. I didn't kidnap you. I got my friends to kidnap you, and you better not try escape again, or next time I won't order them not hurt you and I'll let them be rough with you. I say. You think I want to be your captive? 'Cause I don't, and I will get away from you. She says. Try your best, darling, you'll always fail. I run these woods. I say. No, you don't. You know you're despicable, using wolves to hunt down people. It's great that you work with wolves, but they are wild animals. They are supposed to be in the woods, not your pets. Dogs have been tamed over centuries. Wolves are supposed to be wild. She says. So you're an animal lover. I ask, raising an eyebrow. Is it that hard to tell? My favorite animals are wolves, and I don't like how you think you can keep them locked up. She says. We keep them in the forest and let them roam free. However, we just call them when we go on hunts. They are used to us, we've grown up with them, and they've grown up with us. We've worked together for centuries. I say. Well, if you are as nice as you're showing yourself to be, why on earth did you kidnap me? She exclaims. Still angry over that. Ask. Who wouldn't be? You're keeping me captive, you could at least tell me why. I mean, keeping me locked up in your mansion without a good reason. Can't you tell me why? Since you don't think I'm ready to know what you plan on doing with me. She asks. Fine, if you really want to know, I took a liking to you a few days ago in the forest. You left suddenly in such a rush, so I followed you and I heard you getting beaten up quite badly, and since I had taken liking to you, I decided to take you away from your troubles by having you kidnapped and taken here. I say, leaving out a few minor details for now. You could have called the police. She says. And then I'd have to testify. I'm sorry, but my group doesn't interact too often with what you consider normal society. A court case would mean a lot of time taken out of running this, you could say, clan or group. Besides, why haven't you called yet? I ask her. Because they are my parents. I don't want to end up in an orphanage or something. She says. And if I called the police, that's what would have happened, don't you think, darling? I took you because I felt sorry for you and decided you'd be better off here not being beaten up and abused. I say. You still can't just kidnap a person. You locked me in a room without a proper explanation for doing so. Besides that, I feel there is something strange going on. She says. Look, I knew you were going to try run out of the room if it was locked. I was with you most of the time when you were unconscious, so I'd be able to calm you down and explain everything to you when you woke up, but you woke up during a meeting and you were so startled when I came to see you I figured you needed to be alone. I say. You know, just because your motives were just, it doesn't mean your methods are right. She says. You'll eventually see it the way I do now. I think we should get you to bed. You must be tired after trying to outrun a pack of wolves for so long. I say, lifting her up in my arms. I'm more exhausted and hungry than tired. Is there any food I can eat? She asks. Okay. I'll get someone to make some and I'll allow you to eat at the table, but on the condition that you behave. I say sternly. Fine. She says. Chapter 6. Make sure Sasha doesn't find out. I hear Dylan's voice instructing the others. Through the closed door. What is he hiding from me? I'm gonna go check on Sasha and make sure she is asleep and all her curtains are closed. Dylan says. I quickly run back up the stairs and get in the bed and pretend to be asleep. The door opens and I hear footsteps that I assume are Dylan's. I feel his fingers on my arm. He then leaves and closes, then locks my bedroom door. I sit up. Why do you always lock my door? I look out my curtains to see wolves running into the forest, and I stare confused at why they are running from the house. Why did he kidnap me? How did he actually hear my parents abusing me, and why won't he let me go? I realize he locked me in, meaning if I leave here he will not know. I manage to find a show with a heel, and I break off the heel and use it to smash the window, and this time I do something stupid and completely reckless. I jump out the window. I land on some soft grass, which breaks my fall, and I run to the other side of the house and enter the forest in the opposite direction to the one the wolves did. If I keep running, sometime I find civilization or a river, and if I find a river I can make a boat, and with that, knowing all rivers lead to the sea, I'll make it to a beach and can walk along till I find someone. I smile at my plan, knowing it's terrible, however it is something I can work with. Trees rip at my pajamas, however I don't care, all I want is my freedom. A wolf suddenly pounces on me, pinning me down, snarling. My eyes go wide and my body trembles. A little human wants to play. You have the scent of an alpha on you. Perhaps one has been near you for a while. He smirks. Werewolf. I tremble as every child's nightmare of monsters becomes a reality. Poor lost little girl. He grins and I scream as his canines sink into my arm. Dylan, _. Get off me. Stop. Please stop. Someone help. I stop in my tracks as I hear my beautiful mate screams and please, but she should be in her bed. I catch the scent of her blood. No, Sasha. I say under my breath. Alpha, is something wrong? Alpha. I turn and break into a fast run in the opposite direction, passing the pack house eventually and keeping a straight run till my eyes fall on a wolf tearing the flesh from my mate. I growl angrily. Has someone come to play? The sick voice of Darren, the alpha of the Ashwood pack, says. My eyes fall to my mate, her face contracting in pain, blood staining her clothes and once fair milky skin. I push him off her and skin my canines into him before giving him more injuries. He growls and I growl back, and he knows I've won and he leaves, retreating back to his territory. I walk back to my girl. I gently nudge her arm, putting my nose under it, attempting to help her up, only she doesn't get up. Instead of rising to her feet, she lets out pain whines and moans along with whimpers. I nudge her some more. I slip my nose put from under her, and I like her wounds on her legs and arms, even stomach, to clear the blood loss a bit. I nuzzle into her neck and she relaxes a bit. I want to talk to her and comfort her, but a talking wolf may scare her. I slip myself under her body, her legs hanging off me and her arms and head doing the same, and I manage to get her back to the pack house, and I lie her on the lawn and I sink my canines into the back of her top and I pull her in through the wolf-sized doggy door we installed. I manage to get her on a table and I watch her as she continues to attempt to keep her consciousness. Werewolf. Attack. She mutters before fainting. Chapter 7, Werewolf Attack. I watch my sleeping girl, my eyes wide and glued to her, as she lies asleep on the table with blood dripping from her, and I feel so useless, unable to change back and help her yet. After an hour, I finally am able to shift back. I quickly pick her up and take her to my office, where I bandage her before taking her to my room, and I put her in my bed so I can watch her as she sleeps. Sasha. My world spins and I stop as I fall on the ground in darkness. A spotlight fixes on me in the monochromatic black and white world. Hello. Is anybody there? I ask, calling out, my body trembling. I hear growling and I see a dark forest around me. Crimson-red blood stains my skin, the only color in the dull world. I feel hands. Strong, cold hands grip my sides. Hello, human. A man says after turning me and pushing me on the ground so I fall on my back. I see his eyes. His red, dangerous eyes through the dark. His body is tall and rippling with muscle. He is shirtless and his shorts are a bit ripped. His dirty blonde hair is scruffy. His figure constantly shifts to and from the wolf. The werewolf that attacked me. I whimper and tremble, however, frozen to the spot. He sprints towards me in wolf form with glowing eyes. His canines bared and his jaws widen till they sink into my neck and everything goes black. I sit up screaming as my eyes shoot open. Is everything all right? A male voice asks from beside me, and I turn to see Dylan lying shirtless in the bed with me, and I wear different pajamas. I get out the bed and step back. Sasha, he says, his husky voice sending shivers down my spine, and I internally reprimand myself. You slept with me. I whisper. I was worried about you. We went on a run in the forest, and when I returned there was a wolf by your injured body. I didn't want to leave you alone, so I slept with you. I did nothing to you except sleep on an opposite side of the bed. Now are you okay? Why were you screaming? He says, Werewolf. A werewolf attacked me. He had glowing red eyes in my dream. He was a man, then wolf, then man, and finally wolf, and he killed me in my dream. He attacked me. He spoke to me as a wolf. A wolf, though he fought him and saved me.
𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐷.
It's okay, Sasha. Okay, look here, this is why I don't want you in the forest. In certain areas there are werewolves. He says, holding me into his chest. I'm scared. I whimper. I know that's why I tried to keep you here. He knows you're sent now. You cannot leave the house alone or he could come for you and kill you. He says. I move closer into his chest. I'm sorry, Dylan. I whisper. It's okay, I just didn't want to scare you. However, not all werewolves are bad. I know some well, but I suggest you stay away from all werewolves. Some can be deceiving and betray your trust like people, which they technically are, however, at the same time they're wolves. He explains. I feel as if he knows more about this than he is letting on. Why are you here then in an area full of werewolves? I ask, putting my hands on his chest gently as I lean in. He remains silent. Your group, as you called it, you said, doesn't interact with normal society. You could hear me getting abused, and you live in a werewolf-infested forest. If you don't give me a good reason as to why you're here, I will assume you're a werewolf. I say, pushing myself off him and turning my back to him while crossing my arms. You're smarter than I thought. That escaping with that makeshift rope was one thing, but this. You are very smart. You shouldn't have gotten curious, because I will now have to tell you the truth, my princess. He says. The truth? I ask, trembling, not sure if I want to know. We're werewolves, the proper term, however, being lichens. He says. Now that you know, are you afraid of me? He asks. I nod. This is why I wanted to wait till you trusted me, Sasha. He says. Are you going to kill me or eat me now? I ask, trembling. I wouldn't do that to you. We kill trespassers to prevent our secret getting out. However, I took you. You were away from Leakin territory. See, where you were is too close to towns. Being close to humans means higher risk of getting discovered. He says. Why did you kidnap me? I ask, turning to look him in the eyes. Chapter 8. Sasha, why did I kidnap you? He repeats and finishes with a smirk. Yeah, you wouldn't venture towards humans for no reason. I say. I kidnapped you to be my mate. He replies. Mate. I whimper. Yes, we have soul mates and you are mine. You were chosen for me as a perfect match when I turned 16. He says. Was everything a lie? You did it because you wanted a mate, not because you wanted to help me. I exclaim. No, it wasn't like that. I saw you getting beat up and I took you from that because you were my mate. If you weren't being treated like that, I wouldn't have had you kidnapped in such a way. I would have likely taken you once you turned 18, or at least after a few weeks if I got tired of waiting. He says. But kidnapping me. Don't I get any choice in whether I want to be your mate? I say, clenching my fists. We're mates. We're supposed to be together. We belong together. Try deny the bond all you want, but if you think I'll let you leave me, you're dead wrong. I have an entire pack of werewolves at my disposal. Try run away and they'll outrun you and bring you back to me if I don't get you first. It's better to accept me than to keep fighting. He says. You cannot keep me here against my will. I have a right to choose who I am with. Princess, you're not in human territory anymore. Maybe I should have told you this, but females are their mate's property. You are mine. He says, whispering in my ear, his breath touching my skin. Maybe I don't want to be yours. I say in protest. His hands touch my wrists, gently, sending an electric feeling through me which I try ignore. Don't fight me, he whispers. I fight against him, pulling relentlessly to get free. My body gives into his touch as his fingers graze my shoulders. My struggling suddenly stops as I lose control of my body. Should I have mentioned that an alpha has the most power over his mate? And lucky for you, I am an alpha. I just have been rather gentle and lax with you, letting you adjust, but I'd rather have to use the mate bond we share over you if it means you won't be as likely to escape me. I can't have an heir with anyone other than my mate, so I need you. He says. Please stop this. I want to go home. I say. Back there. You are mine. They hurt you and are lucky I haven't hurt them yet. He growls, pulling me to the bed and lying me down. Now you are going to be a good little mate, Sasha, or else I won't hesitate to begin restraining you to keep you here. I'll do whatever it takes. I don't mind threatening, if not taking the lives of humans you are close to. I'll do anything it takes to keep you as mine, he says. So will you behave, my princess? He asks. Why yes. I whimper. He leans forward over me and kisses my lips. He breaks away and I look up at him. So innocent, it's adorable. He comments, running his fingers gently along my cheek, caressing my skin gently. Chapter 9. Sasha. Can you tell me where you're taking me? I ask as he pulls me by my hand down the passage right after kissing me. Reasons, he says bluntly as he opens a door. I am led into a room and I suddenly hear the door close. Please keep the door open, I say, nervous about being with him in a room with the door closed. No. Why not? Don't you trust me? I ask softly. Can't I close the door? He asks. I barely know you. I don't feel comfortable with the door closed. Please, we just met and I don't entirely trust you yet. Please, can you keep it open, I say. His hand runs gently over my cheek, caressing my skin, and his other hand intertwines with mine, and he gently leads me through the room with grace that makes me follow without question, and before I know it I am on a crimson-red throw which neatly covers a king-sized bed with the werewolf Alpha in front of me. My heart races as his hands slowly and lightly move over my skin, sending indescribable strange shivers through me. I won't open the door because just as I haven't earned your trust, you have definitely not earned mine, Sasha. I completely understand running away from me, but I don't like it, and it is a behavior I must stop now to ensure it does not become a habit. As much as any wolf enjoys a chase, there is always a chance of losing you, of you dying or getting hurt in your little escapes, he says. You kidnapped me. You took me against my will because you think I am your mate or something. I may not have the best or most loving family, but they are the reason I am alive. If you didn't know, I have a life. I didn't ask nor want to be taken from it just to be some object that you can control like a puppet. You keep me locked up in rooms like a prisoner. The first thing I found when I woke up was a locked room, and you didn't even tell me the truth. You left me in the dark and thought you could just keep me here and not tell me why I was even here. I say, angry. True, but I didn't want you to fear me, and it's my instinct to keep you here where you are safe, he says. Suddenly he pins me down, my back against the throw, and he takes something from a drawer in the side table, and my heart races, fearing the worst. Calm down, Sasha. I'm not going to mate with you yet, he says, almost laughing. I open my eyes to see something held in his hand with a needle on the end. Now, although be a good girl and stay nice and still, I don't want to hurt you more than necessary. Females sometimes give their mates some trouble, so it's always good to have a chip placed in them so they can be tracked. This will, however, not be a chip. It's a substance that will mix with your blood, and I will be able to track your location if you run away. I can follow your scent, but it can be a bit hard at times. This way I can get you much quicker, he says. I lift my knee repeatedly against his sore spot till I can easily push him off me, and I get up and run to the door and open it and close and lock it. I run and throw the key on the floor and continue running through the mansion till I reach the back door, and I run outside and I see a shed and run inside it, and the wind slams it behind me. I turn and try open it only to find there is no handle on the inside, and I push the door as hard as I can to no avail, and I fall on my knees, tears streaming from my eyes as the feeling of helplessness takes over. Someone will find me sometime and take me back to the werewolf Alpha, or he will find me, and either way I'll end up with that tracking stuff in me. I hate needles. I just want to go home. I miss my life from not too long ago. Chapter 10. Dylan. I angrily bash my shoulder against my bedroom door, desperate to find my mate and wondering why I decided to have a door that was werewolf-proof. I stop pushing the door as I feel a breeze against my skin, and I realize I had been so focused on banging down my door to notice the open window. I run and jump out the window, shifting mid-jump into my magnificent pure black furred wolf. I sniff the air to catch her scent, and I manage to catch it strong nearby. I growl, knowing that she must be hurt, as she wouldn't still be close after she has had an hour to escape, since I have been too stupid to contact the pack. I follow her scent to the old wooden house, well-play house, my father built me when I was about 4. I had completely forgot about it. I used to play with my beta and gamma here all the time. I'm surprised it is still in decent condition. I shift into my human form and open the door, and my eyes fall on the curled-up, sleeping figure of my mate lying on the ground. Traces of tears can be seen from her eyes. I smile knowing she didn't run away, although she did knee me, and it was painful as it would be for any male werewolf or not. I reach for a blanket and dust it off and lean close to her to hug her, and she grabs me in her sleep and I cuddles into me. Enjoying the warmth I provide her, and I lean down and plant a gentle kiss on her forehead before succumbing to her unconscious wishes, and I hold her small frame in my strong arms. She fits against me perfectly. She'll someday understand why I have had to do these things to her. Why I almost put a tracking serum in her. Chapter 11. Sasha. I open my eyes to be met with a blurred image of a man's t-shirt against my face. I try move away, but I can't. I wiggle around till I can get some space to breathe, and I see his sleeping face. He looks so handsome and innocent asleep it completely defies the image if the guy who treated me like a possession or a pet and tried to put a tracking serum in me. Wait, I was asleep in his arm, he probably has already put it in me. That jerk. I pull from him and punch him hard in the face, and I hear an animalistic growl from him, and his eyes soften as they land on me as I glare at him. Morning, darling, why did you punch me? You know it doesn't really hurt. I have a high pain tolerance, he says, and I look down. In most areas, he finishes. You think you can just do as you please with me? I don't want anything to do with you. Understand that. I appreciate that you helped me get away from my abuse, but there is one thing I don't like, and that is being used as a possession and locked up all the time. I say, trying to get out his hold. He turns me and he sits on me, pinning me to the floor. I lock you up because your instinct seems to be to flee all the time, and I don't want to lose you. Unlike in some stories of fiction on my kind, we don't get second chance mates. We get one mate. One soul mate which we cannot reject. Some wolves never even meet their soul mate. You realize I can't have kids with anyone other than you. I don't know if you are the same, being human, but we can only have kids with our mates, he says, gently caressing my cheek. I'm 17 and in high school. I don't want to and shouldn't be thinking about having children, I say. I'm just telling you about the future, he says. You can't decide my future for me, werewolf. I don't care if you're some alpha or whatever to your kind, but to me you're nothing but a creep. A guy who kidnapped me. I don't care if I'm your soul mate as you claim I am. I won't be treated as a possession and some OB. You're not a possession nor an object. You're my mate, Sasha. I love you, and if you can't accept that, then you'll have to live with it. If you think some words are going to persuade me to release you, you are very much mistaken. I'll admit that kidnapping you wasn't a very nice thing, but then I'll do anything to prevent my mate from leaving me. Fate has given you to me, he says, running his finger along my cheek. I can decide my own fate, I say. You can try, but you'll fail, my love, he says, getting off me and offering a hand to help me up. I slap away his hand and get to my feet and walk to the door and try push it open, only to fail. He pushes it, and it easily opens, and I walk past him, intentionally not giving him any signs of appreciation. He grabs my waist and pulls me to him. You're going the wrong way, darling, he says, slightly growling. I never asked you for directions, I say, kneeing him again where it hurts and walking in my direction. Go that way and I'll have my warriors bring you back to me, he says, and I start running in that direction, and I hear him howling for backup. I clench my fists in anger as I run. I notice a lake and I dive in it, and while I am under the water I see an underwater cave and I swim there. Luckily it isn't too deep nor exposed. I swim inside it and surface to see a cave which is likely inside the cliff that surrounded one side of the lake. I pull myself out the water and begin to walk further into the cave till I see an exit, and I resume running to my escape, happy to see light after walking in the pitch-dark cave, hoping it wasn't a dead end and I wouldn't turn some corners and be delivered into a death trap. A wolf suddenly pounces on me, snarling as it knocks me to the ground, and I struggle beneath it. Let me go. I'm not going back to the jerk werewolf Alpha or whatever he is. I don't care if he claims to be my mate. I shout, struggling, the claws of the wolf sinking into me. The wolf shifts into a man, and I see he is rather scruffy in his appearance, with his old clothes and breath smelling faintly of some sort of alcohol, and a smirk is drawn by his lips. I was going to kill you, human girl, but it seems you may have some use to me, he says, his voice screaming danger. He gets to his feet and forces me up and punches me hard in the git, causing me to go limp as he carries me off. Chapter 12. Dylan. I paddle around the lake where her scent last was, and I swim back under in wolf form, considering my instincts were so desperate for her that my wolf took over and I can't find her anywhere, and I am panicking. I mean, my mate has literally just vanished. My eyes fall on a cave and I swim inside and I surface, and I am delighted when I smell her stale scent. Not that I like that it is stale, but at least I have some sort of a lead in the meantime. I follow the path of her scent until I see her blood. Andy can tell it is hers by scent. It isn't much blood, but she was here and injured, and that is not good. I howl loudly so my warriors know where to find me, and I continue running after her trail, finding it leading into the neutral lands, also known as Rouge lands, since the Rouges needed to be somewhere. I follow her scent deep into the unclaimed territory, desperate to find and be with my little mate who is probably so scared right now. Sasha, I don't want to be bait for that jerk now, let me go. I scream, struggling in the ropes that bind me to the chair. Somebody shut her up already. One of them groans. She screams in our ears when we try, and this is why I don't see why we need increased hearing. I smirk and scream louder. Be quiet, girl. The man shouts at me, covering my mouth, and I bite his hand. Incredibly hard, and like a dog he seethes in pain after a while of me hanging on his hand with my teeth and trying to snap his bones with my limited strength. However, it appears I did well, as he rips his hand away and there is blood on his hand. You're like a rabid dog. He hisses at me. I'm not a dog. I'm a girl who really doesn't want to be here. Until you understand that, I guess we won't see eye to eye on that then, I say. How does your mate put up with you? Doubt he'll get his air quickly. Well, would have anyway, considering he won't survive the trap we have set in place. You know what an alpha's biggest weakness is? Their mate. They'll do anything to protect their mate. Some give up their lives to protect their other half. He did nothing but keep me locked up, I say. You don't think it was to protect you from wolves like us? Wolves who wouldn't think twice about crushing your heart or any bone or organ in your body. In fact, why don't we give your mate something to look forward to when he sees you? Think of it as a makeover. Human girls, well, girls in general like makeovers, right? He says with a smirk. I say, honestly, considering I have never been someone who indulges in beauty products, although having some lipstick or eyeshadow every now and then is still nice. That's a shame, because I'm going to enjoy giving you one that your mate is just going to love, he says, and I feel myself trembling in fear. I think anyone in my position can take an accurate guess that the makeover is not going to be a fun one, and there will not be any makeup involved in the process. His nails turn to claws and scrape at me, and I scream out in pain as wounds are made that have deep crimson red seeping from them, the liquid making me feel slightly queasy. Not that I have time to focus on that, as his claws mar my body and inflict absolute agony on me. Chapter 13. My ears perk up as I hear a loud scream which I identify as Sasha's. I don't wait for my backup to catch up with me, and I race towards the sound, smelling her blood and scent increasing. I break open a door to an old shack-like shed and run down the steps inside to see cells with the bodies of lifeless wolves, rouge and non-rouge alike. I follow Sasha's scent, afraid of what has become of her, and I open a door, and I see a chair against a metal wall with Sasha tied to it. Her arms tied behind it and her ankles bound to the chair legs and her waist to the chair. Her body slumps forward consciously. Her beautiful brown hair is now messed up and hangs down. Sasha, I exclaim, shifting into my human form and running to her, and the door closes behind me. What did you do to her? I growl, turning to face two rouges. I gave her a makeover specially for you, don't you like it? I mean, what is the saying, beauty is pain? One of them sneers, walking towards her, and I snarl angrily, and he steps back. I lift her head gently and look into her eyes, which she struggles to keep open, and I look at the bloody wounds marring her soft, fair skin. No, Sasha. Stay with me, darling. I beg her. I turn around and run at one of them and begin to mercilessly pound her into the ground. Just a little makeover, huh? I'd like to give you one as well then, I say, pounding him. I see the door closing. Come back here, coward. I snarl. Coward, sure, but I wonder who will die first, you or your mate. I bet it will be you. Wolfsbane in its gas form can't do any damage to her. Not immediately anyway, and it wouldn't do anything if she wasn't in such terrible state. Instead, it'll slowly and painfully kill her after infecting her wounds. The infections will increase her pain, and if she doesn't die from that, will kill her once you drop dead. Maybe you should kill her to give her some mercy. He sneers through a gap that allows only sound through. I see the wolfsbane slowly enter the room, the blue gas coming from behind Sasha, and I see it was a bomb that wouldn't explode. Instead, it would let out wolfsbane gas when it detonated. I look at Sasha. She coughs from the gas, and I run to her and break her ropes and pull her to the other side of the room so the wolfsbane will take longer to reach us. I hold her in my arms tightly. She is so weak right now from already being exposed to quite a bit of the gas. Not for long, but it still affects her a bit as it is poisonous. She inhaled it. They didn't take into account that it is poisonous to inhale for humans. They however can touch it in solid form without any harm. Well, unless it is used on a dangerous object, then it's dangerous. I lie Sasha down and attempt to break down the door, eventually managing, with my wrists burnt from wolfsbane and pure silver dust on the door. I pick her up and carry her as I run out of the place. I see my warriors already engaging in battle and I want to help them, but Sasha is too weak to be left on her own. She's half conscious and coughing and urgently needs to go to the pack doctor. I'm going to the pack house to get her treated. She's in terrible condition. If she weren't, I'd stay and fight. I tell my beta as I pass him and he nods before finishing the fight by ending the rouge opponent. I run to the pack house or mansion and take her to the infirmary and I lie her on a bed. She coughs up some blood and I feel terrible. The doctor comes in. What happened? She exclaims. She was kidnapped by rogues and injured. She was poisoned by wolfsbane, I say. I see. I'll give her some medicine to combat the symptoms of wolfsbane and treat her wounds. She says. Now just hold her up for me. I want to give her something to knock her out. I growl angrily at the statement, cutting her off and pulling the weak and exhausted injured girl against me. It's best for her. She won't feel the pain when she's asleep. You don't want her to feel pain because she will. She just won't be able to express it as well because of her currently weak state. She says, and I reluctantly let her give Sasha the medicine and I watch as my mate falls unconscious in my arms and I lie her on the bed. Carly, the doctor, tends to her wounds and puts up an for her with medicine to treat her. When can I take her back to my room? Ask. I want to monitor her a bit, but a few hours after she wakes up if she's stable. The drip will be kept in for a while, so you will need to be gentle with her. She must limit walking around for a while, so I suggest keeping her just inside the room and bathroom till the 4 is out. I nod in compliance. Chapter 14 Sasha. I open my eyes to see a whitewashed ceiling above me, and although I don't have an advanced sense of smell, I can smell the strong pungent scent of disinfectant in the room. I sit up on a white hospital bed and I look around to see a room resembling a hospital ward. I can faintly remember being brought here. I remember my vision going black every few seconds and agonizing pain along with blurred voices echoing in my head. They go back and forth and spin around me like cartoon birds around the head of a person who has just slammed into a tree. My head feels like I might just have very well done that. So sore and dizzy. I get out the bed and to my feet and I feel some sort of weakness, like I'm sick and I just want to throw up. There is an awkwardness to the steps where I sway and stumble with completely imperfect vision. I stumble and a pair of strong hands catch me and I am lifted and placed back on the bed. Easy there, Luna, the Alpha would beat me black and blue if you got another scratch or bruise on your body. A voice says, the Alpha. Wait, why am I back here? I exclaim. The Alpha rescued you, Luna. Luna. I am not a moon now, let me go back home. I say, pushing him away and getting up, and I am suddenly pulled back by a cord and I see an 4. I rip the 4 out and I walk towards the door. The door opens and I see the werewolf Alpha in front of me. He looks at my wrist angrily, his eyes following the dripping blood. I step back, frightened by his angry glare, and I hold my wrist to my chest in my other hand and my body trembles. His hand grabs my wrist and he pulls me close and my heart races in fear. John, go get the doctor. She needs her 4 back in, he says, and picks me up, puts me on the bed. I struggle to get out the bed and I kick him in an attempt to go. Alpha, do you want me to sedate her? I stop at those words and crawl back. Please let me go. I whisper, afraid and slightly confused still. The wolfsbane is having a bad effect on you. You're not usually scared like this from what I can gather, the woman says. Please let me go. I want to go home, I say, tears in my eyes. No, my darling mate, you are already home. This is your home now and you will not return to the place you previously called home. Ever. Understand? He shouts at me and I crawl further back. Please, Alpha, calm down. You're scaring her. You don't know how it feels to do everything possible to keep your mate safe, only to be time and time again rejected and for her to want to leave you. No, because you don't have a mate. He shouts at her. Leave her alone. She did nothing wrong. I shout. Quiet. He shouts at me, his eyes pure black, and I crawl back afraid. His pupils are sheer black. A complete color change that is not possible and is utterly terrifying, as is the snarling of a growl in his voice. Something animalistic and wrong. I feel my hand slip and the bed disappears from beneath my hands as I tumble over the side. The floor gets closer and closer until it meets with a harsh impact that sends my head spinning and turns my vision to black. Chapter 15 Dylan. I stare in disbelief at my passed-out mate lying on the ground, blood pouring from her nose and wrist. And no Sasha. Sasha, baby, wake up. I'm sorry I lost control. Please baby wake up, I say holding her unconscious body. Tears drop her pale face and I gently move a stray strand of hair out her eyes. I gently lie her on the bed. Do what you need to, I sigh leaving knowing it is best for me to leave her right now. I'm such a jerk. The most perfect human girl ever happens to be my mate. I should have rescued her like Prince Charming, not a stalker, and I kept her locked up in a tower like Rapunzel, and in every telling of that story the girl resents the person who kept her in that tower. She's so smart and brave. I've never seen a girl like her. One who didn't just turn to putty the second she saw me, human or wolf. She's the perfect Luna. She'll give me a strong heir. I know it. However, that doesn't make my actions any better. She wouldn't take being kept here for the purpose of bearing an heir very well. She can be so sweet and innocent one second and the next she'll kick me where it hurts the moment I anger her, and she'll probably kick me and run away when I tell her the purpose of an alpha's mate or any wolf's mate. I'm Alpha Dylan Black, the Blood Alpha. Ever since I took over when I was 16 I have been known as one of the most ruthless and feared alphas in history. Hence the title, the Blood Alpha. I struggled to find my mate and people believed I was so ruthless that I didn't had one or she took one look at me and ran out of fear. Some even speculated that I killed her. They were right in one way or another. My mate wants to run away from me. She doesn't want my love, affection, care or money. She wants me to leave her alone and let her go back to a home of abuse. Tears fall from my eyes and I slam my bedroom door behind me, refusing to let anyone see through my heart of stone. To let anyone see a single emotion-based tear slip from my eyes. Sasha has every right to hate and fear me. I've heard of some wolves abusing their mates despite them being a gift. No one could kill their mate, at least. I've always hated it when a male abused his female. They are given to us for us to care over them. Werewolves aren't all monsters. The ones who beat their own gifted soulmates are. I am a monster. I punched mine in the face, hard enough to knock her out. Could have even killed her. I wish I could let her go right now, but I can't. My pack needs a Luna, as do I. And she was chosen for it, and my wolf side would never allow her to leave forever. I'd search for her till I found her. My fist punches into a wall, and a huge hole forms, and the wall crumbles down to dust, and I sigh knowing I'll need to get it fixed. Chapter 16 Sasha. I lie in the bed, my eyes closed as I pretend to sleep with Dylan, the werewolf alpha, in the room. I don't want him to talk to me, to touch me, or to even look at him or be near him, but telling him that could result in him shouting at me and my nose actually being broken. The doctor told me I was lucky it missed my nose and his instincts made him go gentler on me because I'm his mate. I don't want this life. I don't want to fear my husband. I want a man who doesn't kidnap me, who is a human, who loves me out of choice and works his way into my heart through kindness, not locking me in rooms and forcing himself on me and trying to put tracking stuff in me. Why does my life have to be so messed up? Sasha, I know you're awake. I can hear you crying, his voice says, laced with sadness. Probably some tactic to make me feel sympathetic and develop feelings for him. Give him a chance and then fall for him despite everything he has done. This isn't some fairy tale. This is reality, and I refuse to develop feelings for him. Not after what he has done. He doesn't understand me. He doesn't understand my life. I could have run away from home to escape the pain and what felt like slavery, but my parents would have, despite their actions, paid for me to go to university. Something I wouldn't have been able to afford otherwise without a loan, or something which I doubt I could have easily paid back. Scholarships were always a possibility, but my parents told me it would be selfish to take it when they could benefit someone else. That is what they told me when they weren't drunk, at least. Sasha, baby, I'm sorry for hurting you. I should have felt the rage inside of me and gone to let it out before coming to you, but I just wanted to see you, and having you trying to leave sent me over the edge. I'm sorry. I won't offer to do anything for your forgiveness because we both know what you will ask and it will be a no, he says. Then don't waste your time here. Go away and leave me alone. You're a waste of space in here right now, I say, not sparing the wolfman a single glance. Sasha, I'm sorry that you were paired with the worst mate you could have gotten. I'm not a good man, and I'll never deny that. With great power comes great responsibility is not true. with great power comes more power to hurt others. I'm sorry that I've ruined your life. I know I've been a jerk, but I wish it could have been different. I'll never wish for a better mate than you, but I'll always regret what I've done to you, and it hurts to know I could never rectify what I've done. I could never regret taking you away from that abusive home of yours," he says, and I hear the door close. Tears pour from my eyes, and I bury my head in my pillow. His honesty was so nice, but he hurt me. I could never forget that. I never want to change for any man. Not again. He hurt me so badly, yet I desire to have him break down my walls, one by one, to have them crumble down and to hold him. Why am I now thinking like this? My heart will soon become like putty in his hands, and he'll mold it and set to his will before he smashes it to pieces. Like every man has. I don't want to fall in love. Well, I do. It's human nature to want someone to hold you and to kiss you gently and comfort you. But life is not a fairy tale. It never has been one, and it never will, and I don't want to be a victim of that. Under Dylan's protection, Sasha experiences the dangers and passions of the werewolf world, but her heart still yearns for the simplicity of human life. How can she find her place between two worlds? Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comment section. Chapter 17. Sasha. I begin to retain consciousness. The rhythm of a beating heart other than my own can be heard in close proximity to me, and I open my eyes to find myself with Dylan in a bed in a room I don't recognize, which would be the fourth or fifth room he has had me sleep in while I've been here, which is absurd. I know this place is big, and I've only really seen it from one side, but is it really that big that he could have more than 4 rooms unoccupied by other people? I realize I'm not just in a bed with him, but I am on his bare chest with his arms holding me tightly. In the dim light of the moon which shines through a gap in the curtains, I can see him and a bit of the area around me, and I slip out his arms, and immediately he begins to frantically and unconsciously search for me on the bed, and he appears in distress. Sweat quickly begins to cover his body, and he screams in his sleep, and I am frozen in shock by how terrible this looks. I slowly, trembling, make my way back to him and run my hand along his cheek. His eyes shoot open, and he grabs me and pulls me back into the bed. Mine, he growls possessively as he holds me tightly. I feel a tear touch my skin from his eye as he sniffs my hair and smells me, which appears to calm him slightly, and he soon falls back to sleep, holding me tightly like a child holds a teddy bear. I can't help but wonder what he dreamed about. His eyes stay fixed in my mind. They were filled with so much emotion. He was distressed, afraid, maybe sad. I rest my head against him, knowing that despite how terrible he is, I should give him some comfort. I am tired right now anyway, and he is rather warm. I can go back to hating him and being logical in my decisions, such as not letting him steal my heart, in the morning. I close my eyes and give in to his strong yet warm embrace, and I let him hold me in his arms as I give back into sleep, and I fall asleep in his arms. Chapter 18. Sasha. The sun shines into the room through the drapes as I awake. I stretch in the bed as I sit up, still waking up. I see the imprint of another body in the bed and remember the werewolf that was sleeping in the bed with me, reminding me that I was kidnapped. I sigh silently as I get out the bed, and I make my way to the cupboard and open it to see half the cupboard filled with clothes for me. I'm sorry that there isn't many clothes for you right now in there. Our stay in this room is just temporary. I accidentally broke the wall of our bedroom, so it is being fixed and also renovated. I thought it would be the perfect time to make some improvements to make it perfect for you, my mate, Dylan says from behind me, his hands snaking around my waist and his head resting in the crook of my neck. I can't push him away. It's like last night when I couldn't leave his hold the second time and I wanted to comfort him. Something is going wrong in my head. He is breaking my walls. They are there for a reason. They aren't supposed to be broken. They are there to protect me. He turns me around and looks deeply into my eyes and places his lips on mine. I accidentally slip backwards and fall into the cupboard before he can catch me. He extends his hand to me, a worried look in his eyes. I hold my hand back and glare at him. The romance between us severed, just in time for me to begin to mending one of my fallen walls. I get up, grab a dress and undergarments and walk into the bathroom and lock the door. I change into the blue and white dress after a quick shower and I brush my hair and plait it back and I walk out the bathroom to see him sitting on the bed, his eyes lighting up as I enter the room. I should have known it would be a bad choice to wear this dress. I sigh unhappy with the way his eyes lighted up. I begin walking back to the cupboard and I take a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. I turn around to see Dylan locking the bathroom door from the outside and walking past me and putting the key on the top shelf of the cupboard, which I can't reach. Give me the key. I want to change, I demand. I love that dress on you. You'll stay in it or you'll get dressed in front of me. I have no problem with either of them, he says, and I clench my fists angrily. You jerk. I scream at him and he looks down sadly like a puppy just getting reprimanded. Sasha, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just saying you look beautiful, he says. That's how you justify it. I don't see it that way. Sasha, I'm not used to being loving, okay? I'm trying to, but I don't want your love. I just want to go back to my normal life. I don't even have proof that you are werewolf, and even if you are, this whole mate thing could just be a scam, a trick to make me feel some sort of connection to you. One that doesn't and never will exist. I shout at him, releasing my pent-up anger. My feelings for you are not some joke, Sasha. You are my mate. He shouts in reply, growling. I thought we were making progress, obviously not. If you just stop being so stubborn, you might be able to feel what I feel. You, however, refuse to acknowledge me as your mate. I suggest you stop fighting me and give us a try. If you won't, I don't want to hurt you and punish you, but I will. I will put that tracking serum in you. So either you behave or I need to make you behave, he says. I step back trembling. So do you want the tracking serum? He asks. No. Well then, will you cooperate? I hesitantly reply, why yes. Good, he says. It doesn't mean I am yours. It just means I don't want to have something put in me so you can track my every move. That serum is like a microchip that you use to track a missing pet, and I won't have you treating me like some sort of pet, I say, crossing my arms. You're not a pet. You're my mate, he says. I'd like to know the difference because the way I see it, there is little difference. You bring me back every time I leave like a lost pet, you try to track me and tons of other things, I say. Anyone would search for their mate if they ran away, he says. I don't respond and walk towards the window and lean forward, resting my arms on the windowsill and staring out at the forest which separates me from human society. Chapter 19. Dylan, I feel pain inside of me as I watch my mate stare out the window longingly. The soft breeze gently blowing her golden brown hair. It hurts me to see her wish for a life without me. I know she wants to return to her family. Even if they were cruel to her, they are her family. The mate bond between us is supposed to be beautiful, instead it isn't. She sees me as no more than a man who caused her to be upset and suffer, but I can't let her go. I can't cope without her. It's not safe for her to be near her parents. I hear water touching the windowsill and her sobs which she tries to contain. I walk towards her and wrap my arms around her. Let go of me, she whispers. Don't you like it? Ask. Being touched by you. No. I don't like the way you keep forcing me to love you. Can't you accept that you don't own me? I am not in love with you and you can't force me to accept you. She says, turning around, anger evident in her clenched fists and glaring eyes. Sasha, we're mates. You just can't feel it, I don't care. I don't even know if you really are a werewolf, maybe others around you are or aren't, and you're just using the werewolf attacks on me to try and keep me hostage here. She says, Sasha, stop this. You're in denial and denying this won't change anything, I say. Then stop forcing this relationship on me. Don't you think it's hard for me? My family didn't treat me too well, but I still love them. They suffered as well after my brother died and turned to drinking and being thrust into this different life where I can't even take a step into the forest without being dragged back. Kidnapped or attacked is scary and hard to just adjust to suddenly, and werewolves. My mind is struggling to take it all in. She sobs, falling to her knees, tears falling from her eyes. My wolf side feels angry and frustrated as I watch my mate in her knees crying. I can't touch her. She refuses to let me, and I'll only make it worse. I picture my wolf, my midnight black fur and my changed form, and I begin to change form. My clothes disappearing as I do till I am a black wolf standing before the crying girl. I bark like a dog to get her attention and she looks up at me, vulnerable. I move closer to her and she crawls back scared of me. I whine, doing everything I can to appear cute, as to be deemed approachable by my mate. Later today I'll need to go hunting so I can get some of my manliness back because alphas don't do barking, whining and puppy dog eyes to get affection, and I am sure none of them want their mate to treat them like a pet with strokes and stuff. The things I do for her. I lie on my stomach and make my eyes wide and watery doing a whine and a quivery lip, and I can see her resolve weakening by the second, and soon enough I have her hugging me and crying into my fur. She didn't see my shift, but at the back of her head she knows I am the wolf, but she can't see it in this state. She needs to feel happy and get out her feelings in a way that she feels safe, and this is the way she can do it, and I can be there for her. Wolfie, why is Dylan so dominating and possessive? He won't give me any space. My parents are probably sober and worried sick about me. Why does he want to force me into a relationship when I barely know him? He wants to rush everything and doesn't respect that I want to go slow, that I don't even love him, not at the rate he's going. He can't force love. Why can't he understand that? She asks, sobbing into my fur. I know she doesn't expect an answer, and it seems I was wrong. Her mind has blocked out that I am the wolf. Chapter 20. Dylan. I walk into the games room where some of my high-ranked wolves are so I can play a bit before my mate wakes up, and then I need to repeat the cycle of not letting her run away. Morning, Alpha, Zach smirks. What is it? I ask with a sigh. Nothing. Just this, he says, showing me his phone, and I see Sasha sleeping on me in my wolf form and stroking my head. What the why were you in my room? I say angrily. I am interrupted by a scream, and I turn and run to my room, and I see Sasha lying on the floor collapsed on her back, sweat rolling of her reddened skin as she breathes heavily, pained. I sniff her and find her scent to be a lot stronger, and she lies shaking, and I touch her and I feel a burning hot sensation coming from her skin. My eyes widen. It's been possibly 5 or more days since I first laid eyes on her, and she probably caught a small bit of me but didn't notice by the lake. She's taken too long to accept me. Did Dylan IF feel like I'm on F-fire? She cries out in pain. I pick her up in my arms. I know our room is ready for us, luckily, and I carry her out the room and into my bedroom, and I lie her on my bed, and I go back to close the door and lock it, knowing her scent will attract other unmated males to make me more possessive of her and to speed up our relationship. I remember being taught about this. When a mated pair struggle to accept one another from either or both sides, the she-wolf will eventually go into heat to speed up their relationship by making the male possessive and want to claim her more, and she'll be more open to his advances. Sasha doesn't deserve this. I thought heat only applied to she-wolves, but then I also thought wolves could only be mates with wolves. I see her tense in pain, and I run to her side and gently stroke her arm. Dylan, it hurts, she says softly. It'll only last 3 days, okay? I whisper. Is there any way to make it less painful or to make it go away? She asks. Yes, but when this pain is over and you can think rationally, you will regret asking me to help, I sigh. Please, I feel like lava has been poured over my skin, she says, and I can feel the sweat dripping from her skin. Sasha, do you really want me to? I'll be biting your neck and placing a claim there, I say. Is that all? She asks. Sasha, you understand, I'll be claiming you. Werewolf males are possessive, and if their female has their claim, they will be even more protective of her than usual. You didn't want me treating you like a possession. I want you to ask me in the right state of mind, I say. Dylan, please don't speak so long. The heat is making it hard to focus. Please, can you run me a nice cold bath with lots of little ice blocks, she says. I immediately go to the fridge in the kitchen and take the ice blocks out the freezer and begin emptying them into a bag, and I carry them back to the room and I run a cold bath and I empty the ice into it. I go back to her and pick her up in my arms. I gently lower her into the tub in her nightdress, and she sighs in slight relief as she relaxes into the freezing ice-cold water. Dylan, I was thinking, she says. Yes, Sasha, I say. Can we go to Antarctica? The temperatures are way below zero. It'll be nice, don't you think? She says, and as much as I want to think she is just playing around, I can tell she is being serious. She-wolves apparently don't think in the same way as usual during heat. They'll do anything to stop the pain. Right now, for her, going all the way to Antarctica is completely rational, and the coldness would combat the heat, and I'm sure she doesn't plan on going in any more than a t-shirt and shorts or her soaked nightgown. Sasha, there aren't really any flights to Antarctica, I say. We can swim, can't we, unless you want to mark me? Whichever one suits you, she says, smiling playfully and innocently like a devil in body of an innocent and sweet angel. Maybe we can talk about this over some ice cream, I suggest. Okay, she says, her eyes lighting up enthusiastically. I get up and leave the bathroom and my room and lock the door. Ice cream in a bathtub, seriously, I mutter to myself. What is this about ice cream in a bathtub? James asks. My mate wants to swim to Antarctica because the temperatures are below zero and there are no planes to get there. I suggested negotiating it over ice cream. I say getting a tub of Neapolitan ice cream out the freezer and getting 2 spoons. Hey, you can't take the whole tub, that flavor is my favorite, he whines. I'm hoping this will distract Sasha long enough for her to no longer wish to make us swim all the way to Antarctica. Have some sympathy, I say. Wait, she's on heat. I thought only wolf. I did too, but then I got a human mate. I told her about marking and now I have been given the choice of marking her and after that being ignored and forced to sleep on a dog bed for the rest of my life or swimming to Antarctica and freezing to death with her before her heat even ends. We're negotiating it over ice cream, I say, walking up the stairs. You still need to introduce me properly to your mate. Alphas don't easily resist marking their mates at first sight. You haven't touched the spot on her neck. I'm sure you're very much tempted though, he says. You have no idea, however, like I said, I don't wish to sleep on a dog bed for the rest of my life. I'm lucky enough to be able to sleep next to her, I say, walking up the stairs. Chapter 21. Dylan. I enter the bathroom to hear Sasha exclaim, "Ice cream." I laugh as I see the girl looking at the ice cream like a starving wolf setting eyes on a deer. It's all yours, however, I'll feed you so the ice cream doesn't end up in the bathtub and you don't eat it all too fast, I say, sitting on my knees and opening the ice cream. I take a spoon and begin feeding her the ice cream, which she visibly enjoys. So when I finish the tub of ice cream, we'll either swim to Antarctica, well, you'll be swimming and I'll be on your back or in your arms because I can't move much with this heat. Can't even walk. I can just sit up and lie down in the bath, but that uses a lot of energy as is. Otherwise you can mark me, she says. Sasha, marking isn't something to be taken so lightly. You'll regret it when it's over and you'll make me sleep on a dog bed for the rest of my life till for taking advantage of you in this state when you are so desperate for your pain to be relieved, I say. But Dylan, I can't bear this pain. If you must, get your phone and I'll record myself giving you permission, she says. I sigh and take out my phone and start a recording. I, Sasha Connors, want you to make this pain stop and just mark me, Dylan, she says, and I stop recording. Sasha, can I maybe get you out the bath and into some dry clothes first? I want you to be comfortable, seeing as it is going to be painful, I tell her. She nods and I take her out the bath and give her some dry clothes I had ready for her for when she got out the bath, and she manages to dress herself despite her pain and weakness. Dylan, the ice cream is going to melt, she says. I nod and take it into the room and put it into a mini freezer I have on hand next to my mini fridge, and I go back and carry her to the bed. I get on her and I look down at her. Please just end this pain already, Dylan, she says, pleading with me. I'm sorry if this hurts or I go rough with you. When I begin marking you, I won't stop till my wolf instincts are satisfied, I whisper, leaning down. My hands take her wrists and place them next to her neck, and I softly lick the crook of her neck and I softly nip at it to make her skin soft, to try and make the process less painful for my mate, although that won't change the fact that she's going to experience terrible pain. My canines extend and I bite into her flesh, and she screams and she struggles as I hold her wrists, but I've begun the process and I can't stop till I've placed my claim on her properly. Dylan, stop. She screams in pain, kicking and screaming. I taste her blood seeping from the wound and I eventually remove my canines from her skin and I lick her wound as she pants heavily. I release her wrists. It's all over now, Sasha, I whisper, looking down on her, and she opens her eyes, which had been squeezed closed. I healed it as part of the marking process, but it'll hurt for a while. Do you want to see it? I ask. She nods hesitantly and I pick her up and carry her to the bathroom and sit her on top of the vanity and turn her to face the mirror. She looks at the bite marks, which have black swirls coming from each to form a circle with a half moon taking up half of it. I smile seeing it and I move her hair to make sure she can properly see it. That's my mark on you, my claim. The black represents my wolf as it is black. Marking is important for us wolves as it shows other males that you have a mate, and it gets most males, well, werewolf males at least, to back off. I explain, resting my head in the crook of her neck. You have a month till your next heat. The first heat is to initiate marking if a couple hasn't done the marking soon enough. The second heat comes if you have experienced the first, and that is to initiate mating if not done by then, I explain. I'm mating. But I'm 17, she exclaims. And I know that and will do everything I can to honor that. But if you force me to swim to Antarctica, well, I might not be able to, I say. You know this doesn't mean I love you. It means I tolerate you, she says, crossing her arms. Chapter 22 Sasha, this doesn't mean I love you. It means I tolerate you. The words I spoke to him replay in my head as I stare in the bathroom mirror at my mark. My fingers tracing the pattern on my skin. My mind is confused. I'm scared that if I fall for him, then I'll get hurt. That he'll take advantage of me and use my feelings to control me and manipulate me. He said he loves me and he's proven it, but I'm still unsure about trusting him. He saved my life and everything, and I understand if he were to swim to Antarctica, I would die from cold as soon as that heat ended if we didn't drown on the way there. I don't understand why this has to be so confusing and complicated. I always believed relationships were simple, that you either loved someone or didn't. There wasn't any middle ground. The first time I fell in love, I immediately fell hard and I regret it entirely. It was no more than a one-sided childish crush returned with a joke. That resulted in so much loss and pain for me and everyone around me. I caused everyone to suffer. I don't deserve a soul mate. I don't even love him, but he loves me entirely. I can see it in the way he treats me and cares for me and protects me. He got unlucky. He got a human girl who is unable to reciprocate his feelings. How can he love me so quickly? It is so rushed, but then I was the same my first crush. Tears fall from my eyes as I move my hair to reveal the faint scar on my forehead, hidden by my brown hair. I'll never forgive Jonathan for what he did to me, not even if he came to me begging on his knees pleading, because he never loved me. He played me like a jerk. Because of him I lost my brother. I deserved every beating thrown at me. Why does he love me when I am so broken? I whisper, looking at myself in the mirror. Chapter 23 Sasha. Morning, Sasha, Dylan whispers, his lips softly touching the mark on my neck. I mutter tiredly, brushing him off and turning around and snuggling tiredly into him. Go back to sleep, I mumble. He laughs and picks me up in his arms. I want to go back to bed, I mumble into his t-shirt. No, sweetie, I want to take you to meet my friends. I look up, glaring at him, instantly properly awake. I told you I tolerated you. I'm not in a romantic relationship with you. We are not dating or anything. I won't pretend to be in love with you when I'm not. You've looked after me, but I couldn't be official unless I knew you properly, I say. So if I managed to get to know you and you felt comfortable. You're making assumptions, I tell him. I'm being hopeful, he replies. You're keeping me against my will. I don't plan on developing Stockholm Syndrome, Dylan, I say, crossing my arms and looking away. It isn't Stockholm Syndrome. Sasha, I've told you we're supposed to be together. It's fate. You might not be able to feel it completely yet, but I do. I am in love with you. Please stop overlooking how I feel and give me a proper chance. I know I messed up bad at the start, but I have been trying to make it up to you. Please stop being so stubborn, Sasha, he says. You can't tell me what to do. I understand everything you have done for me, from saving me to, well, everything else, but you kidnapped me. I'm only being sensible by being stubborn, I say. I thought we were making progress. You allowed me to mark you and everything, but we're back at square one. It's like whenever I get close to you, you just want to push me away. It's like you're trying to defend yourself from me when I'm not the enemy. I want to give you everything. I want to make you the happiest girl alive. I want to make you blush and smile, and you won't let me even kiss you, really. How many times have we kissed? Very few, if ever. The reason you went into heat is because our relationship isn't going fast enough for our bond. We have a month or less to mate until the next wave of heat comes, and I don't want to see you suffering, he says. I'm 17 and you want us to mate, I say. Not right now. Just let me in. Stop resisting me or else you'll only get hurt in the end, he sighs. Fine, I sigh, giving in, unable to stand his pleading and some weird part of me telling me it would be best to give a chance. He grins and I am tackled to the bed by him as he embraces me. Don't make me take what I said back. I threaten to get him off me. He whines and instantly climbs off me. So what do you want to do? He asks with a slight hint of nervousness. Chapter 24 Sasha. I nervously play with my fingers, looking at the ground as I walk beside Dylan. I can't see a thing from under the blindfold tied over my eyes, which encases my vision in total darkness. I feel dirt slip underneath my feet and I scream as I feel only air beneath me as gravity pushes me down. Sasha. I hear Dylan's voice scream and his hand quickly grabs mine. Dylan, I whimper. It's okay, baby. I'm just gonna pull you up nice and slowly. I promise I won't let you fall, he says. His words don't help as I feel gravity continue to pull me down and my fear makes my hands sweaty and I begin to slip from Dylan's hold. Dylan, I'm scared. I whimper, unable to see anything. It's okay. Just stay calm. He whispers gently to me as I feel my body being lifted up. Suddenly I hear a growl. Of all times, he mutters under his breath. Dylan, what's going on? I exclaim, confused and terrified. He pulls me up to land and suddenly pushes me on the ground and I hear a huge growl. Dylan, I exclaim. Sasha, stay calm. I'll protect you, he says. I lift my fingers to the knot which secures the blindfold. Dylan, the knot is too tight and I can't remove the blindfold. I whimper knowing I can't run if I can't see where I'm going. I understand people who are born blind or have been blind for a long time can navigate without sight, but for someone who is very much accustomed to being able to see, being blindfolded makes it nearly impossible to get around, especially in an unfamiliar place. I scream in pain as I feel razor-sharp teeth bite into my leg. Dylan, help. I scream, feeling blood run down my skin. I hear something hit the ground and a growl resonates near me and the animal biting me is force off. I feel my blindfold ripped off and I stare at a beautiful black wolf in front of me and I see 3 snarling wolves in front of me and I crawl back and my hurt leg slips. The wolf goes in front of me growling and snarling at the other wolves in a protective manner. The wolves run at me at once and he fights them all off and I shut my eyes not wanting to see him die. I feel a tongue lick my cheek and I open my eyes and the wolf shifts into Dylan. It's all over now, he whispers to me as he lifts my legs up over his arm and wraps my arms around his neck and holds me. He walks further into the forest and I see a picnic blanket with food set up in a secluded R with a waterfall. He carries me to the water and sets me down on the grass and gently washes my wound while I flinch every time his skin touches the injury. He takes off his shirt and expertly wraps it around my leg as a bandage and I notice his wounds have mostly healed. I know this date has been terrible so far, but how about we enjoy the picnic? He suggests and I nod. He picks me back up and takes me to the blanket and sets me down and I look in the basket to see an assortment of delicious food. As cliché as a picnic date is, I guess cliché still works considering how I can't help but appreciate his effort in setting up the picnic and everything. I look into his dark brown eyes which match his hair and I close my eyes and slowly lean forward and my lips touch his gently and I soon after lift my lips. Thank you for doing this for me and for saving my life. I really appreciate it and I am sorry for always giving you a hard time. I just want to make sure I don't make any mistakes that'll haunt me for the rest of my life. I whisper to him. Sasha, has someone hurt you before besides your parents? You seem to be rather cautious in love and you have these walls that you construct around yourself. Whenever I make progress with you, I always end up at the beginning again, he sighs. You noticed? Ask. Yes, Sasha. So did someone hurt you? He asks. I just once fell in love and yes, I got hurt badly because of it. I don't want to talk about the details. I am only trying to stop it happening again by being careful. I don't want to make the same mistake twice. I say, tears swelling in my eyes. His arms surround my body and he pulls me onto his lap and I lean into him and he plays with my hair, which I don't know why, but it has a calming effect on me. I understand if you don't want to go into detail, but I appreciate you telling me as much as you did. He whispers in my ear. How about we ask each other questions to get to know each other better? He suggests. Okay, I say. Favorite color? Blue, I reply. I prefer black, he says. That's not a color. So what's your default then, I say. What? Black is definitely a color, he gasps defensively. No, black is the absence of light as white is the absence of darkness. I say. I can like whatever I want, he protests. Yes, but black is not a color, I say. But you can't tell me what I think, he says. I can if your thoughts are completely wrong. I laugh. Your laugh is cute, he says, and my face immediately goes red. So is your blush, he adds on. I roll my eyes and push him off me and get to my feet. I scream and fall down as the pain I had managed to forget about races through my leg and I cry from it. Sasha, it's okay. Dylan whispers, taking me in his arms and cradling me and holding me against his chest. It hurts, I whimper. We should get going back to the pack house, it'll get late, and I don't want to take you back in the dark, especially since you don't have an increased tolerance for pain and quick healing like my kind. Rogues can use the nighttime to their advantage to take you out, and losing you is the last thing I would ever want, he says, standing up. But the blanket and food. Some of my pack members will come and clean it up, he says as he carries me. I snuggle up to him as we walk, and after about half an hour we arrive at the pack house, and he takes me up the stairs and down the passage to the bedroom where he lies me down on the bed. I'll get the doctor to come check out your leg now, okay, he says, and I nod. Chapter 25. Sasha. I lie in bed waiting for Dylan to return, so I can show him the drawing of his beautiful black wolf that I have done during the I don't know how many hours he has been out. In fact, it's not just one sketch but more like 20 sketches that I have done to keep myself busy, seeing as he has me on room arrest. His equivalent of house arrest for me, and has assured me that if I dare leave the room he'll attack me with kisses and put that tracking serum in me, since he needs to trust that I can stay in one place and not try leave because a rogue could kidnap me if I leave and stuff. At least he made sure to leave snacks and stuff for me on the bedside table, so I don't need to leave the bed except when I need the bathroom, not that I really want to leave the bed when my leg is still in so much pain. I suddenly hear a siren go off, and words that should not be repeated are said outside my door. Hurry up, he'll come soon, we need to get what we came for. A voice says. The door won't break. The first voice growls, and I feel rather unsafe as I hear the door being hit and stuff, and I quickly get out the bed and run to the elegant double doors, only to see wolves fighting. Suddenly the door is bashed down, and I turn to see two muscular men in the doorway. My aren't you a cutie? One of them smirks, and I step back trembling. Oh, look at that, the little Luna seems to be injured as well. Isn't this our lucky day? An injured little human Luna unguarded by her mate. Humans are weak enough, but smaller-sized females, especially injured ones. She's helpless without her alpha bodyguard, who is preoccupied by the others. The other says, I don't know who these men are, but they have to be werewolves and not nice ones. They remind me of the ones that captured me and nearly killed me. I know this is stupid and reckless and most of all dangerous, but this way I might have a chance, unlike with these men who can't be good. I turn and quickly open the doors and shut them behind me and lock them to buy me some time. I look down and see it is really far down, and I see the two wolves angrily bashing at it. I climb on the railing and try walk to the ladder to get to a higher level, only for my injury to play up, and I scream as I fall down. Warm, muscular arms surround me as I prepare for my death. Sasha, why aren't you in bed? A familiar male voice asks, and I look up to see Dylan. Two men. Werewolves. The siren went off and they broke into the room. They'll get out any second now. I am scared. What's going on? Ask. Rogue wolf attack. Another rogue group under an Alpha, and by the looks of it everything was a diversion to 𝐾-kidnap you, he says, putting everything together. Clear out the rogues. There may be some in the pack house. 50 of you divide into groups of 3 to 4 or whatever and find them. I'm taking my mate to my office where I'll be protecting her since she seems to be the target of this attack. Dylan says, ordering everyone around. He keeps me in his arms and carries me inside and up a secret staircase, it seems, into his office. He lies me on a cushioned couch between high bookshelves. Rest now, Sasha baby, I'll protect you. No one will harm you as long as I am with you. He whispers in my ear, and his calm voice surprisingly helps to soothe my panic slightly. Not entirely, because there is no way anyone wouldn't be panicking if a group of superpowered man-wolves, otherwise known as werewolves, were after them. My hands clutch his shirt, pulling him to me as he moves away. And no, don't leave. I'm scared, and you being near me is strangely helping me to not have a full-out panic attack from all of this. I blurt out. I won't leave you, and it's not strange. We're mates. My presence will make you feel safer, especially since I'm an alpha. After yesterday's incident, I'm sure you're terrified. I was just going to make you a cup of hot chocolate to help you feel more at ease, he says, motioning to a counter where there are 2 pretty mugs, a boiled kettle, hot chocolate powder, and most of all mini marshmallows. See, can I have the marshmallows in mine? Ask. Of course, Sasha. He chuckles, and I can't help but enjoy his laugh. I feel so strange. Ever since he marked me, I feel so drawn to him, and it's increasing every day. I just have this feeling he'll protect me. He won't hurt me or try to use me even if I have to mate with him. I know by how he treats me and acts that he doesn't want me just for my body, and I like that. The only problem is I am thinking of my growing crush or attraction towards him when I have literally just jumped from the 2nd floor of a mansion and I could have died and I have wolves after me. I need to think these thoughts when my life might not be in danger. Sasha baby, I'll never let them hurt you, so stop worrying and relax, he whispers. How did you? I can feel strong emotions you give off because of the mate bond, just like I feel a small painful tug at my heart whenever you get hurt now that I've marked you. Our bond is nearly completed. All that's left to complete it is mating. However, I understand that you don't agree, which is why I'm resisting the urge till you consent to it, be it before or during heat," he says. "I thought we could ignore that for now. I don't want that pressure of having to mate," I whisper. "I know you don't, and I don't like that you have to go through this, but you do unfortunately, and you will go into heat eventually if you aren't mated. I'm sorry that you have to go through this because of me. I wish you didn't have to, but as all wolf females do, you'll go into heat if we don't mate, but I won't force you into anything unless you force me to swim to Antarctica," he says, and his last comment makes me giggle, lightening up the rather sad mood. There is sudden banging at the door, and he gets in front of me, growling lowly and protectively like a wolf over his mate, but then isn't that what this is? The door is forced open, and I scream as I see the two men from the bedroom. Dylan immediately shifts and pounces on them, knocking them down, and in seconds they are out cold. He turns human and cuffs them. "Dylan, won't they break those?" I ask, scared. "Nope, silver and wolfsbane reinforced cuffs. Perfect for keeping wolves weakened and restrained. It makes wolves weaker than a human, well, unless they are strong like me, but even I can't handle them forever. They burn us terribly and hurt. Silver wounds also take longer to heal," he says, sitting beside me and pulling me onto his lap and passing me the hot chocolate he prepared after restraining them. "I like this," I whisper. I like it when you're gentle with me and you're kind like this, like when you took me on that date yesterday and you saved me. I don't like the side of you that tried to control me and force me to stay here. Call me cliché, but I enjoy it when you treat me like this. Like your princess," I whisper, blushing slightly. I suddenly realize I just let out everything to him. He made me just feel so safe without even trying. "My princess, huh?" he says, and I blush. I like it when you react positively to me. It makes me and my wolf so happy to see our mate appreciating our efforts to be more considerate, especially after how forceful I was at the start. "For you to tell me that makes me over the moon," he whispers, hugging me. "Don't hug me. The hot chocolate could spill," I mutter. He laughs and kisses me softly on my head. "Is this a better comprise?" he asks, and I blush furiously. "Your adorable princess," he whispers. There is a knock of the door, and he shifts me onto the seat and walks to the door. He opens it, and I see a man standing there with him. "The rogues have retreated," he informs Dylan. "Good. Take these two to the cells. Torture them for every piece of information they have. Don't be too gentle. They tried to hurt my Luna, something I will not allow," Dylan says, and he walks to me. "The danger is all over. However, I don't feel safe letting you leave me. Do you want to stay in my office? As much of a distraction you are to me in the office, it'll help me a lot knowing you are safe and not unguarded and vulnerable," he says. "Okay, this couch is comfy anyway," I say, snuggling up into the amazingly soft couch, and he chuckles. Chapter 26. Dylan. I gently run my fingers over Sasha's beautiful golden brown curls as she lies asleep on the couch in my office. She's so beautiful, sweet, and all-round perfect. How did I get blessed with a girl like her in the first place? I didn't deserve those second chances she gave me when I tried to dominate her life, at first with my alpha nature coming through. I tried to force a tracking serum into her, for crying out loud, and yet she gave me a second chance eventually. I wouldn't exchange her for anything else in the world. My perfect little princess, my Luna, my queen, my world, universe, and everything I want to live for, crammed into one perfect girl. I don't care that she isn't a wolf. Sure, I would have liked to have a she-wolf who could shift and go on runs with me, but a she-wolf would do everything I wanted. She'd love my money and power and status because it's instinctual for a she-wolf to want to have a strong mate, but Sasha isn't a wolf. She has had a hard life, and because of that doesn't need material things like wealth and status. She is strong and feisty at times, and most she-wolves wouldn't go against an alpha. I wouldn't get the chase that I've had with her, and what would the point be if I didn't have to do some work and chasing to get my mate? She's absolutely perfect and deserves to be chased, and at the same time to be loved and treated gently as she wants. She's so amazing, and I doubt she even knows it. She doesn't know how badly I want to claim her and make her know how much I adore her. And now I'm being like a pup obsessed with a beautiful girl. I don't see anything wrong with it, I just didn't think I'd act like this with my mate. I stare into a pair of opening green-blue eyes, and I smile and kneel down at the girl's side. "Hey princess, did you sleep well?" I ask her sweetly in a voice I didn't know I actually possessed. A sweet, caring tone. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐿. She mumbles, making me want to laugh at her cuteness. I'm done with work for today. Do you want to watch a movie? I can get us popcorn and you can choose the movie. I offer, and I realize just how cliché having a mate has made me. I don't think I'll ever call anyone else sucking up to their mate cliché again. Okay, I probably will. I just won't let them see me being like a cliché lovesick pup around my mate. She smiles and nods her head, and I pick her up in my arms and she leans into my chest. So what movie do you want to watch? Ask. I don't know, she says. How about Titanic? Girls like that movie, right? I've seen James and Ian with their mates watching it, I say. Titanic. I'm sorry, but it is so long and I've already watched it. It was good, but seriously, I didn't enjoy how she abandoned him and still said she loved him, she says. Well then, any other suggestions? We could watch, I say, trying to think of any cheesy cliché movies that she might be into. However, as an alpha, I haven't ever paid much attention to those romance movies, so it's incredibly hard to come up with suggestions for her when I don't know her taste in movies. But all girls love cheesy cliché romance movies where the guy gets the girl. There is intense drama or forbidden love and kisses, and in the end, they either have a heartbreaking separation or they live happily ever after, right? Do you have How to Train Your Dragon? I love that movie, she says. Sure. I say, rather surprised that she chose a movie I have actually watched and am not rather put off by. I had planned to watch her to distract myself from whatever romance movie she might have chosen, but I can actually watch this. I mean, there are Vikings and dragons. I enter the room and set her down on the couch and make sure she is comfy with some pillows, and I make some popcorn and close the door and lock it to ensure we aren't bothered by anyone else, and I put on the movie. And while that beginning thing before the movie is playing, you know, where they show the company who produced it and so on, I put off the light and walk to her, because what is better than movies in the dark besides my mate, obviously, and the actual movie if it's a good movie, that is. I pass her popcorn and she leans against me and the actual movie starts, and I notice in the dark, because of my improved night vision, a beautiful smile on her lips, one I definitely wouldn't mind waking up to. Chapter 27. Sasha. I giggle as the movie finishes and I hear Dylan snoring. I quietly crawl over to him and lean over him and I scream. He suddenly jolts up in the bed, and unfortunately it's dark so I can't see. Sasha, baby. Baby, are you okay? Did you see a rouge? Did someone hurt you? Was there a spider? I'm fine. I just couldn't help but give you a little fright. I mean, you snored through half of the movie, I say, crossing my arms, still unable to see. He gets up and soon the light comes on and I cover my eyes to shield them from the blinding light. I uncover my eyes and I see him looking down on me from over the couch, and he leans down and gives me a light kiss on my lips and then the mark, making me giggle. You're so beautiful, Sasha. So beautiful and so perfect. He whispers in my ear, making me blush, and I grab a pillow to hide my flustered face. Who said you could hide your blush from me? He smirks, taking the pillow and throwing it so I can't cover myself with it. He glances at the clock on the wall. It's about dinner time. You must be exhausted after the attack today. I'll take you to the room and have someone bring up our supper, he says. Okay, I say. He picks me up without warning and I squeal while he takes me back to the room, and I see the door has already been fixed. He sits me on the bed and I blush again as I see him gazing at me. What is it with me blushing today? I know he won't hurt me if I fall in love, but if I become weak for him like with him, he won't take me seriously likely. He'll be able to push me around if I fall too quickly. He said I'll go back into heat in a month and we need to mate before or during that time for it to stop, and I really hope he was joking about that for my sake. Maybe he said that to try take advantage of men after the last heat. I'd rather not experience it again, but is making it stop really worth simply giving up my first? For the last one to stop, he had to bite me and put a permanent claim on me. Shouldn't that have been enough? Sasha, baby, the food is here, he says, sitting on the bed with 2 plates of food. I am pulled onto his lap and he begins to hand feed me, taking the utensils and cutting up my meat for me and then taking the fork and feeding it to me. When he finishes, he kisses me on my head. Rest now. Okay, darling, he says, lying me down before eating his food. Dylan. I get up from the bed once I finish eating and Sasha is lying fast asleep in the bed, and I pull the covers over her. I place a baby monitor in the room just in case any harm is to come to her so I can know immediately. Since she isn't a wolf, she can't mind link, and as much as I love her and our relationship has progressed since she was marked, I cannot give her a phone. She could phone the police, her parents, a friend, or anyone to come get her, and I'd lose her. I can't let her go. I need my Luna, and because she isn't a wolf, she doesn't entirely need me. Not yet, at least. She won't depend on me as much until we're mated, which needs to happen within a month, or she will end up in heat. As much as I like taking care of my human mate even in heat and I love the attention I get, I won't swim to Antarctica. I can tell she probably isn't going to enjoy the smell of wet dog for however long, and my fur will look terrible freezing. I won't probably even get to Antarctica as I'll probably exhaust. We wolves may be fast and have long endurance, but we are modal beings who need to eat and rest at some point in time. What's worse is her heat won't subside until we're mated. I've heard of she-wolves who held out and died. Literally died. She's a human. She won't survive it. It'll be more intense than the last one, and I'm scared she will be stubborn. Too stubborn. She's only 17 and being forced into this. If I hadn't kidnapped her, or she at least hadn't resisted the pull so much, we wouldn't be in this situation where she doesn't know that she could potentially lose her life. Chapter 28. Sasha, stop. Please. I cry out in pain and laughter as his fingers move quickly over my skin, tickling me. Not until you admit that I am the most attractive man you've ever seen. Dylan says. No, I won't. I say, laughing and rolling on the bed. Then I won't stop anytime soon, he says. What did I do to deserve this? I whine before laughing. You made me sleep on the floor last night and pelted me with pillows, he says. And you listened to me. Besides, I was probably sleep-talking, and even if I was awake, remember I told you to swim to Antarctica, and I'm pretty sure I don't control you. I laugh. You threatened me with kisses. You threatened to never kiss me again, he says. Can't we just forget about it? I whine, laughing. Sure, but then you have to kiss me, Sasha, he smirks. Fine. I say softly, and his fingers leave my skin. My fingers slowly touch his cheeks, and I bring his head down and press my lips against his, and in seconds he has taken control of the kiss, moving his lips against mine, and I follow his lead. My hands slowly leave his face and fall to my sides as my lips melt against his. His lips soon leave mine, and he begins to give attention to my mark, kissing it lightly, and I can't help but feel some sort of good feeling inside of me. The strange and foreign to me is it maybe that Dylan treats me better than he ever did. Tears slowly swell in my eyes as I think of him and what happened. Thoughts I don't want to think about. Sasha, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Dylan's voice suddenly interrupts my thoughts. No, it was fine. It just made me think of something, I say, getting up. Sasha, baby, was it not good enough? Am I not good enough? He asks. No, Dylan. You are amazing, and the kiss was as well. I just need to be alone for a bit, I say. Oh, I'm going to my office then. If you need anything, you'll likely find me in my office. He sighs before leaving, and the tears begin to stream from my eyes as the door closes. I grab a cushion and sob into it, not wanting Dylan to be able to hear the full extent of my sobbing, as I know he can with his werewolf hearing. Alex, I'm sorry. It was my fault, I sob. Images fill my vision. The accident and the blood that was all around. The broken glass and the heavily bleeding cuts littering skin. Screams and shouts which echo in my head. I scream as those memories play over and over again in my head. Please, please just make it stop. It hurts so much. I don't want this. I did it. Please stop torturing me. Chapter 29. I sit in my office doing paperwork, which seems to be an endless chore that accompanies my title of Alpha. Some alphas don't do paperwork, but those packs are ones that soon fall apart. They have cruelty in them sometimes. They can become broke, and they may end up with no alliances for when they need it, so despite how much I hate doing paperwork, I need to do it. My office door suddenly opens, and I see Zach standing in the doorway. Yes. I ask, my gamma raising an eyebrow. I heard screams and sobs from your room, and I went inside, he says. And what did Sasha do to you? I ask, chuckling. It's more like what she was doing to herself, he says. What do you mean? I ask, alarmed. She's in the middle of a panic attack. I tried to get near her, but she only screamed louder and made her panicking worse. I couldn't bear her screams, they hurt my ears. She needs help before she gets hurt anymore. You're her mate, you would be able to calm her the best, he says. She's having a panic attack. You should have said that as soon as you walked in, I say, getting up quickly. I rush to the room and my eyes fall on the figure of my mate, screaming and crying and shaking terribly, covered in bruises as she lies on the ground thrashing around. No, Sasha. I gasp and run to her. I wrap my arms around her and she continues crying, AMD shaking. Baby, it's okay. Calm down. I whisper, gently rocking her back and forth to calm her from her state. However, she keeps crying. her soft hands clutching at my shirt as she trembles and sobs before screaming as well. Sasha, it'll be okay. No one is going to hurt you. You're safe, I whisper to her. Her head suddenly touched my chest and her screaming and crying stopped and her speeding heart slowed to a slow and paced rhythm. I pick her up in my arms and carry her back to bed and gently stroke her head. I hear a cough and turn to see Zach standing awkwardly behind me. You didn't need to stay, I sigh. I just want to make sure the Luna is okay. He grins before leaving. I smile at the now peacefully sleeping girl and I lie down next to her and gently pull her against me where she curls up contently in her sleep. Chapter 30. I jolt up in the bed, only to be pulled back down to the bed a strong, heavy arm. I look to the side and see Dylan sleeping and I let out a soft sigh, knowing I'm going to be stuck like this for a while. As comfy and nice and warm as being in his arms is, it can be rather frustrating and impractical when I want to go to the bathroom or get out the bed. There is nothing wrong with cuddling, but there is a lot wrong with being kept prisoner in his arms till whenever he wakes up. However, at least he doesn't drool in his sleep. Suddenly I hear banging on the door and in an instant I have a possessive werewolf out the bed growling at whatever is frightening me. He walks to the door and opens it. Dylan, there is an attack. Northwind pack, James says. My hand is immediately grabbed. Get the pack ready. I'm gonna go lock Sasha in my office, Dylan says, definitely in protective and possessive alpha mode. Hey, I don't need to be locked up, I protest. Remember the rogue attack. He growls softly. And never mind. So is this attack season or something? Ask. No, it isn't. Word has definitely gotten out that I have a Luna and my enemies are targeting you because of that. I'm gonna need a panic room installed soon, especially if we ever have an error, which they are probably trying to prevent, he says. Wait, so I'm practically everyone's prey now, I exclaim. Pretty much. Why do you think I didn't want you to leave the pack house whenever you tried to run away and I tried to put a tracking serum in you, which if you want No, I hate needles and I'm not letting you put a tracking serum in my body. You're a werewolf, you have a good sense of smell, I say. Some things can make it hard to smell you when they block your scent, he says. We can finish this discussion later and no, before you say anything, I don't plan on changing my mind. I say. Isn't gonna make me stop trying. Now stay safe. If anyone tries to enter, scream my name or help as loud as you can. Werewolves have better hearing than humans, so screaming will be able to alert me and at the same time be able to hurt a werewolf by screaming in his ear. Screaming will probably be the only defense you have unless you count hurting them while they are recovering, not that it will do massive damage, he says. I feel his lips against mine and I blush before giving in. His lips soon leave mine. Thanks, I'll be sure to continue that kiss when the fight is over. Now stay safe, understand, Sasha, he says. I'll try. Good luck, I say. Bye, my love, he whispers as the door closes and locks. I make my way to the couch and I sit down and sketch to try and distract myself from the fighting going on. I find myself unable to do anything but worry about Dylan. I mean, mates, as he calls us, practically our soulmates, and I never believed in soulmates, but if werewolves are real and I can get burning hot from not being bitten by him, then soulmates can definitely exist. I get up from the couch and walk to the window and I look down and I see Dylan's wolf taking on another wolf of a similar sized wolf. I want to look away as I see the wounds on Dylan and the wolf, but I can't. I can't help but worry about him. I hear the door banging and I turn around and I scream. I look back and I see Dylan turning towards the pack house on to be attacked. He turns back and continues fighting, definitely unable to come help me. I shakingly walk towards the door and hope they can hear me loud and clear through the door, since they can't be too far from the door if they are banging it. I let out a loud scream and I hear whines which eventually turn into growls, and the banging resumes only more violently than before, and I notice the stairway Dylan brought me up last time and I contemplate running down it. The door is broken down and I wonder why I can't ever just be nice and safe during an attack. I see a snarling wolf which runs at me. I quickly go down the stairs and close the trap door and run, hoping I'll be fast enough. I hear the wooden trapdoor breaking and I speed up as I hear the snarls of the wolf running behind me. I open the door of the closet and before I can close it on the wolf, I am pounced on and pinned to the ground, and the wolf shifts into a man with blonde hair. He tapes my mouth shut and smirks. There we go, nice and quiet. He smirks and I struggle underneath him. He moves my head and checks my neck. Yep, just the girl we're looking for, he says, getting up and pulling me up to my feet, and I feel cuffs bind my hands behind my back. He looks at me. You should be screaming in pain, he growls at me. He sniffs me. Human. How nice, a little weakling, he says. I feel my body kick to the ground and he beats me up till he is satisfied and I am picked up and placed on my feet and he forces me to walk in front of him outside. Alpha. I got the girl, he announces, pushing me to the floor. Sasha. Dylan shouts, shifting and running to me. The Alpha lunges at Dylan, and if my mouth weren't taped shut I would be screaming, horrified. Dylan shifts back into his wolf and attacks the Alpha and soon beats him. The enemy wolves begin to retreat and Dylan picks me up and one of the pack members take the Alpha to the dungeons. Dylan takes the tape off my mouth and rips off my handcuffs and I lean into him. That wolf hurt you, he growls, looking at my injuries. And you're worse than I am, worry about yourself, I say. I'll heal very soon. You need to get those bruises checked, he says, kissing my forehead. I close my eyes, passing out in exhaustion. Chapter 31. Dylan, there has to be a mole somewhere. I mean, she got hurt when we were at our least prepared. As our Luna, we can't continue to risk her safety, Zach says. They didn't know she was human, not at the beginning at least. All they knew was that I had a mate. Whoever is the mole doesn't know she is human. It could be one of the lower warriors, an Omega, or one of the she-wolves, a jealous one most likely. I've kept her away from them as a precaution, so they probably don't know that she is human, I say. We can skip the investigation for now and ship her off somewhere where they wouldn't think to find her. Like Hawaii, and I'll accompany her as her loyal and trusted bodyguard and surfing teacher. James suggests. You think you can separate me and my mate just so you can fulfill your dream of going to Hawaii. You're my beta. Don't know why exactly, but you have the position. If anything, I'd send Zach because he'd actually go with the intention of protecting her, and not tanning, only I'd be left without my gamma, so the warriors would be less coordinated, and I can't put that tracking serum in Sasha because she's injured and unconscious and would make me sleep on the floor or at worst in a doghouse for the rest of my life if she ever found out, which means no sleeping with her in my arms. I sigh. Dejectedly. Well, does she need to know about that if you put it in her? I mean, can't you just keep it from her? James asks. You don't understand what it's like having a mate. At first you can resist them a bit, and then a few days in you can't lie to them. I mean, if I look in her pretty eyes and I'll tell her whatever she wants and she doesn't even know it. Seriously, I'm so happy she isn't a wolf, or else she would have been brought up like us and be able to understand the kind of power she has over me. I sigh. Well, you could just let Zach train her. The girl was good when running from us. She wasn't a good fighter, but she was agile and smart enough to not get caught for a while, James suggests. Not happening. She could get hurt practicing, and in a fight it would be futile regardless. I don't want her wasting her time on something that won't help her when she really needs it against werewolves. I say, shaking my head. So what is your plan? Lock her up in your room so no one ever sees her. Look, she's going to want a little more freedom at some point. She's been injured so much that I doubt she even knows you're practically keeping her trapped in that room. James says, I'm not trapping her. I'm keeping her safe and she is doing fine with it. I'm not about to let someone just knock her out and take her while she walks around. I growl. You're seriously possessive, but it's been a week of her being like this, and that's a week closer to her heat, so I guess it's understandable, Zach sighs. Her heat is going to come somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks from now. How could I not be stressing? My mate is unconscious and I have had no time to progress my relationship with her, and she's not ready. What if she wakes up just before her heat starts? You're unmated. You won't go after her, right? I ask, panicking. Look, she'll wake up. I know, I just want her. I want to have her and I can't. I can't hear her voice or feel her touch. Nothing. You have no idea how crazy it's driving me. I growl. Relax, Alpha. The Luna is awake, the doctor says, and I feel much more at ease. Can I see her? I ask, about to enter the room. If you be gentle with her, she says, and I nod and I smile as I see my mate on the bed, half sitting, half lying. Hey, Sasha, I say softly and gently. Hi, Dylan. I was worried about you. She whispers weakly with a slight smile. You're the one in the infirmary. I'm fine. Werewolf healing can be rather handy at times, I say. Yeah, she whispers. Is something wrong? Ask. You're always protecting me and saving me, and I'm always getting injured. Why am I so helpless? I couldn't defend myself. I screamed and I tried to fight B, but I'm always so weak. She sobs. Sasha, you're not weak. You're very strong, not physically, she says. No, please don't cry. I say, feeling rather helpless as she cries. Hey, not every girl can run from a pack of werewolves and actually make it far without getting caught. You're strong. You are the most feisty girl I know. Before I met you, girls went weak at the knees at the sight of me being an alpha, and all the girls wanted to be my Luna, but then I found you and you gave me a challenge. You're stronger than any other girl here because of that independence you have. You escaped from me more than twice. That's something no one has done before, I say, kissing her forehead. But I am not as St. Sasha, don't compare yourself to me. You have your strengths and I have mine. Look, I could never draw as well as you. I sound like a dying donkey when I sing, and I'm nowhere near as cute as you or prone to escaping, I say, and she giggles. Sing for me, she laughs. No way. You may be my mate, but I don't sing for anyone, I say. Well, I probably won't sound any better than you, she says. Let me hear and I'll be the judge of that, I say. Nope. You wouldn't sing, so I won't, she says. The wheels on the bus go round and round, the wheels on the bus go round and ruin stop. She exclaims, laughing. Your turn, I say. Not happening. I'm injured, remember, she says, giving me those glossed over puppy dog eyes which water and make me feel so guilty. Fine. You win, I mutter, and she kisses my lips softly and I feel my heart race. It's been an entire week without her. Hey, when I get out of here, can we have a drawing contest? I want to see how amazing your drawings are, she says, fake innocence lacing through her sweet, angelic voice. No, I've embarrassed myself enough, I shudder. Fine then. No more kisses and you'll sleep on the floor, she says, crossing her arms. And no, I'd love to, I say, and I know I am completely wrapped around her finger now. Is this why they say don't fall in love, if that is a saying, which it should be? Because I think I'm going to lose every battle to her, and here she was crying about thinking she was weak. Well, I was rather mean to her at the beginning by kidnapping her. Yeah, I think I deserve this at least a bit. Chapter 32. I finish my sketch, putting down my pencil, and I stand up and James takes it. His eyes go wide and he stifles a laugh as he looks at the drawing and then at Dylan. Done, my mate eventually declares, and James takes his drawing and pretends to be examining them. Well done, Luna, you have won, he says. But, Dylan stutters. Dylan, I think you knew she would win from the start, James says, shaking his head and holding up the two pictures, one of a stick figure girl and boy riding a weird stick figure of what I assume is a large wolf, and the other picture is a wolf howling at the moon. But mine was full of emotion. I don't often show emotion, Dylan says. I judged execution, not meaning, James laughs. Don't worry, I like it, I tell him, kissing his cheeks softly, making him growl softly, and my cheeks go red, blushing a bit shyly, and I look down, hiding my blush. He smirks, and within seconds my back touches the mattress of my Ed in the infirmary where the Alpha and Beta were or are busy keeping me company. Dylan begins to kiss my lips, and I can't fight back at all, although it's not like I even want to fight back. It's like the more time I spend with him, the more I struggle to resist him. This is coming from a girl who tried everything to get away from him, from running in trees while being chased by wolves to literally jumping out a window. His hands are firm on me, refusing to let me go. And maybe we should stop. James is still here, I say breathlessly as he lifts his lips for a moment. Mine, he growls out, and I really don't know what's happening. I am grabbed and pulled from Dylan's arms by James. James puts me in the corner furthest from my mate, who I am rather confused about right now. I scream as a wave of pain suddenly shoots through me. What, this should definitely not be happening. You still have 2 weeks left, he exclaims. Sasha, Dylan growls, and I feel scared, but I still have control of myself, unlike last time. Dylan, control yourself, James says. That's Alpha to you, now out of the way, Dylan growls, his irises now red. James bows his head in submission and steps aside. I am picked up in Dylan's arms and placed back on the bed, and he rests his head in my neck and sniffs and kisses my mark tenderly. His eyes turn normal and my pain suddenly ceases. His eyes stare at me. Sasha, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen, he says. What happened? Why were you like that? Why was I in pain? I ask, scared. It's fine, Sasha, your body is just preparing for heat. It's totally normal. My wolf was just responding, he says. Dylan, your wolf could have mated her, James says. I can't control that side of me, he replies. My body trembles as the reality sinks in of how bad everything is. I have 2 weeks before he goes all possessive wolf and claims me. How can I not be absolutely terrified? Dylan, can I ask you something? Sure, Sasha, he replies. Can we get married? I understand if you don't want to, it's just that I find it wrong to mate with someone if we are not married. I say. If that's what you want, then okay. I know you shouldn't have to go through this, so anything to make this all more comfortable and pleasant for you I will do, okay, he says. How are we supposed to get a human minister or someone to perform the ceremony when last I checked humans don't marry until they are over the age of 18, at least that's what normally happens, and most of all she's been missing from home for over a month. If she just appeared to get married it would be suspicious, James points out. I know. So you're going to get the qualifications to marry us online and then perform the ceremony, Dylan says. When Sasha's kidnappers reveal their true intentions, the fate of the entire pack hangs in the balance. Dylan must make a choice: save his love or protect his pack from an even greater threat. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 33. Sasha. I open my eyes to see the moonlight shining through a gap between the curtains which cover the window in the infirmary. I yawn sitting up on my bed, and in the silvery light I look at the clock on my side table, which reads 0004, otherwise known as 4 minutes past midnight. I let out a sigh and lie back in the bed and close my eyes, trying to fall asleep. However, I struggle doing so, and I toss and turn in the hospital bed. Unable to fall asleep, I get up from the bed and slip my feet into my nice warm fluffy slippers and quietly leave the infirmary to walk a little bit to tire me enough to hopefully help me fall back to sleep. I stop as I suddenly hear two voices, and I wonder if I might not be the only one struggling to fall asleep. How could you have failed to kidnap one measly pathetic human so many times? There is just a bit more than a week left until her heat comes, and she is still here. A male voice growls, and I freeze where I stand, realizing I should not go talk to these people now. The Alpha is protecting her very well, and she's just been very lucky. A female voice replies. Well, her heat is almost here, and her heat is almost here, and when it hits, the Alpha is going to be very protective of his mate, and once they have mated, the chances of taking her may be even lower, and it won't be long after before she becomes pregnant with his heir, and it becomes harder to end his reign as Alpha, the male says, frustrated. My eyes widen and I turn and run, which I guess might not be the best idea when I am still weak and the place is dark and I don't have night vision. I trip on the stairs and it makes a loud noise which the people plotting to kill me probably hear, and I get up and make my way up the stairs, still hoping to make it to Dylan's room, seeing as he can protect me. I suddenly feel myself pinned to the ground before I make it even halfway up the stairs, and I moan in pain. She heard us, the man says, forcing me to my feet and holding me tight in his arms so I can't escape. Well, we can't let her tell him. Let's just take her now, the female says. Dylan, help. I scream, knowing he'll hear and come help me. We can't just drop her and go, he'll smell us on her. Let's take her and run, the female says. Finally, you're good for something. I am suddenly punched in the gut, and I moan in pain before I am thrown like a sack of potatoes over the man's shoulder. They run with their fast, definitely not human speed, out the pack house and into the forest. I hear howls coming from behind us from Dylan and the rest of the pack who are running after them, and I begin struggling to get free and kicking the man holding me. He ignores me and keeps his hold on me, tightening it to prevent me escaping. My kicking has no effect on him, however. Eventually my kicking exhausts me and I struggle to keep my eyes open and I fall asleep, probably making my kidnapper's job much easier for them or less annoying. Chapter 34. Dylan, how have you not found Sasha? It's been 3 days. 3 days. That's 3 days closer to her heat. I growl angrily at Zach. Dylan, calm down. We're gonna find her, it's just taking some time, he says, trying to calm me down, but without Sasha that is not working. In fact, nothing is. All I want right now is to have my mate in my arms. I can feel her heat is getting closer and I don't like the feeling one bit. My wolf is getting restless and I haven't been able to sleep at all since she was kidnapped. I have been rather angry, moody and snapping at everything and everyone, and my desk in my office isn't going to be able to handle much more of my anger-driven rage towards it. I was even kept from going on the search because of my mind being so fixated on her that if an attack were to happen on me, wouldn't be able to focus on the actual attack because of my mind being fixed on her, although in my opinion right now I would love to beat an enemy up right now to relieve some of my stress. Well, I don't have time. Her heat could come any time in the next few days, even today, and as her mate I am supposed to be there to help her and relieve her and look after. I'm not going to calm down till my mate is safely cradled in my arms where she is supposed to be. I snap at my gamma. We're gonna find her, okay? The trackers have found a lead on her scent. They are just trying to find out where the source is. As nice as it would be to have her kidnapped by a bunch of idiots who are easy to find and rescue her from, whoever can kidnap the Luna and keep her hostage for 3 days is not an idiot, James says. Well, I really don't care who they are, I just want my Luna. I growl. Alpha, we found her location. A warrior suddenly shouts through the pack link. Send me the location. I mind link the warrior, as I immediately shift and run outside and begin to run towards the destination. Sasha, let me go. I shout angrily at my kidnappers while I am tied up in a cellar in an old abandoned house. Just stop screaming, will you, girl? The woman kidnapper groans, annoyed and frustrated. Excuse me, but what are we going to do with this thing? Why can't we just kill her or give her to someone else? I'm not a babysitter, the woman says. Her heat isn't far away. When it comes, her mate will feel it, just like he'll feel her death, and when she goes it'll drive him insane, the man says. Great, so we have to put up with moaning and screaming, the woman sighs. Once he has been driven insane, he'll be unable to manage the pack and it'll fall apart and our pack can take them down and expand its boundaries, he continues. You plan to let me die? I exclaim. Well, our plan won't work if you are alive, so yes. Don't worry though, I don't think it'll take long before the heat becomes too much for you, the woman says. I feel my skin becoming warm quickly and sweat begins to roll off it. Looks like it has already begun. She smirks. Why, you monster? I say, my throat dry and my voice sounding rather terrible. This heat will be 10 times worse than the first wave. That's why it can be fatal, or for you will be fatal, she says. I feel the heat rising on my skin and I want nothing but to go and swim in the water in Antarctica where it will definitely be cold. A scream leaves my lips as the heat just keeps rising and I move around in my ropes. Is she supposed to be in this much pain? The woman asks, seeming a little worried now, ironically considering it was just a few minutes ago that she said she wanted to kill me. Females who get to the heat stage need to be pushed into mating. The only way to do that is to make the pain unbearable, so they give in and if necessary beg their mate to mate them. A small little burn wouldn't convince a stubborn female to mate, would it? He says. I scream as it feels like I am in a raging fire and my head hurts and I feel my energy quickly being sapped. My body falls to the ground as I find myself too weak to stay sitting and I pant heavily between my screams as the heat takes over me and my clothes stick uncomfortably to my skin, and if anything I just want to rip them off because of how hot I am feeling right now, and I probably would rip them off if my hands and ankles were not tied. Chapter 35. Dylan. I sniff the air as I reach the area where I was told that her scent was found to be the strongest. I follow the scent and I suddenly feel a strange feeling in me and my wolf suddenly begins clawing at me to get Sasha and mate her, and I realize her heat must have come, which is why none of the males in my pack have gone to get her. They know I'd kill them for mating with her. I follow my mate's scent, which suddenly becomes stronger, and I reach an old house which looks as if it is falling apart terribly. I can hear pained screams from the house, screams which break my heart as I immediately recognize the screams as Sasha's, meaning she's in pain. I feel a strong sense of desire coming over me, a desire to tend to my beloved and soothe her pain as a mate should. In seconds the wall in front of me is unrecognizable with the front door in pieces that no one could put back together. I sniff the air to get the direction of her scent and I smell it beneath me, and being an irrational male desperate to tend to his female, I begin pounding into the floor, breaking through the ground with my fists, which are soon covered in bruises and some blood, and a hole forms from my relentless punches, and I end up immediately engaging in a battle with a male omps. I've fallen down with the rubble from the floor. I punch the male violently in my human form and he shifts into a gray wolf with his putrid rogue scent becoming even stronger. I grab his hind legs and slam him into the wall and he shifts back growling. Violent change of plans. Kill the Luna, he grunts. I notice there is a girl with a knife above my Sasha's chest. She holds her down firmly while Sasha screams, thrashing around in pain, most likely oblivious to the fatal threat that is not her second wave of heat. I pounce on the girl, not liking her hands on my Sasha. She might not be a male, but she still touched her and with obvious bad intentions. I squeeze her throat, making her pass out from lack of air, and I rush to my Sasha. Her thrashing suddenly stops and she seems to have started weakening, and I rip apart her ropes which restrain her and I lean in and begin to kiss her mark, softly and tenderly, and I hear a whimper escape my queen's lips. Mine, I murmur possessively as I slowly claim her neck, her body becoming more responsive with each tender kiss I place on her mark. 𝐸, she whispers, her voice rather weak and soft yet at the same time like that of an angel, my angel. I smile at the girl and place a soft kiss on her soft pink lips, looking into her bright yet pained and tear-filled beautiful eyes. Her body trembles from the pain of her heat and I slowly lean in and whisper in her ear, "It's all going to be okay now, love." Chapter 36. Unknown 𝐸. The plan failed. The rogues we hired failed and the human finished her second course of heat alive. A man reports kneeling in front of me. Failed, I growl angrily. "Why yes sir," he says. "Yes sir. That's all you have to say for yourself." The weak little human can't defend herself. She is fragile and helpless, and yet a group of werewolves can't seem to do their jobs and just kill her, or if not kill her, at least keep her captive. I shout at him. "No sir." "Well yes sir. The plan was being executed perfectly, I assure you. He just overpowered the rogues and finished the process," he said. "How many rogues were there?" "Sir, how many rogues were there?" 2 or 3 sir." 2 or 3. 2 or 3 rogues against one of the strongest alphas who would be already out of control from his instincts to protect and consummate with his mate. Tell me, does it take a genius to figure out that 2 or 3 isn't enough? And no sir. There just were only that many volunteers for the mission. I don't care. Next time threaten or force them to do it. Tell them I want a specific, special little human girl sitting in a birdcage soon, and I don't care how they get her. But I want her. She's the only weakness of Alpha Dylan, and once his pack falls, then I will rule the majority of what was once the 𝐸 kingdom, and the last wolf of the royal line will finally be gone," I said. "Oh, of course sir," he said. "I don't think you understand how important this is to me. There have thus been at least 3 failures to eliminate that little human, the little human that now controls the descendant of the most powerful 𝐸 empire in our history. Failure to comply will lead to you being in a cell for a week. You know what happens in the dungeons, I'm sure," I said, smirking. "Oh, of course, sire." I expect a yes, not an of course. 𝐸. I hear the sweet voice of my mate. I open my eyes to see my beautiful mate lying in one of my t-shirts under the duvet beside me with her head pressed against my chest. "Yes, sweetheart." I ask gently. "I feel sore." She complains softly. "It's okay. Do you want me to bath you, then I can get your breakfast for you?" I suggest, and she nods softly, looking exhausted, as I know she is, especially after being missing and going through heat yesterday. Then there was also the mating, which I tried to do as gently as possible for her, although she was so tired and weak that she passed out afterwards and I carried her back here. I gently take her arms and wrap them around my neck and then proceed to pick her up and put her legs around my waist, and whilst she rests her head gently in the crook of my neck. "Are you sure you don't want to sleep for a bit longer?" "I'm fine," she mumbles. I roll my eyes, which I know she doesn't see, and I carry her into the bathroom, and I make sure the toilet seat lid is down and sit her on it whilst I run her bath. "Don't fall asleep, okay?" I tell her whilst lowering her into the bath. She nods, her eyes closed, and I sigh and begin to bathe my mate, who probably needs this bath after being trapped with those people. I know I can't smell anything on her except her usual heavenly scent, but I don't think anyone else picks up the exact same scent that I do. Werewolves have a strong sense of smell, so the last thing I want is for people to think I'm not taking care of her. "Don't stop." She whines as my hands leave her hair after I washed it for her and massaged her scalp, something which she appears to enjoy. "Come now, bath time is over." I chuckle, enjoying my mate in her tired state. She looks at me with her beautiful eyes, trying to convince me not to stop, and I want to give in, but I really don't want her to know the extent of her power over me. I pick her up out the bath and begin to dry her off and then dress her again before carrying her back to the bed. Chapter 37. Sasha. I wake up, opening my eyes to find the warmth that surrounded me last night gone and the object in my arms being a pillow, not a werewolf, that happens to be called Dylan. I toss the pillow off the bed and sit up, very annoyed by the fact that he left me without even saying goodbye to my face. He left me after we became more intimate. That's just wrong. I'm still mad at him as is for stopping massaging my head, which had felt like heaven. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have ended up in heat to begin with. He instead decided to almost taunt me by stopping massaging me. Why do the females always have to be the ones to go through pain such as heat and labor and everything? It is quite unfair. He shouldn't have left me. My eyes fall on a note and I decide to read it, and if it's from him, then he has explaining to do for leaving me alone. I take the note in my hands and begin to read it. Dear Sasha, I'm sorry that I'm not there with you. I had to go to a meeting. When you wake up, you can come to my office if you want to see me. Love, Dylan. I get out of the bed, deciding to go to him, despite him having left me alone. It's probably because I want his cuddles and for him to massage me, the two things he is best at. I look myself over and see I am in his t-shirt. I find myself strangely comfortable with him, but I guess that is because of what happened when I was in heat. Looking at the oversized t-shirt on me, I can see it is a little short to leave the room in, despite it being rather warm and comfy. I open the closet and my eyes fall on a beautiful dress with a dark blue top and a white skirt with dark blue flowers. I strip out of my clothes and change into some clean clothes and put on the dress with them over a white t-shirt. I spin around in front of the mirror admiring the dress on me when I realize my hair is a bird's nest, and I immediately run to the bathroom to take care of it. Eventually I make it out the bedroom and I make a beeline for Dylan's office. I want to surprise him, but with his senses I'm pretty sure he already knows that I'm here, so I just open the door and I walk in on what appears to be a meeting. Morning, darling, Dylan says. I didn't realize there was a meeting. I say, realizing how terribly awkward this is to walk in on him and his two friends in a meeting. No, go ahead, we'll leave. Why waste an opportunity for kids to be created? A blush coats my cheeks and in seconds I find myself locked back in the bedroom with my back against the door. My head planted in my hands as my mind repeats the implication of the statement. James was talking about mating. I am absolutely not ready to talk about that kind of thing with Dylan. He did it last night to save me. I didn't want to die and he didn't want me to either, I guess, and mating was the only solution, so he helped me. Obviously, I'm not ready anyway to further the intimacy in our relationship. If I was, I wouldn't be freaking out with a face as red as a tomato. I'm too young to be a mother regardless. Sasha, Dylan said, knocking on the door. I exclaimed, surprised and mortified. James was just kidding, you know. No need to be afraid, he says, and I slowly open the door. Your heat shouldn't have come at your age and put you into this kind of situation. It should have only come when you were of age, as in 18. I'm sorry I caused you to end up in that situation, he says. Can we rather not talk about this? I'm uncomfortable discussing this kind of thing so openly. I whisper. I understand that, however, our relationship is at the human equivalent of marriage, and I just want to tell you that I will try my best to respect whatever boundaries you have, he says, kissing my forehead. Please don't leave me again in the morning. I don't like waking up and finding that you aren't there, I say. Chapter 38, Dylan. Please don't leave me again in the morning. I don't like waking up and finding that you aren't there. Sasha asks me softly, her soft words filled with a slight vulnerability that makes me realize just how attached she has become to me. She enjoys waking up to me in the morning, although she really does enjoy cuddling, so that isn't a surprise. I draw her nearer to me, wrapping my one arm around her back and with my free hand, lifting her chin so she looks up into my eyes, and I smile at her. I'll try lie with you before I go in the morning. I'll talk with you and cuddle a bit, just as you like it. Is that better? I ask as I place a soft, tender kiss on her forehead, which makes her giggle softly. She replies. Then that will be our thing, I tell her, grinning like an idiot. Sorry to interrupt this beautiful moment, but we sort of need to steal our Alpha back for the meeting, James says, clearing his throat. I groan, annoyed by the intrusion on the moment between my mate and I. I'm sorry, Sasha, but I have to get back to the meeting, I say, giving her a final, soft and gentle kiss on the lips which makes her blush slightly. I'll try not be too long, I tell her as I leave the room, walking back to my office. Let's resume the meeting, I say, walking in and closing the door behind me. Well, from what we know from the interrogations, the rogues were hired to get rid of you and Sasha. They were definitely not professionals, they just got really lucky, so I bet whoever hired them expected that plan to fail. Meaning they had more than just that plan and must be rather determined to annihilate you and our Luna, James says as we sit down and resume the meeting between James, Zach and I. If that's the case, then I doubt it is just a ragtag group of rogues. They must have a pack behind them, and we have quite a few enemies, so I'd say there are quite a few possibilities, Zach says. Well, we'll need to increase border patrol and training. We have never had so many attacks in the past as we have had this past month or two, I tell them, running my fingers through my hair. Of course, Zach agrees. I don't want any repeats of what happened when she was on heat. She could have easily died. I love her and my enemies are exploiting that as a weakness, I say. We understand. Anything that crosses the border must immediately be investigated to ensure we can get rid of rogues before they cross the borders. James says, and I sigh, wondering why my mate had to be the center of all the attacks used to get to me. Is attacking someone's mate not the oldest trick in the book? Maybe it would be best to start trying for pups soon with her consent, of course. As much as I hate it, she could easily get killed because she is my mate and I do need an heir. I doubt she would consent though. She said she didn't want to, and asking her suddenly if she wanted to would probably be a bit disrespectful. She is human after all, and her life was supposed to work out differently likely. She was probably going to finish school, then later on get married, then only have pups. Heat probably took her way out of her comfort zone, as did everything such as being my mate and werewolves. Dylan, are you okay? I was just thinking. So what were you saying? That the kidnappers were technically not rogue. They were integrated into the pack a bit before Sasha came as spies. Zach says, till the situation is stable, we'll have to stop allowing rogues that appear good to join rogues in general. Now that anyone can pose a threat, we'll need to be more cautious. James, the first want you to spend some time with Sasha. I don't like other males around her, but you and Zach know your boundaries and I trust you. You'll be like a bodyguard of sorts, but don't tell her those are my intentions. The last thing I need is for her to get scared of the extent the targeting can get for her, I say. So what exactly must I do? Entertain her but limit physical contact like hugging. She is still my mate, not yours, I say. Of course. Chapter 39. Sasha, don't you have work to do? I don't know, like beta duties. I ask, lying on the bed reading as James insists on doing something. Anything for that matter. It makes me wonder how desperate and bored he is. Nope, I finished it all. I want to get to know my Luna and best friend's mate, he says, giving me a pair of adorable puppy eyes which belonged on a puppy. Fine. I've got nothing better to do, I say, unable to give a reason not to have him entertain me from my boredom. Great. So what do you want to do? Paint. Knit. Well, I don't know how to do that, but I can learn anyway. Or we can, he says a little too enthusiastically. How about you train me to fight? I ask with a sweet and innocent smile, hoping it will help convince him. Dylan already said a while back to us that that was not happening. You could get hurt and you're not strong, Necessa. Not saying that's a bad thing, it's just he wants to defend you and protect you himself like all of us do. You're our Luna, so it's our duty to protect you, not send you out to fight with us, he says. I just want to defend myself. How many times have I been kidnapped in the past? A little over a month, at least 3 times. I mean, I understand I can't fight off one of you, but I just want to be able to buy myself a little more time if necessary. Just the basics. Please, I ask, giving him the puppy eyes. Look, your cuteness is not going to change anything with me. I understand where you're coming from. However, I can't allow you to train at all. When he said no. You'll have to use those puppy eyes on your mate if you want to do any training, and even then he will probably train you himself, he says. But he probably won't let me train. He's possessive at times. He wanted to put a tracking serum in me once. Is it bad that I kind of actually suggested that idea to him after you first ran away? I mean, our females are usually tracked just for safety purposes, he says. I feel my anger rising. You wanted him to track me like some microchip dog. How dare you? He pinned me to a bed and tried to force a needle in me, you imbecile. I shout, pounding my fists against his chest, even if it doesn't actually hurt him and hurts me a bit. Sasha, are you okay? Dylan exclaims, forcing the door open. I'm angry. He suggested to you to track me and won't train me. Why do you even want to train? Sasha, I can protect you, Dylan says sadly. It is just that I've been kidnapped quite a few times and I'd rather have a chance at getting away as opposed to being stuck and kept hostage and acting like a damsel in distress, which I don't need to be. I say, nervously twiddling my fingers. Sasha, you're not a damsel in distress, but I don't want to risk you getting any more injuries such as you would get through training, and females don't train to begin with, he tells me. I just want the basics. A little self-defense, please, Dylan, I say softly. But I want to protect you, Sasha. I am the Alpha, I'm supposed to protect you, he defends his side. But I'm still capable. After everything, I'm still alive, so that proves I'm capable of doing things. Please just teach me a little. James, please back me up, I ask. I'm sorry, but it is sort of our culture for the men to fight and protect, James says. I only want to be able to defend myself if necessary. Chapter 40. Dylan. I run my hand through my hair, pacing. I honestly don't want to train her. I want to protect and defend her. I understand that she has been kidnapped from here many more times than I would like. What I would like would be for her to have not been kidnapped from here the first time, so 0 times, but no. I am her mate and therefore her protector. She wouldn't be able to keep her own in a fight regardless. She is outmatched in speed, strength, hearing, sight, and likely even size. She has no chance of winning other than kicking an attacker. Fighting back would probably only make them angry and hurt her more. I let out a sigh, wondering why this thought has plagued me for the past few hours ever since she brought it up. I honestly just want to keep her safe. If she's not able to fight back with what she knows now, then I doubt I can give her anything better to fight back with that will work for her human strength and speed. Despite that, I need to be calm. I need to relax. I finally got James to finish his online course, and he can now marry Sasha and she can whenever she wants mate with me, and we can at some point in our lives try for pups, which I would really like. Sasha is still 17, so maybe not yet. Does she even want pups? What is it with me and thinking about pups? I still have a life ahead of me. A life with my perfect mate. She does not need fighting lessons. She can outsmart wolves. She can climb trees well enough, and I'll protect her. My hands fiddle nervously with each other as I watch her appear in a white floor-length dress, looking like an angel sent from heaven to grace the earth with her presence. Just seeing her puts a smile on my face as James stands behind me ready to marry us. Marry us is such a strange term, but I'll use it for her. It feels just like yesterday that I was gazing at her at the lake from a distance and I followed her home. My beautiful mate that I would swim to Antarctica for. Each step towards me makes my head assault my chest even more until she is right in front of me and I am smiling like an idiot, which makes her giggle. I was so stressed out. She whispers in my ear. Same, I reply in a whisper, making her giggle now. It's a shame we have to wait till the ceremonies end to kiss. She whispers in my ear. My eyes widen. No one told me the ceremony included kissing. I have no problem with kissing her, but that is literally a central part of the ceremony. I can't wait for it to end so I can kiss her. Her hands are clasped in mine as sweet words promising her eternal love to me leave her lips, followed by me doing same. Some more words are uttered, I do being the most important response we give to them. I lift the veil over her head to reveal her beautiful face, and before I can put my lips on hers, her arms around my neck, pulling me down and putting her lips to mine, ultimately surprising me. I had had no idea how confident she could be kissing me. I obviously return the kiss, tasting her sweeter than sugar lips as her body presses against mine, and the crowd claps in congratulation. She pulls back, a beautiful smile on her face, and she grabs my hand and pulls me to finish stuff like signing of documents, as if staring at her during the ceremony and doing nothing but staring hadn't made me want to get the thing over with and hold her, because why would I not want to hold her forever in my arms? I feel her kiss my cheek as we finish signing the documents and are officially husband and wife, although we were already mates, and that's practically the same thing. We just don't need a ceremony, but if Sasha wants the entire pack to know how much we love each other, then that's completely fine with me. What wolf would not want a ceremony where their mate practically announces their love for you? The whole marriage thing is very good for that. I grab her perfect waist again and I taste her perfect, sweet lips, and the pack cheers at the display of love between their leaders. I like this ceremony. We go to the hall for the reception and we cut cake, dance a lot, and listen embarrassing speeches about me are made, which I do not enjoy, so maybe the wedding thing has one or two downsides. I feel her lips against my cheek again as she giggles, listening to the embarrassing stories from my childhood spent in this mansion, which she finds very, very amusing. Don't laugh at them, you're above that, I whisper in her ear. Sure, she says sarcastically before pecking me on the nose with her lips, whilst she sits on my lap, captured in my arms with a smile plastered on her face. Rogues have been spotted at the border. A large group. A warrior whispers in my ear, coming up to me. James, Zach. I sigh, gently placing Sasha next to me, and she gives a sigh of her own, hearing what had been said. I kiss her lips. Now go to the room, it's not safe for you to be out with the rogues on the loose. I tell her, and she nods and does as I say, knowing it's for the best. James, Zach, a few warriors, and I immediately leave the hall and shift into our wolves and head to the border to apprehend the threat. I hope it is not too big. It's my wedding. I want to cuddle and adore my mate as soon as possible. I'm sure she is worried. I would be if she was in my position. Chapter 41. Sasha. I wake up to find the large king-sized bed completely empty with me lying alone in my nightdress and no imprint of Dylan's heavy muscular figure on the bed, as if he did not come back to the bed at all. I had waited past midnight eating chocolate and jelly tots and drinking hot chocolate whilst waiting for my lovely mate and husband to return, or was the fight that chaotic? I sigh getting up from the bed. The want to cuddle him is very, very strong, and I walk to his office to find it empty, and then the infirmary, hoping that if he's there that he's just visiting an injured warrior because he is so amazing and kind. He, however, is, unfortunately for me, not there either, and I sigh and begin to search the entire enormous mansion that I sometimes wonder if it is too large to even be called that with its massive size and the amount of people inside it. It even has a ballroom, 2 ballrooms for crying out loud. That is when you know it is more of a castle than a mansion. Completely frustrated by my inability to find my mate who seems to elude me, I go to the last place I can think of, James and Zach's office. I march there and slam the door open, exhausted and upset by my fruitless, extensive and intensive search for my mate, who is usually incredibly easy to find. Like super duper duper easy to find. Where is Dylan? He did not come back last night. I demand, barging into the office shared by the Gamma and Beta, who have maps spread out all over their tables. Well, he is busy. Zach says, a hint of nervousness and unsureness in his voice. Why does that sound like a question? We got married yesterday and I waited for him throughout the night and he never came. Do you know how worried I have been and how many cups of hot chocolate I have been through because coffee is too bitter? You tell her. No, you're the Beta. What, I don't want to die. You're the trainer of the pack, being Gamma, you do it. I'm not dealing with an angry mate. Better you than me. Why not you? Why don't you do it then? Same goes for you. Don't twist this thing around. You do it. No way. Yes way, now tell the female. I'm not telling her. I'm not suicidal. Well, I'm not either. Stop your whisper shouting. I can hear you loud and clear, you know. What is going on with you two, and where is my mate? I may be human, but if I find a silver whip somewhere, I guarantee it will be painful. For you two, not for me, so get talking or I'll get a whip and start cracking it. I threaten angrily. Maybe I seriously need Dylan's cuddles to calm me right down right now. He smells like marshmallows and jelly tots. I don't know how they smell, I guess. Well, I know how marshmallows smell, delicious marshmallows. He makes me think of them though, and he smells really nice and he's warm and he might not be too fluffy. Never mind, his wolf side is extremely fluffy. He's warm and fluffy and he is the definition of a marshmallow. If he died or left, who would I cuddle? A world without my Dylan's cuddles would be one not worth living. This is when I know I am addicted to his cuddles. Maybe I should seek help. Wait, why would I do that when I can just cuddle him? He seems to definitely enjoy them and I enjoy them, so there is definitely no problem at all. I just need to find the wolf to cuddle him and scold him for not coming to bed and cuddling me, unless he had a lot of work. Then, and only then, well, unless he is injured or any other complications, will it be okay for him to have skipped out on sleeping with his arms around me. Where is my mate? I am going through a serious cuddle addiction. I am a female and I need his cuddles and kisses. Well, you see, last night, Dylan. He was kidnapped. James says, rubbing his head nervously. Nice try. I'm the damsel in distress who always gets kidnapped. He's the alpha who saves or kidnaps me. Do you think I buy that he was kidnapped? Tell me the truth now. I demand, fed up with their useless waste of time that could be spent with my mate who is perfect. If I overlook the little issue of us meeting by him kidnapping me, or having gotten the 2 insolent idiots who can't just tell me where my mate is unless he is planning a surprise. Wait, is he planning a surprise? Like another picnic or stargazing? Is he? I ask, excited and hopeful, sure that they are just trying to cover for him. They look at me with some kind of nervous look, like they are trying not to disappoint me but are inevitably going to do that. Can't they do anything right? Sasha, he's not lying. He was kidnapped. He has a lot more enemies than you think, that's why everyone is after you. See, his family is extremely powerful. His father was the Alpha King. He disbanded the Leakin Kingdom into packs. That's why the mansion is so big. It's known as the Trey Castle. The thing is, by taking over this pack, it would give another Alpha the power to take the position as Alpha King, and that's what his enemies want to take, Zach says. And since he's gone, you're now our Alpha. Alpha female. So I'm not sure if this is the right time, but my congratulations on being the new Alpha. James adds sheepishly, and I stare blankly. No. I want Dylan. I don't want to be an Alpha. I'm human. I want my mate and husband. I shout, suddenly bursting into tears and falling to my knees sobbing in the office. How could power ever replace Dylan? I don't want to be an alpha. He's the alpha. I support him and he cuddles me. It's a system that's a lot less stressful for me than school ever was. If he's gone, then who will cuddle me and who will I love and cuddle? I need him. The two wolves pick me up and place me on the couch with a blanket over me, stroking and comforting me as I sob. Get Lila, she'll know how to handle this. James says, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐷 Lila. Will she get Dylan back? I ask, sniffling. No, but she will help comfort you. I know this is cruel, but you'll need to get over your sadness soon. The pack will need their alpha, and that is now you, Zach says. But I don't know how to fight. I never learnt. I know some gymnastics and I can climb trees, but what's that going to help? I've spent the last few years as an outcast. I don't know how to lead people, wolves. Why would anyone listen to a human? I want Dylan. He would know what to do. I want to cuddle him, I sob. Sasha, you are incredibly smart, and not every human can manage to outdo a group of the best warriors like the female Tarzan. You are amazing, Zach assures me. Get Lila, she will be best for comforting her. We obviously know nothing about comforting girls, James says. Zach nods and leaves the office and soon enough returns with a beautiful blonde-haired girl. Sasha, this is Lila Karlak. Lila, this is our Luna and Alpha. Sasha, Zach introduces. Hi, I'm Lila, if you didn't already pick it up from Idiot 2. Lila says with a sweet smile that seemed as if it would usually be infectious, in a good way that would have everyone smiling. Lila is an Omega, meaning her role in the pack is people, helping children and resolving smaller issues or bringing them up to us, or the Alpha if they get too big. She creates order in that section, James explains. Now you two go to the bedroom and have some girl time, maybe that'll help you, Sasha. I mean, you haven't really met any girls at all besides the pack doctor whilst you've been here since Dylan always wants you to himself, Zach says. I want Dylan to be here wanting me to himself. I sob into my hands. Come now, Alpha Sasha. Let's go to your bedroom, Lila coaxes me. I nod softly and stand up only to feel my legs wobbly and numb and I fall, her arms catching me. Can one of you please carry her? She seems to be a bit exhausted, she says, and James picks me up and carries me to the room and sits me on the bed. You'll start training to be an alpha tomorrow, Sasha, he says. Get out, idiot number one. That's not the kind of thing you tell a girl who has just been separated from her mate. I am so happy you are not an Omega, the pack would fall apart if you were. She snaps at him. Aren't you just a ray of sunshine? He mutters, closing the door. I want Dylan. I whimper, crying harder. It's okay. Let it out. I'm right here, she says, stroking my back gently. He always saves me when I'm kidnapped. He can easily follow my scent, but now that he is kidnapped, I don't know what to do. Why did he have to be the one to be kidnapped?
𝐸𝐴.
There we go, let it out. You'll feel better if you talk out everything on your mind, she says. She passes me a tissue and I blow my nose and sob more. Why don't we talk about something other than your mate? A distraction may be nice for you. What do you like doing? She suggests. Drawing. Drawing with Dylan or drawing his wolf. His drawings are the cutest thing ever, and then he tells me what they are because his stick figures are hard to interpret. I miss him. What do you enjoy that you have not done with him? She says, not wanting to mention his name. Dancing or running with my brother, but he's dead and it's all my fault. Why do the men in my life always leave me? First my brother, then my dad barely wants me, and then Dylan is kidnapped. I cry wondering why bad things happen to me. Nothing is your fault. How about we do some dancing? I have a phone. There is loads of Wi-Fi, and what better way to relax than to dance? Unless you want a dartboard to get your frustrations out at, she says. Can we dance, please? Sure, she replies and puts on music which we end up dancing to, and somehow we end up having a pillow fight, which is more me dodging her werewolf pillow hits and then me hitting her from behind. I sigh as we fall on the bed laughing, and I find her to be a very good distraction from my sadness. I haven't had a girl as a friend here at all. All I've had is Dylan, James, and 𝐿𝐲 and my multiple kidnappers, but I would definitely never ever call them friends. Want to play with the pups? They are really cute, she suggests, and I nod and I follow her into a huge room where young children run free playing. Lily, a young girl exclaims, running up to Lila. Sasha, this is my little sister Ren. I call her Ren though. Ren, this is our new Luna, Sasha, Lila says, picking up the girl. You are very pretty, 𝐊𝐬 says smiling. And you are beautiful. I tell her with a smile, and I wonder what Dylan and I's child would look like, and then I want to burst into tears. We play with the pups for a while, and then we end up swimming in the pool till about sometime after sunset. How about we get some popcorn and we go and join the mothers watching movies? They have this thing where once their children go to bed, they sometimes just watch childish movies to relax. All we've been doing is swimming, running after kids, dancing and pillow fighting. A break might be nice. She suggests and I nod and we dry off and get dressed. I end up sitting on couches with young mothers and Lila, watching Mulan and then Lady and the Tramp. The only problem with the Lady and the Tramp is that it is too sweet and romantic, and if Dylan was here we could be watching this together, which me curled up in his arms, and I'm on the verge of crying again, and Lila notices and sneaks me out of the theater with the popcorn in hand. You okay? She asks. No. It's too beautiful and emotional. I want to watch that with Dylan, I sob. It's normal for you to miss him. Do you want to watch How to Train Your Dragon? We can watch whichever movie you want, she suggests. Dylan and I watched that movie. He fell asleep. I miss him.
𝐸𝐴.
Why don't we watch The Princess Diaries instead? It's nice, she suggests. Okay, I reply softly. And then afterwards we can have dinner, she says smiling, and I feel like I'm going to burst into tears for the 100th time today because of how much I miss Dylan. Don't worry, the pain will get better eventually. She assures me, but I can't find it in me to believe that when it hurts so very, very badly. It feels as if my heart has been broken up and then shredded into millions of pieces. Chapter 42. I open my eyes to see a dreary dark cell made of stone with torchlights providing light, and I try go forward but I can't move. My wrists and ankles are bound to a wall by metal cuffs with silver coating them. My head hurts like anything, just like my wrists and ankles burn worse than anything I have ever felt in my life as I struggle. The last thing I can remember is the wedding and then the rogue attack. I must have been kidnapped. This is definitely not fun when all I want is to go to my beautiful wife, who is probably wondering where I am or panicking. I hope she is safe. I really, really hope she is safe. Hello, Dylan. So nice to see you awake, a voice says. Darren, I growl out angrily. Yep. I have been waiting to have you here to torture. It's a shame all my attempts to get your pretty little mate failed as well, he says. Don't you dare touch Sasha. I growl, pulling at the chains, ignoring the sizzling of my skin and the burning agony and pain the silver inflicts on me. Why would I listen to you? I even have a pretty little bird cage ready for her to be locked up in, he says. I won't allow you to. I'd love to see you try stop me. Besides, she'll be more than willing to when she sees the surprise I have in store for her. Right, Alexander? Darren says. Absolutely, Alpha. A boy of about 20 or 21 says, walking into the cell. If you're her boyfriend, I'd like you to know that we just got married and are already happily mated. I tell him. I'm not her boyfriend, but trust me when I say she will do anything for me the moment she sees me. She'd choose me over you any day. And I mean it, as long as she can see me, I'm sure she would happily sit like a pretty little bird in a cage. Alexander says, and I am confused. Who would she love more than her mate but have no romantic relationship with? He looks like her, but her brother is supposed to be dead. I know I am. I got quite injured in that crash, and little Sasha almost died being a human. Alpha Darren found me and took me into his pack, and when I healed I became the pack's beta. I see you've heard about me. That means she probably feels guilty. The crash came about because of an argument about her boyfriend, a boyfriend who was cruel and abusive, and not only that, but he was manipulative and lazy. She would do anything for me. She would likely get on her knees and surrender on a battlefield if she saw me alive and well, he says. Sasha loves you, but you left her. You left her to be abused and hated. She loves and loved you just like she loves her abusive parents. They blame her for your death, which never happened. She blames herself and allowed them to beat her for years, and you didn't go back. You could have stopped that. I shout at the moronic brother. But I was so busy. Besides, they wouldn't have stopped. They have always hated her. You haven't even stopped to notice that I'm a werewolf and she's not. She was born human and was considered a disgrace, but they couldn't disown her. No wolf can bear to disown their pup, so we left this pack to move into a human town, he says. They couldn't bear to disown her, so they beat her. She would have been better in an orphanage, and Sasha is the furthest thing from a disgrace. She is a strong and smart girl who deserved to have been loved by her own parents. Your family is seriously messed up, and you did not bother to do anything about it. I shout at him, my chains beginning to pull from the wall as a result of my blind rage. Usually the pain stops us from fighting back, but when something like our mate is threatened and we feel so much anger, frustration and rage, we sometimes forget the pain and only think of attacking whoever dares to threaten, insult, mock, or whatever else our mate. Don't worry, Dylan, we won't kill you. Seeing as you're the mate of my beta's dear little sister. You'll just be tortured whilst she is kept in a gilded cage for the high-ranked members to look at. Maybe she'll get a replacement for you from one of them. Darren smirks. Sasha is not a pet. She's a girl with feelings and emotions which her own brother doesn't seem to even care for. I growl. The image of my beautiful Sasha being locked up in a bird cage in fine dresses, feeling scared and overwhelmed, wanting her freedom and to be free to wear her favorite shorts and t-shirts instead of flowing silk dresses, fancy stiletto heels, and jewelry that makes her look like a jewelry shop. I know Sasha. She prefers simple things. If she wears a dress, it'll be short and pretty but nothing fancy. She likes her freedom. I learnt that from experience, from her trying everything in her power to be a free woman when all I wanted was to keep her locked up in the house. The result of that was her resenting me completely. She likes walks through the forest and freedom to go where she wants, not being kept like a bird. She'll hate you. She may feel guilty whenever she thinks of you, but I assure you keeping her locked up and ripping her freedom from her will make her loathe you. I made the same mistake when I met her, only the room was bigger than a cage. If she can't stand being kept locked up in a large room with a bathroom where she can move freely, how will she react to a gilded cage? Why would you cage a girl who spends every day of her life believing you leaving her was her fault? You have no idea what you did to her. She refused to fall in love. She had trust issues. I shout at him, hating how the only man my mate loved more than me could think to betray her in such a cruel way. I'm keeping her locked up because I'm sure she loves you just as much as you love her. I can't have her trying to help you escape. Besides, it's great having two mates captive. If the one mate acts out, you threaten the other. Trust me, if I know my sister, she looks even more beautiful now than the day I left her. Once I have her, if you act out, I can simply threaten to give her to another man. Alexander laughs as if hurting his sister who loves him so much is something amusing. She won't love him though. She'll fight back with everything she's got. I growl. A human fighting against a wolf. There's a reason my parents hated her. Humans are weak and inferior. What human could fight a wolf? She'll likely be weakened with her spirit breaking inside the cage. She'll hate it, but she won't be able to stop it, and you'll feel your heart breaking in pain. You'd put your own sister through that. You'd put her through all of this just to get back at me. She doesn't deserve to be hurt like that. The past few years have been nothing but pain for her. She's been abused and hurt, and you want her to spend even more of her life like that. She hated herself. She honestly believed she deserved to be abused. She thought she was not worthy of being loved. She couldn't trust anyone. She wouldn't go get help because she loved her messed up family too much. She suffered because of you, and now you want her to suffer even more. She loved you. Whenever she thought of memories with you, she would remember happiness and then blame herself for being the cause of your death. Can't you just let her be happy? Ask. Not when she poses a threat as your mate, Darren replies. I suddenly feel my wrists able to freely move, the same with my legs, and I glare at the two who dared to try come between me and my mate. I break the shackles and I shift and attack them. The guards enter the cell and they outnumber me, but I don't stop fighting. They threaten my mate. They threaten to ruin her life again, to hurt her and lock her up like a bird. The image of her pleading to be set free is in my head. I can imagine her locked up and crying and begging for them to let her go. My poor little mate does not deserve that. She deserves to be cuddled and loved and shown affection and even more love. They plan on hurting my sweet little mate who wants nothing more than to be loved. They didn't see how much she hated herself and how much she chastised herself and hurt herself. He doesn't deserve to be related to her. None of her family does, and when I get out of here, Sasha and I can someday create our own family. One where she is loved and accepted for the true queen she is instead of being treated like dirt or a pawn. I feel a needle in me and I fall to the ground as the wolfsbane floods through my system. No wonder they were not worried about provoking me. They had wolfsbane on hand to use to tranquilize me. Chapter 43. Sasha, wake up, Alpha. I jolt up in the bed, my hands on my ears in pain. I may not be a wolf, but screaming in someone's ear hurts regardless of what they are. Get away, Zach. I'm going back to mourning in my sleep, I mutter, pulling the covers over me. He's not dead. They wouldn't kill him, not now, he says. Well, I am worried and miss him regardless. Do you think I can cry one day and forget what happened the next? It does not work like that, you idiot. Well, it's time for you to start training to be an alpha with James and I. I can't properly train. I'm not a wolf. I point out. We know that, however, we have worked out a way for you to fight. So I don't know if Dylan told you, but lichens have 2 allergies. No one of us can help it, and despite a lot of trying, there is no way to be immune to these allergies, which are wolfsbane and silver. If you can learn to use swords, knives, and arrows coated in silver, you'll be able to fight, and we have those things, he says. Then why don't you ever fight with them? I ask, getting out of the bed, yawning. Because wolves fight better in wolf form, and shifting with weapons is not as comfortable. All packs who have tried know there is also the case of fighting with something you are allergic to. If you use it wrong or touch the blade even the slightest when cleaning or sharpening it without protection, it really hurts. We kept the weapons though, he says as I take out a t-shirt, shorts, and tackies. Get out if here. I'm gonna get dressed and then I'll come, I tell him. He nods and leaves the room, closing the door, and I remove my nightdress and everything and I get dressed and braid my hair. I am supposed to be the Luna, not the Alpha. All I want is for Dylan to come back. That's all I want, well, besides him being alive when he comes back. I open the door and Zach immediately grabs my wrist and begins pulling me through the oversized mansion that is rightfully called a castle. It just does not have the appearance of a castle. I end up outside where there are silver weapons laid on a wooden table and dummies and dartboards are on trees and held up by wooden poles. Welcome to your new training area, James says, and I guess they are just trying to make up for their sadness about Dylan by putting their attention on me. So what am I supposed to do? I ask, half yawning, because guess what, it is 5 in the morning and Dylan usually lets me sleep in late to cuddle. It is dark and the only lights are from torches. The house doesn't even have any lights on. That tells you something. Grab a weapon such as the knives and begin throwing it at the targets unless you want to use a bow and arrow. You have 1 minute to hit as many targets as possible, then we'll go running. We won't go as hard on you since you are obviously not a wolf, and the last thing we want is you dying from exhaustion, James instructs. Your minute starts. Now, Zach shouts, and I pick up knives, and in the dim light I can see the targets and I throw the knives at the targets. Time's up. James, go count them, Zach says, and the beta rolls his eyes and goes to count the knives. Most of them hit their target. Once you've jogged around here 5 times, we'll start with the bow and arrow. If your aim is good, then you can take down multiple enemies from a distance. Wolves prefer fighting in wolf form, and wolves can't climb trees, although they can jump but not onto a tree, James says. Now get running, Zach says, and I begin running, which is not fun when it's dark and I'm clumsy in the dark and I narrowly miss slamming into a lot of things. Can I take a break? I ask as I finish my laps, panting. I stopped sports after my brother, which has made me unfit. I regret stopping my evening jogs right now. Well done, I think. I mean, for a human, I'm sure you did well, Zach says, and I glare at him. I run up to him and punch him hard. That's for making me run so much. I have not eaten. I am hungry. The sun is not even awake and I deserved my sleep. Ow. You seriously punch hard, he winces. Because I'm angry. Okay, why don't you go get your anger out on those training posts whilst I give these 2 dumbnuts who seem to have a short-term memory worse than even Dory the fish, Lila says, coming outside in her pajamas. I take 2 knives and begin slashing at it angrily, as if it were a person holding Dylan captive. You woke up the entire pack. You have no respect for a woman's sleep nor emotions. She is still grieving and you wake her up at an unmentionable hour to train. Not to mention waking me and everyone else up. I shudder hearing snippets of Lila's rage. I think she's really angry at them. Serves them right for making me run 5 whole laps. 2 or 3 might have been fine, but not 5. You're quite good at this, you know. You have good technique already. At this rate, you'll be able to join the warriors when they get Dylan back. Lila says, walking to me. We still need to find out where he is, although I suspect the man who attacked me one night before I found out about Dylan. He's an alpha and I'm sure he was in on kidnapping Dylan. I say, stabbing the post. Help please, it's stuck. I say, having stabbed it too hard, and she pulls it out. Thanks. Now continuing what I was saying. They also have rogues on their side. I think the best choice of action is to form alliances and build an army to attack when we find Dylan's location. We are on good terms with at least some packs, right? I ask hopefully. Yes, quite a few actually. Forming an alliance, I think, is the best plan of action. Although they will likely want to rebuild the kingdom through the alliance. I told you about the kingdom. Well, Dylan's father split it to prevent anyone being able to take it over completely. He divided areas to the Alphas overseeing them. Many are still loyal to him and will join our cause. James says, joining in our conversation with Zach. Can you arrange a meeting then? The more people we have who at least support us, the better. Of course, the two idiots reply in sync, as it's as if they are non-identical twins from different mothers. You know, you're doing very well at coping. I'm proud of you. She tells me with a smile that I cannot help but return. That's just how infectious her smile is. I still want to lock myself up in my room and cry. I tell her, I know you do, but you need to be strong. But I feel my heart. It's as if it's being ripped at and thrown around, and I want to cry a waterfall of tears. I want to be with him. I'll give myself up if it takes that. No, Sasha, calm down. We'll get him back. This pack needs an alpha, and you're it. You're gonna have to fill the role. We'll get Dylan back. If you are captured, they'll torture you just to hurt him, and they may kill both of you. You want him to be safe. Well, he is probably thinking of your safety right now, she tells me. But I want him. I cry, giving her the puppy eyes with lots of uncontrolled tears falling down my cheeks. I know it's hard, but you are a strong, independent woman. No, I'm not. I depend on him for cuddles and everything else. I sob into my hands, only breaking down further. Do you want to get his favorite shirt and cuddle it? It might help, she suggests. Okay. Come now, let's go. We end up in Dylan and I's room, searching through his part of the closet, with Lila sniffing each shirt to find which one smells the most like him. She believed that will most likely be his favorite one, or at least the one that will provide me the most comfort. We settle on a blue t-shirt, which I like. Blue just happens to be my favorite color, and the moment she says it's the one, I grab it and plunk onto the bed, cuddling it like a teddy bear. She sighs, shaking her head. You still need breakfast. You can't go back to sleep, she sighs. I sigh and begin to strip off my clothes. What are you doing? She exclaims, horrified. I'm putting on his shirt. I can't sleep with it now, so I'm going to wear it. I say, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world, which it is. Smells so good. I don't have the nose of a werewolf, but I can still smell things, and it smells like heaven if heaven has a scent, and I can identify that scent. It's so warm, and all I want to do is cuddle it, and it is so comfortable. Stop undressing, just bring it with. She sighs, pulling my top down before it goes over my head. I end up sitting at a very, very long dinner table with many people who greet me as their alpha. As a girl who has spent the last few years as an outcast in multiple ways, the sudden attention and respect is kind of, how do I put it? Strange, weird, and makes me feel shy and nervous, with my hand nervously putting a piece of hair behind my ear. The same piece I'll end up twirling nervously 5 seconds later. In movies, some girls play with their hair and twirl it as if to be flirty. I just twirl mine in some sort of habit, a habit which really shows when I get nervous. During exams, I twirl that front strands of hair a lot without noticing. Actually, I think I'm doing that right now. Morning, Alpha Sasha. Ren pipes up, smiling. Morning, Ren, I reply sweetly. Alpha, were you crying? She asks softly. No, of course not. I reply, biting away at the pain, not wanting to burden the innocent little girl with pretty flowers in her beautiful blonde hair with it. Chapter 44. I pace back and forth in the bedroom as I watch the cars pull up to the mansion. All black SUVs that have attractive and well-built males getting out. I'm not attracted to them, not when I have Dylan, wherever he is. The men are all intimidating, and what's worse is I'm the one addressing them. Yeah, I'm not intimidated. Why? Because I'm terrified. I'd be an idiot if I was not terrified of them. They all look large and formidable, and here I am with my small petite size being called an alpha and asking them to join me in some sort of war. I'm dead. The worst that could happen is that they refuse and I look like a joke, a nervous, stuttering joke. If they refuse though, then Dylan could be killed or all of us get killed. That's really, really bad. Okay, now I'm seriously stressed. I'm 17. I'm a 17-year-old teenager who is supposed to be in school right now, not getting ready to lead a war. No 17-year-old girl should be stressing about forming alliances to form an army of werewolves to save her husband-mate. Don't worry, you'll do great. James tells me, placing a hand on my shoulder. Really? I don't think I will. I'm human and inexperienced. I'm not him and they are so intimidating. I don't think I'm ready. I'm so not ready. I'm sure you are ready and I know Dylan would agree. I miss Dylan. I whisper on the verge of crying again. I know you do, but would he want you to be crying? He would want you to be strong. I know, but it's just so hard. All I want is to hug and kiss him, but he's not here. He's kidnapped and in danger, and I, a 17-year-old girl, am about to go into a meeting with a group of men who are so much more experienced than I am, and I don't know the first thing about anything. I'm gonna make a fool out of myself the second I walk in there. I say. No, you won't. If you aren't confident, then at least pretend you are, he tells me. I nod softly. I sigh and walk out the room with James following behind me. Excuse me, miss. Can you tell me where the Alpha is? A man asks me. I'm the Alpha, I say, hoping I come off as slightly sure of myself. Nice joke, pup, but I don't like disrespect. Where is Alpha Dylan? He asks as if he didn't know already, and I clench my fists. Trust me, I'd like to know that as well, but for him to have not even paid attention to the message, it feels like an insult to me and Dylan. If I knew, there wouldn't be a meeting right now, and I'm not a pup. I'm the Alpha in his absence. I tell the man, who is much taller than me, with anger in my mate. Maybe there should be a warning about angering females who are missing their mate. We seem to be really on edge and emotional unstable. Tell me this is a joke, he sighs. Alpha Chase, do stop disrespecting this pack's Alpha. James growls, obviously not enjoying the disrespect I am being shown. Such a tiny thing can't possibly be an Alpha, he laughs. Chase, you can't say such stuff to the Alpha. You know the situation. It was given to all of us on the phone. Pretending to be oblivious about the situation and talking about a she-wolf's absent mate will get you hurt. Another Alpha growls at him. If Dylan were here, then you're right, I wouldn't be Alpha. I would go back to being the Luna, and right now I would quite frankly like that, but the reality is that he has been kidnapped and I am now the Alpha and you will have to deal with that, I say. I like her, a blonde-haired Alpha pipes up. So at least someone is supportive, yay. Zach, is everyone here? I ask as he looks at the list. Yes. Good. Please follow me to the conference room so we can begin this meeting as soon as possible. I say, and the Alphas follow me inside, and we all end up sitting at a large round table, and I re-explain the entire situation of him being kidnapped. So are any of you willing to form an alliance? I ask, praying I did not humiliate myself. All of the Alphas, including the seemingly sexist Chase, raise their hands immediately. We will all join you, Alpha Sasha, but for that to happen we want the 𝐊𝐿 Alliance to be reformed, Alpha Colby says. May I know why? At least to ensure there are connections between our packs. So if such a situation arises again in one of our packs, there will be assistance, and having such an alliance will strengthen our interpack relations, he explains. I understand. Well then, we'll reform the 𝐊𝐿 Alliance, which means no pack inside the alliance may attack another pack in the alliance without justified reason. There will also be meetings to discuss matters to prevent the alliance drifting too far apart, I declare. I flop onto my bed with a long sigh. I'm totally exhausted after that meeting. Who knew that drafting the same treaty for an alliance 100 times for a whole 10 hours could be so tiring? The food they offered in the meeting was good at least, but the smell of coffee was so strong, and I accidentally took a mug of coffee instead of hot chocolate, and I know some people love coffee and live on the caffeinated drink, but it's too bitter for me and I can still taste it in my mouth. I hear a knock on the door, and I sigh as I drag myself out of bed to the door and I open it. Yes. I ask, rubbing my tired eyes, and of all people I see Alpha Chase. Hi. I'm sorry for how I treated you this morning. I don't usually apologize to people, but since we're in an alliance, I thought why not? I wouldn't want bad relations with your pack, he says. It's fine, I tell him. Have you ever been to a meeting? He asks. No. Really? I thought Alpha Dylan would have brought his Luna and you handled yourself well, he says. I've known Dylan for a month and 2 or so weeks, I guess, but thank you, I say. I'll see you at the battle in 2 days, he says, leaving, and I close the door, get changed, and fall back into bed, snuggling into the covers, which smell like him, and I sniffle, trying not to cry. In 2 days or so, I'll be back in his arms. After a fierce battle, Sasha and Dylan are finally reunited. But their reunion is interrupted by Sasha's brother, who wields a blade and threatens to take her away. Faced with familial betrayal, Sasha and Dylan must decide whether to fight to the end or seek a path of escape. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comment section. Chapter 45. I open the cupboard in the basement that has all my weapons inside it, and I begin strapping the weapons to a belt which is worn around my waist over my shorts and t-shirt. I put on a pair of black leather gloves, some tackies, because as much as people think high-heeled boots work in battle, I don't think they do. If anything, in my mind, they are impractical. "You ready, Sasha?" Zach asks. "I've got knives, arrows, my bow, and some blow darts, and a whip, not to mention an earpiece with a tracker in it on. I'll be fine. Just tell me why you have to go as far as to have a whip with me. I mean, I've seen a show where a girl had a rather cool whip and used it as a weapon and I guess some sort of grappling hook at times, but I am someone who fights long range," I say as he shifts and does not respond but instead rolls his eyes. I climb on him and they all shift and begin moving in, and I seriously feel like a warrior queen with an army of wolves. Remember to stay safe. If you're outnumbered, call for help, understand. In chess, the queen is the most powerful piece. You're leading this army right now, and we'd prefer to end this fight with our alpha and alpha female alive. James tells me, still not having shifted. "I'm aware, but you can go over all of this again when we reach the base," I reply, and he shifts and the warriors begin to move, and I hold on to Zach's fur. Wolf riding may appear to be like horseback riding at first glance, but it is not. These wolves are tall but have different builds and are way faster, so instead of retaining the posture of a stick, I lean down and hold on tight because I'd really like to survive the battle instead of dying or getting injured from falling off a wolf running at a very fast speed. Another good reason to stay low is to prevent decapitation. Now, I doubt many people would notice, but when you want to prevent humans finding your place, there are not many paths through the forest, and as wolves they are agile, so low branches can hit your neck very well if you are not careful. I happen to work out rather quickly the above through having to duck at every tree branch, resulting in me just falling asleep on his fur. Some wolfback riding practice, training, or maybe a quick crash course would have been nice, so I guess if I actually survive this ordeal, I'll write a book on how to properly ride on a werewolf that is racing through the forest to prevent anyone losing their head or suffering concussions as a result of wolf riding accidents, although to be honest I doubt anyone has ever ridden a wolf unless you count a child riding their father's back, and of course he'll be gentle because there is a child. On the bright side, I get a free ride. As a human, I would be kilometers behind where we are right now, and they would likely stay at my pace. It would be humiliating, and riding on Zach's back at least makes me look somewhat fierce. I mean, I am riding on a wolf. If anyone told me I would be doing any of this a little over a month ago, I would have looked at the person who I would have believed to have been high on drugs and then proceed to tell them that werewolves weren't real, and if they persisted I would have discreetly led them to a rehabilitation center. The above is slightly ironic considering how my parents were often drunk in sadness from losing Alex, and I took their hits and insults because I believed I deserved it, and still do, considering it was my terrible choice of guys to be interested in that started the argument that killed him and ended up with us burying him empty casket. How was that fair on my parents and everyone else? Okay, I really need to stop thinking sad, depressing thoughts. Alex is gone and I need to accept that. Dylan loves me regardless of my messed up past and won't leave me like everyone else. Well, he won't leave me if this battle goes successfully, which it will. It cannot fail, and with that thought I fall asleep, unable to resist the temptation to snuggle into the soft fur beneath me, even if Dylan has much softer fur. They keep running in the direction of Alpha Darren's territory, where our territory, Alpha Chase's territory, and Alpha Darren's territory all meet, since we believe Alpha Darren to be the kidnapper. Wake up, Alpha Sasha. I open my tired eyes to find practically all the alphas watching me sleep on Zach's fur. So if sleeping in front of all your allies who are wide awake and watching you either sleep like an angel or drool and snore like a normal person, and whether or not you know which one you are were doing is embarrassing, then jolting awake from doing said action and tumbling off the wolf into the dirt is something that may lead to a permanent image and weapon of blackmail for them in your pack. I know the above because I think I just saw a phone's camera's flash go off in my face and I see a grinning Alpha Chase. So I hope you're well rested, Alpha Sasha, he says, smirking in satisfaction. Delete that. I moan, getting to my feet and dusting myself off. I don't know what you're talking about, sweetheart, he says, adopting a fake innocent smile. You're not Angel. Stop smiling as if you are and delete the photo, I say. But if I'm not an angel and angels are supposed to do the right thing, then nope. It'll go on my wall of embarrassing alpha pictures, and trust me, yours will be the least embarrassing on there. He smirks and I see the other alphas go red, practically hiding their faces. So I'm guessing Chase enjoys enjoying other people's embarrassment. Oh joy, because I'm the queen of clumsiness. Yeah, I won't be the least embarrassing photo on the board for long if he spends enough time near me. Now let's go over strategy again. Alpha Timothy says, point to a map. Alpha Colby is on Sector A. Alpha Chase, Sector B. Alpha Eric is Sector C. My pack is Sector D. Alpha Sasha's pack, led by James, will follow behind, being ready to provide reinforcement and catch and interrogate those who slip through the lines. Alpha Sasha, since you're human, we don't expect you to engage in active combat on the ground, however, seeing as you'll be trying to decrease the rogues attacking as well as Darren's pack, try stay out of reach. You're more vulnerable to injury, and we can't guarantee that if you get injured we will be able to assist you, Alpha Timothy says. I understand. I plan on doing long-range shots from the trees since fighting occurs mainly in wolf form, I reply. Sounds good, Alpha Colby agrees. Chapter 46. Sasha. I lock my eyes on a target, a warrior overwhelmed by multiple enemies. I take a breath and draw the string lining my arrow up, and I anticipate where my target will be, knowing I need precise hits if I am not to hit the warrior himself. My fingers release the arrow and it hits a rogue who is immediately weakened by the silver. I steady the bow and fire the next arrows, hitting the targets. The warrior manages to defeat the last rogues standing around it. I follow the same pattern, shooting arrows and then hiding behind the tree where I am on a high branch. I run across the branches. Turns out forest is the best terrain for snipers, which I've decided is probably the best term for my method of fighting. Sniping seems to be my strength in fighting. I wander through the trees and take up hidden positions and fire my weapons, mainly arrows from my positions, taking out multiple enemy wolves in the process. I see a figure in the forest and I look closely, curious. No one shifts during fighting by the looks of things. I suddenly wonder if it's Dylan. If he got free, then I'd be stupid not to go greet him. I climb down and keep my knives at the ready as a precaution for if it were to not be Dylan. I turn towards the figure and I stop dead in my tracks, frozen in shock and horror at what or more like who I see. My eyes are wide and staring in disbelief. My hands are shaking and I am paralyzed, frozen in place. It's as if time has stopped despite the breeze that blows my hair. The figure steps closer into the light and I step back, mumbling incoherent words and shaking my head as my eyes tear up. I stopped suffering from nightmares in my daydreams years ago. I know it's not true. I know better than to believe hallucinations and lies. There is a battle going on and I am heading it. I can't be misled by things of the past. Does the enemy have some way to exploit my deepest fears and regrets? No, that's impossible. Werewolves are one thing, anything else is totally something different. It's a mere coincidence. It has to be, there is no other logical explanation. My back touches the rough bark of the tree as I tremble and the figure steps closer into the light. Get away from me. You are not him. You are not real. You are dead and you are not Alexander. I shout, trying to convince myself. My dearest little Sashi, he says, his hand lifting my chin so I look into his eyes. Tears fall from my eyes as my arms latch onto him and I sob. Come Sashi, it's been a long time since the accident. I'm sorry Lex, I was stupid. He cheated on me before we even kissed or held hands. You were right. I was an idiotic, infatuated child who did not know who was good and who was bad. Please forgive me. I sob and cry. I want to take you somewhere, he says, slowly undoing my belt. I pull away and pull out my dagger. You're not Alexander. He was never sly or manipulative. Things have changed, Sasha. I thought you would come obediently, seeing how much you missed me, but it seems I'll take you by force. What do you want with me? If you wanted to take me, you should have taken me earlier when I hated myself. I'm sure you're Alex, but you're not the Alex I remember and miss every day. I tell, cutting his arm with a knife. I have your mate Sasha. He is waiting for you, he tells me. Then I'll get him myself. You're my brother and I love you, but these past few years you must have gotten mixed up with the wrong people like I almost did. Realize that before me dying makes that clear. I tell him. I push past him and run, knowing the direction he came from must be where Dylan is. I don't know why he is with his captors, but I know my brother has changed. His eyes were no longer full of brightness and happiness. If we win, when we win, I can help Alex, but right now I need to save Dylan. I dart behind a tree and ready my arrow as I hear a wolf approaching. I've lost the alpha female. Track her down and find her, and when you do find her, bring her to the pack house. When we capture her, it'll be like capture the flag. They will leave with one of their core pieces taken, Alex says to someone. I clench my fists. My brother would actually do this to me. I love him. The love and love thing is kind of unsure. I have always loved him, but right now loving him is kind of hard when he wants to capture me and may or may not be torturing my mate. Alex has been absent from my life for years. He could have come home and my parents would have stopped being depressed and their addiction might have stopped. We could have been a perfect family again, even if I have scars from glass against my skin. He could have otherwise taken me out of my broken home and have looked after me like a real brother should, but where was he? Plotting to kidnap my mate. My mate, who you'd think would be the least likely one to fix me considering he kidnapped me and was a possessive jerk, but he loved and cared for me when nobody else did. Why try please my incompetent older brother, who obviously does not love me unconditionally and only wants me because capturing me will help him win? Why try please that jerk when there is a perfectly nice alpha wolf who saves me every time and succeeds where my brother fails? Dylan took me from my abusive family that I blindly kept loving. He saved me every time I was kidnapped. He saved me when I was attacked, and guess what? Alex did not save me once unless you count the advice to stay away from players, which didn't exactly do much to save my life. Maybe I can save Alex or give him back to my dysfunctional family when we win this fight, but I'm not surrendering. I can't believe I have hated myself for years for killing my brother, who obviously did not actually die. Turns out to be a huge jerk towards his abused sister who didn't care to visit despite her being, I don't know, traumatized by his death, and that leads me to the next big revelation. He doesn't seem to even care about my well-being or that I even existed. I mean, I might not have been thought dead in the car crash, but I almost died. I was in ICU for a week. The doctors literally thought I was going to die, and I ended up with scars from the shattered glass that still mar my body. That event kind of traumatized me, but anyway, thanks for caring, Alex. You are an amazing, caring big brother, and I'd happily let you take me captive in your imagination and dreams. Maybe you could have fooled me had you been innocent, but you aren't, and I will not suffer a worse humiliation than falling off the back of a wolf by letting myself skip along smiling after you as you lock me up as a prisoner. I take a small mirror out of my pocket and hold it up to see if Alex is still there, because spy movies teach you something, which is always have a hair clip, a mirror, and blush with you. 2 of the above-mentioned come with the hand-held mirror. I mean, I doubt there will seriously be any lasers, and if there are, that they will be invisible, but I guess blowing blush into a wolf's eyes will do something. I see he is gone, and I climb the tree and continue causing mayhem as a sniper in the trees. Chapter 47, How do you name a battle? Like seriously, I want to be the one to name the battle. Maybe call it the... Okay, so I have no idea what to call it. I also think that sitting in a tree doing absolutely nothing, because it is night and I can't see and they can see and therefore have the advantage when I repeatedly fail at aiming my shots in the dark, leads to intense boredom on my part. I sigh as I nibble on the snacks in my backpack. Apparently wolves can go longer without food and they'll be able to hunt. As a human, I cannot eat raw meat, so I'd have to start a fire and cook the meat, possibly expose my location, all really fun stuff, so I am nibbling on food up in the trees. So wolves are overpowered, I mean able to go longer without food, super strong, super fast, able to turn into a wolf, better hearing, better sight including night vision. I think that covers many bases of what they can do, and it's so unfair. Why couldn't I have had werewolf parents and have been a werewolf? There you are. I turn my head to see James having climbed up the tree in his human form, and I panic at his loudness. I quickly react and slam my hand on his mouth and hiss, "Shh, be quiet. Why?" He asks, whispering as I remove my hand, and I roll my eyes at the insolent fool who thinks it is fun to expose my location when I am most vulnerable in the night without any sight. So I may or may not have had a run-in with an enemy. Someone I know or knew, I say. Who? Is it a past boyfriend? If so, Dylan will know. Mi brother. You have a brother, and yet your parents did all that to you and he didn't do anything to stop them, he says. Well, he kinda died in a car crash years ago. That car crash had me knocked out completely. It was so bad that I spent I don't know how long in the ICU of the hospital, but I was in the car with him. The accident should have killed him if he didn't go to hospital, but I know for a fact he didn't go to hospital because no one ever found his body, and who in their right mind steals unconscious bodies from crashed cars? His supposed death is also the reason my parents treated me like how they did, but the real important part of all of this is that he is alive and he is supposed to be dead. He tried to guilt-trip me into coming with him, and when I realized that he was not the same brother I grew up with and I refused to come, he tried to capture me. I heard him give out an order to find me, so that's great. I mean, I've always wanted a group of wolves trying to track me down to capture me under my brother's orders, and if you can't tell that was sarcasm, I say crossing my arms. If this is any consolation, Dylan will be more than will to have a family with you when this is over. He knows you're not ready, but he does want to give you a real family that loves you even if your children will tell you they hate you when you tell them to clean their rooms. James says, putting a hand on my shoulder. Is that what it's like in a family? If I refused to clean the entire house, I'd end up with cuts from glass on my arm. I whisper. You know that's not a real family. A pack is kind of a family. Most of us live in the same house. That's a sign that we're closer than a normal community, he says. That thing is nowhere near the size of a house. I call it a mansion, maybe a castle, I reply. But were those wolves really taking orders from your brother? Wolves don't take orders from ordinary humans. They'd have to be part of the hierarchy to do such a thing, and to get into that hierarchy the only possible way is for the human to be mated to a wolf in power. But he was giving orders, and humans can't become warriors or anything. Your situation is the only way they would take orders from a human, but he's not in your situation. James says, going way too far in depth with everything. Let's not go into it all now. I kind of want to forget about him for tonight since today has been kind of emotionally taxing, I say. Of course, now come on, you need some rest. I'll watch over you. You can't function as well as us without a little rest. He tells me as he gently presses my head to his lap. I want this sort of war to end already. I want Dylan and for there to be no violence. I feel guilty for those I've had to eliminate today. I whisper. It's okay, it will all be over soon enough, he says, giving me something to drink, and I go limp and I don't like it. He drugged me. Is he like my brother? Going against me? What did you do to me? Are you betraying me? No, I am not betraying you. I'm helping you. Sasha, you need to rest, and this is the quickest way for you to fall asleep and get some energy back. There is a battle, and you are going to fight to stay awake tomorrow if you get no sleep tonight. But I'm vulnerable in my sleep. You're human, Sasha. You're somewhat vulnerable regardless, and even more so without proper rest, he says. I sigh and give in, closing my eyes after a few seconds of hesitation, soon falling into a peaceful sleep with the beta watching over me. Chapter 48. Dylan. I pant as the wolfsbane works its way through my body, slowly flooding my veins, not strong enough to kill me but strong enough to make me writhe in pain. Its cruel and harsh burn sets my body ablaze in a merciless agony. Another scream attacks the air of the cell, the sound burning my already aching lungs as I struggle to bear my pain. I want to faint and be rid of this pain. It's not pain. Pain is too gentle in comparison to what plagues my body. I think of my human angel to try distract me, but it does nothing to help. The image of her beautiful lips, eyes and hair only makes me feel restless. The sound of her laughter rings through my ears like a melody, and her distant touch is like the gentle touch of the softest silks and satins. The memory of the nights with her body curled up perfectly in my arms, sleeping soundly, whilst I allowed my hand to gently stroke her back. I really need my mate. The bond is getting really hard to ignore when I'm constantly pulled to her, but I can't go to her as much as I try. Every time I get free, I am caught, drugged with more wolfsbane and chained up again. I can't bear the thought of one of these men using her, treating her like a pet and selling her off to be used. It's cruel to do such a thing to an innocent teenage human girl. Actually, that is a cruel thing to do to anyone regardless of who or what they are. It's pitiful how you continue to fight the wolfsbane instead of just give in and let it weaken you completely. Alex says, entering the cell to taunt me again. I'll fight until I am free, I growl. You know, my little sister is quite good at raising an army. She's reformed the alliance, the one that made up the kingdom of the 𝐊𝐢𝐽𝐻. Then I doubt you'll succeed if you're going against an army. You should just release me now, do that, and they may spare this pack. You'll be defeated before you get to my pack and can take her. That is, unless we capture her on the battlefield. Sorry to burst your bubble, but your little mate does not seem to want to be the damsel in distress. She's causing a lot of problems for us with her army. Darren says with a smirk. She can't be here. I say, shaking my head wide-eyed. My little mate cannot be here. It's far too dangerous for her if she's captured. I don't even want to think about that. Then why did I talk to her on the battlefield? No. I scream, horrified. This is the worst thing that could possibly happen right now. Sasha is in the fight. That means if we lose, she won't likely be able to flee. She'll be captured and treated like a pet, used and hurt by these people. Just the idea of what they will do to her hurts more than the wolfsbane. The image of men touching what is mine, making her cry in pain whilst I am helpless and unable to save my Luna. The thought of her pained cries hurt me terribly, and I rip at my chains fighting against the wolfsbane that plagues my body. Why do you want to hurt her? I growl, was abandoning her when she needed you most not bad enough. I don't want to hurt her. I want to hurt you. She just happened to be your biggest weakness. Besides, when you think of it, why should I protect her when she won't be of any use? You want her to suffer then just to hurt me? Well, when you put it that way. Yes. Yes, I do. Loyalty to the pack surpasses family bonds when you are of high rank here. Alex shrugs. Where is Sasha? You said you saw her on the battlefield. Where is she? I ask, worried for her sake. My heart sinks as a smirk lights up Alex's face. Why, in a pretty gilded cage, of course. My fists clench as tears swell in my eyes. No, no, let her go. Why should we do that? She's a very important little prize. Besides, we have your mate. I think you should behave unless you want us to give her over to one of our warriors for the night. Alex says. No, please just let me see her, I request, my voice shaking, and allow you to have the satisfaction of gazing upon your mate. How about no? We have her captured to torture you, not to make you happy, and I think you'll be more likely to try mate with her when you see her, and I don't want you to experience any sort of relief or pleasure here. You are supposed to be tortured, so I'm sure not seeing your captive mate is the worst torture you can have, Alex says. Please don't hurt her. She's done nothing wrong. I say, my hands shaking and my body trembling in fear for my little Sasha. Well then you better behave, Alex says, picking up a silver whip and hitting it on the ground to test it out a bit. Chapter 49. Sasha. I feel the wind blowing through my curls as I swing from the vines from tree to tree, watching down as James runs on the ground below me in his large wolf form, plowing through enemies who stand in his way if I don't shoot them down. It seems he was right to knock me out. That bit of sleep for the night did make me feel a lot better. I mean, as a human, I only have so much stamina before my battery dies and I resemble a walking zombie or I faint from exhaustion, so sleep had its benefits. We've also fallen into a routine over the past 3 days, well, nights. When it gets too dark for me to continue, he climbs into a tree and we eat together, and then I take the sleeping pill to knock me out for a few hours and he watches. The reason I need a sleeping pill being the fact that I can't sleep when I am constantly worrying about Dylan and being afraid of my brother, and not to mention all the stress piling up on my shoulders. I have also felt some sort of feeling of despair flooding my senses over the past 3 or so days. The despair is not my own, and I can only guess that it's Dylan's, which kind of links to me being unable to sleep due to worrying about the aforementioned mate of mine. Sasha. James shifts and shouts. Yeah, he kind of can't talk as a wolf, so he needs to shift to tell me anything that cannot be communicated with gestures. Yes. Ask. Alpha Chase's division has broken through and entered the pack house, he says. I stop in my tracks, my eyes wide. Dylan. I ask, only able to get his name out. They have not found him yet. They are still fighting inside the pack house. He is likely in the dungeon at the bottom, so it will take time for them to reach him, he says. How far are we from the pack house? I ask, feeling some sort of excitement inside of me at the thought of nearing my mate. I'd say 6 hours, considering we've been staying out of trouble and the pack has cleared the majority of the enemies in front of us, he says. I immediately take off through the trees, hoping to get to the pack house in under 6 hours. Sasha, don't rush ahead. Wasting your energy is stupid. When we get to the pack house, which although I think we should not do, not that you will agree at all, you will need your energy. Most of the forces are probably going to be going after you, seeing as you will be the best for convincing the army to stand down. The queen is a very powerful piece in the game of chess. The same thing applies here because you are the queen in this alliance, James says. I know, you just don't know what it's like to feel yourself torn apart inside without your mate. All I can do is worry about him, and I can't help that I miss him so bad that it feels like knives are plunging into my heart from the pain of separation. Don't go all romantic and cheesy on me, Sasha. You can say all of this to Dylan later. I'm sure your romantic words will make him feel a lot better, he says. They have been hurting him a lot. I can feel it. It's like a sore tug on my heart every time. I don't know what they are using, but I am worried about him. I tell him, of course you are. He is your mate. At least you know how he felt every time you were kidnapped, James says. I don't think me being kidnapped ended up with an all-out pack war. It never got to the point that an army was needed. I'm scared that when we find him that he'll be dead. Have some faith in him. He's the Alpha King, even if he does not rule over all the packs. It runs in his blood. He is strong. He'll be fine, and I'm sure you won't be leaving his arms for a while once we find him, James says. Yeah, I don't plan on letting him out my sight once I find him, I mutter. I am sure he will be happy to find out how possessive you have gotten over him, he laughs. I'm nowhere near as possessive as he is, and I'm not possessive to begin with. I'm just worried about him. Besides, I'm sure no one can compare to him when it comes to being possessive. He did try to inject me with a tracking serum once, if I remember correctly, I remind him. True, you two are perfect for each other. I am not possessive, I remind him. No need to be shy about it, it's perfectly normal to be territorial over your mate. You two are gonna look so cute with a whole lot of little Dashas running around, he says. Dasha. What is Dasha? Dylan Sasha, of course. I would not be a proper beta if I did not have a good ship name for the alpha couple. He explains, making my face go bright red. If he is thinking about me having children, then is that what everyone else is thinking as well? I don't want to have people staring at me waiting for me to get pregnant. Don't stress about it. Looking flustered won't be good in front of the enemy, and I think Dylan would prefer you hugging him rather than being too shy to go near him, James says. I draw my arrow as I see an enemy wolf approaching, and I fire the arrow, which finds its target with precision. Honestly, I don't know why I did not do archery at school. This is fun, although now that I've been exposed to doing archery like this in the trees, I guess doing it like a normal person will be rather boring. I suddenly realize something. When Dylan finds out I joined the battle, there is no way he is ever letting me leave the room again. Yeah, there is no doubt that he is the possessive one of us too. Chapter 50. Sasha. I jump down from the tree as the pack house comes into sight, and my first thought is that why is it called a pack house when all pack houses are clearly mansions and castles, not houses? You ready? James asks me as we walk past the unconscious guards into the pack castle. Very large house. I give a nod as I take 2 knives in my hands, knowing the bow and arrow might not work if I am ambushed and need to quickly fight back. Now remember, if Dylan asks. I did not agree to you joining this battle, James says. That's not true. I remember you saying how romantic it was that I was going to fight for him. I say, rolling my eyes at the coward. Did I? I don't remember that. Yep, never said that once, he says, lying right through his teeth. Liar, I mutter, walking inside. I shudder, looking around the mansion. It looks like some sort of vampire mansion in fictional movies and books, and that sends a shiver down my spine. The blood from the injuries of our injuries does not do anything to make the place look more happy and lively. Can you smell Dylan? I ask, and he sniffs the air like a dog, or a wolf, to catch a whiff of his scent. Yes, but I think we should wait for the warriors to clear the area first, he says, and I roll my eyes, wondering how stupid he is. I'm not waiting for someone to bring my mate to me. Seeing where his head had been directed when he caught his scent, I take off running in that direction, and James ends up chasing after me. There seems to be no guards in my way as I run down the steps that descend into something that I am sure is a dungeon. Let go, I say softly, trying to pull my wrist back as James grabs it. This could be a trap. There are no guards, and do you think they will leave? I hear a scream filled with pain and agony, and I feel a pain tug at my heart as pain ripples through my body, and I cry as I sink to my knees, feeling the pain. I know it's Dylan's pain. His scream made it clear. Sasha, come, let's get out of here, James says, picking me up. No, he's in pain. They are hurting him. I can't leave him, not now, not while they are hurting him. I can't leave him. I whimper, trembling from my pain. Sasha, h. I scream as the pain becomes even more unbearable. Make it stop. I hear a loud growl echoing from a nearby cell as the cell door is practically bashed to the ground. I feel warm arms around me, and I lean in towards the source of warmth, trembling from my pain. Oh look, Sasha has finally come to play with us. I hear the crazed laughter of my older brother from where the cell door was. Dare lay a hand on my mate and I will end you, brother-in-law or not. I hear a familiar voice threaten, the voice sending vibrations rippling against my head as I am pressed up against the source of the voice. Dylan, I whisper softly in disbelief. We can have our romantic moment in a few seconds. I just need to get you out of here. He tells me gently as he pulls me closer to his chest. I sigh. His chest is bare and riddled with healing scars and burns, and I cannot help but feel my heart hurting. I should have acted faster. If I had had all my thoughts together and called a meeting sooner and arranged the attack sooner, maybe he would not be in such a terrible state. It's all my fault for not doing anything sooner. Sasha, I can see you staring at my wounds. I'm fine honestly, but you should not have come here. Your body is taking on my pain and I can bear it way better than you can, he says. His gentle strokes against my back as he whispers to me are interrupted by snarling, and I turn my head to see Alex turning into a giant brown wolf and leaping at us. James shifts and pounces, pinning him down. James, don't underestimate him, Dylan warns before running off with me, and I wrap my arms around him, holding on tight as he runs up the stairs. Dylan, the trees, I say as he exits the pack house with me firmly and snugly fitting in his arms. He climbs up a tall tree and gently sits me down in the branches, and I smile at him. I am finally alone with my mate and husband. I mean, it would be better if there was not all this fighting going on, but seeing him is great after being separated for nearly a week. I can't help but wrap my arms around him, pulling him back towards me, and trying to bring him down so I can kiss his lips. My plan, however, fails as I cannot exactly pull a werewolf and I am too short to reach him. He laughs at my actions, making me blush in slight embarrassment at failing to kiss him. I mean, he is my mate. I should be allowed to kiss him whenever I want. I see you have missed me, he chuckles, leaning down to give me a small peck on the forehead, and as sweet as it is, I was hoping for him to kiss me on the lips. I was so worried about you, I whisper, hugging him tightly. Easy, the silver does still sting a bit, he said, wincing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to. It's really okay, Sasha, and I've missed you too. I mean, I did not go as far as to assemble an army, but I think I missed you more still, he says. Doubt it. You had me worried sick, literally. You can ask anyone, I tell him. I worried about you as well. I promise you that your brother and I will not be getting along, and I will not have him over for Christmas dinner ever. Not even to celebrate your birthday, he says. He hurt you, Dylan. He does not deserve to be invited, but let's not bring him up, okay? It's just me and you right now, no one else, I say. Sasha, I'm sorry, but I need to go join the fighting. I can't leave everyone else to fight my battles alone, he says. No, Dylan. You can't fight. You have been tortured for Sasha. I will be fine. Would I ever lie to you? That probably depends on the situation. I mean, you silly little mate. How about this? If I get knocked out or hurt to the point where James has to help me stand, then you can kiss me as much as you want and bathe me tonight, he suggests. Dylan, I yell, shaking my head. Doesn't my pretty little mate want to tend to me tonight? We're mated. There is no reason for you to hold back and be shy. We've already... That was during heat. Dylan, it sounds like you're going to injure yourself just to make me touch you in the bath, which is not happening. I am not comfortable. And are you trying to distract me? I exclaim. Bingo. Now stay here like a good little mate and you can do whatever you want tonight, he says. After making me worried sick, literally, you do not get to bargain with me like that. I will do whatever I want with you tonight regardless. That's so sweet of you. Now why don't you stop hanging on to me like a monkey and let me go and fight for you? He says, kissing my ear gently, letting a sharpened canine gently touch my skin, making my breath hitch slightly. I know I seem like a stupid love-struck girl, my breath hitching when he gets close to me, but I am a teenage girl and he is my mate. I'm pretty sure my reactions are pretty normal. How about no, I say. I manage to resist him, which says something about my ability to endure things like him. No. Well, if you don't want to behave, then I guess no cuddles for you, my sweet little teddy, he says with a sigh. We both know you are bluffing, and if you aren't well, you should know that nothing is keeping me from cuddling you tonight, I say. And what if I decided I would sleep without? Then I guess I would have to force you to dress yourself. If you are going to fight, so am I, and if I'm not going to fight, neither are you. I am fine now, the pain is gone, you do not need to worry, I tell him. Sasha, I couldn't live with myself if you got hurt and I was not able to do anything about it. They've not only been torturing me physically, Sasha. Your brother would taunt me. Until I saw you today, Sasha, I honestly thought they had captured you. They would describe gruesome things being done to your perfect body, and you may tell me that I'm being irrational, controlling, and overprotective, but how would you feel if you were in my shoes or paws, Sasha? He asks me. I say, trying to answer him. I felt as if I had lost you. It was as if I was useless. My heart was aching endlessly, and I could not bear to listen to them, but I had no choice but to do it. I was terrified for your sake. I've never been so scared in my life, Sasha. When you were kidnapped during your heat, I could at least find you. I was not restrained and unable to reach you. You were worried sick about me. Well, I was the exact same with you, my love, and I need to fight to protect you. I want to be able to at least fight against them and prove I am worthy of you since I got captured and put us in this state, he says, rambling on. Dylan, I was scared as well. For you though, not necessarily for me. I had no idea if you would ever return. The pack would fall apart if I was its alpha and I wouldn't be able to live with you gone. I say, hugging him tighter, refusing to let go of him. I guess I made a mistake trying to reason with you. It's only made you even more clingy, he says. Get used to it. I'm not letting go until the battle is over or I am fighting at your side or at least watching you. Dylan, I have found a way to fight. I can fight from a distance by shooting arrows. Please just let me be there with you, I plead. Sasha, you are not coming. End of story. You are my mate, not my dad, Dylan. You cannot tell me what to do and when to do it all the time and just expect me to obey. I am your equal, not your subordinate, slave, child, or whatever else, I say, trying to make my point very clear to him. I know, but this is for your own protection, Sasha. After everything I went through, I can't bear the thought of you being in there where you can be harmed, he says. And I am not protected out here. Everyone is in the pack house. If anything, I am more vulnerable out here with no one to defend me. But here there is space for you to escape, and wolves don't climb in wolf form, but from what I saw from you climbing up the tree a few minutes ago, they can climb very well in human form, I say, raising an eyebrow, and he sighs, knowing he is being bested. Fine, but it will be dangerous. You will do as I say in there, and you will not engage in close combat. Most wolves will be engaged in fighting or tending to those who are injured, so there won't be anyone to babysit you or protect you, he says. I can agree to that, I say, glad to finally reach a compromise, and I try to kiss him again but fail, and he leans down and I anticipate him closing the gap between our lips, but instead he gives me a soft, gentle little kiss on the cheek. Hey, I exclaim. No, you can get your kiss if you do not get into any trouble, or else I will just keep to forehead and cheek pecks, he says, and I bite my lip. He worked out how to manipulate me, unfortunately. He still gets to kiss and tease me, and I don't get to actually kiss him. I'll try my best, but I'm not promising anything. But you owe me marshmallows and jelly tots for teasing me like this. I concede. Of course, my little mate, he grins. I let go of him and quickly climb down the tree and run towards the pack house, and he follows behind me, slowing from his usual speed to make me feel a bit faster. Suddenly, I am pinned down to the ground by his heavy weight and I groan in pain. Chapter 51. Suddenly, I am pinned down to the ground by his heavy weight and I groan in pain. The ground feels hard, and I think I may have eaten some grass. Dylan feels very heavy. He is making me feel like a pancake, and just because his arms are around me does not make him any lighter. In fact, it did nothing but shield me from some of the impact. I'm lucky I did not break anything. Is this some sort of plan B for if I would not stay up in the tree? I hear a low and dangerous growl that does not come from Dylan, seeing as I would probably feel his chest vibrating against my back if he was the one growling. I turn my head slightly to see a shifted large gray wolf snarling at us, and I swallow hard, realizing that if Dylan had not pounced on me, well, I might be dead already, and I realize now why he wants me in the tree. Maybe it is safer, but it's too late to turn back now, I guess. Darren, you have 3 seconds to get far, far away from my little Sasha, or I will rip you to pieces. He growls, and I don't think I have ever seen him being so dangerous before, and that is saying something. I mean, he went through a very brief anger issue stage. He has attacked rogues and he has fought against other wolves to protect me. I feel slightly intimidated by him right now with how threatening he is. I can recognize the wolf to a degree, and I remember hearing the name Darren. Wait, that is the wolf that attacked me in the forest. It's no wonder Dylan is being so possessive, although he would be like this regardless of whatever wolf attacked me. 1, 2. Suddenly Darren runs at Dylan, snarling, and Dylan shifts to meet him head-on. Darren, however, swiftly redirects his path towards me at the last second, and I reach for my belt and grab a knife and pull it out. He pounces at me as I pull it out to protect me, and his chest goes into the side of the blade, and he lifts his head and howls in pain. He is dragged off of me by Dylan's canines that bite down and throw him to the side. Dylan glances at my left arm, which has a deep scratch from Darren's claws, and he leans in and gives my scratch a small lick. Dylan, it's just a little scratch. You have a fight, focus on that, I mutter, and he turns around to see Darren running back for a round 2. I watch the fight, sitting back up and readying my bow and arrow in case anything happens to Dylan, because there is no way I'm letting anything happen to him now that I have him back, even if he can be annoying every now and then. I can see the 2 vicious male alpha wolves going at each other without any hesitation, and I can't help but wonder if it is even worth it for Darren to be fighting. I don't know of any motives he has, and he seems more intent of just making Dylan suffer and probably taking over our pack, and is that worth the loss of life? I watch horrified as Darren's claws scrape deep against Dylan's back, making him howl out in pain, and I get to my feet and prepare to shoot an arrow. Dylan turns his head to me and growls lowly, telling me to stay out of the fight, and I hesitate before lowering my arrow. As bad as Dylan is looking, Darren is even worse off. Dylan is fierce and is winning, whilst Darren can only claw him in attempts to hurt him and weaken him. Darren shoves Dylan off him and snarls before running at me as fast as possible, outrunning Dylan, despite his injuries. It's obvious that he plans to try hurt me again to get back at Dylan, and I ready my bow and arrow to shoot him. I begin shooting arrows, but at a closer distance. He narrowly dodges me, and I take steps back as he gets closer. Now I wish I was in a nearby tree to shoot from. Dylan rams into his side, growling as he attacks Darren, and I watch as they spar, Darren becoming weaker and weaker until he is unable to fight but is just holding out on surrender. I feel my body pulled back, and a knife touches my throat, and my breath hitches in my throat. Dylan snarls angrily, as he has been doing a lot, but I guess there are only so many sounds he can make, and I can identify in his wolf form. I turn my head around to see my brother, who Dylan really does not like, and after what he has done recently, I kinda don't like him too much either. I mean, I can't entirely hate him because he is my brother. The fact that he has hurt Dylan and abandoned me makes me think he does not deserve that tiny bit of like I have towards him, because he is family. Sasha. I hear James shouting, his voice getting closer and closer from behind. Alex, if you know what's best for you, then you'll let my mate go right this instant. Dylan growls, shifting into his human form, stepping away from the very injured Alpha Darren. He seems rather angry and is ready to kill Alex. The only thing stopping him is that there is a knife held to me. I wince as he holds the knife tighter, and I can see Dylan trying his best not to attack Alex when he has me at knife point. I discreetly take out a knife in my right hand, and I lift my other hand to hold Alex's hand and try hold it away from my throat, struggling to get him at least a little bit away. I manage to force his hand back a bit, and I stab his leg with my knife, and I duck to avoid his knife, and I run towards Dylan. Alex grabs my wrist to pull me back, and I struggle against him. James grabs Alex and pulls him whilst Dylan pulls me, and I end up in a nice and comfortable place known as Dylan's arms, and I sigh, leaning against him. That's the Alpha and Beta down. The rest of the pack should either begin surrendering or fleeing now, James says. That's good, I say with a sigh. Now who agreed to let my mate fight? You know I gave orders for her not to be allowed to learn or participate in fighting. Dylan growls, and I look down. I want to put the blame on James, but promises are promises, so I have to keep my mouth shut. I would love to say that Zach and James were guilty, since they put me through that training at I don't know what time in the morning, but had they stopped me from fighting, then I would have gone anyway. Well, no one distinctly gave me permission to fight. No one stopped me, that was all. But aren't you happy I'm here? I mean, we get to spend a little more time together, and we've brought the alliance back together, I say. I'd rather have you at the pack house where you are very much safe, he says. But I laugh in the face of danger. I tell him, reciting from my favorite movie as a child. No, you don't. You don't get to go anywhere near the face of danger to laugh in it, he says. But I am absolutely fine. I have survived this battle, doesn't that say something? It says that you are a reckless human who will be locked in the room next time anyone gets kidnapped or a war starts, he says. That's not fair. Life is not fair, my sweet mate, he says, kissing my forehead. What makes you better than me? For fighting. Well, I am a werewolf, and I have been trained my entire life to fight. You are human, and your training includes escaping from the pack house, he says. Escaping from a pack of werewolves has got to be worth something, I persist. Do I need to mention that you got caught each time, either by the pack or one of our enemies? I would not call that an entirely successful escape, he says. But that was more than a month ago. Sasha, no fighting for you, he says. I glance over at James. He technically allowed me to fight. If he does not back me up, I am ratting him out to Dylan. He knows I am very much capable after training. Dylan, however, silences his support with a glare. Well, I guess the Alpha is right, James says. Traitor. Dylan, he oversaw my TR, I say. But I guess she does have a point. I mean, she is very smart and skilled, James says. My decision is final. Now let's clean up the loose ends so we can head back to the pack. Dylan says, and I sigh, knowing he is not changing his mind, and I should just go with his decision because he could otherwise end up deciding to lock me in bedrooms again. Not fighting is better than spending my time locked up since he does not want me to fight. They both lead to me not fighting, so I think I'll just take the one that seems slightly more favorable. Chapter 52. I run through the trees in the night as I hear footsteps following after me, getting closer and closer with each step whilst I run with no idea where I plan on running to. My breaths are getting heavy from the amount of exercise as my pursuer refuses to stop chasing after me, and I don't like how he is gaining on me in the chase. You should give up, you can't outrun me, he calls out, confidently believing he will win. Not that it is a race, considering a race needs to have an end. I roll my eyes and refuse to give up and surrender, as that won't help me win or anything. My tackies crunch on the fallen branches that cover the forest floor as I continue to dodge shadows that are lit up by the moon above the forest. I suddenly feel arms wrap tightly around my waist and pull me back, so my back presses against a hard chest. "Got you," Dylan exclaims victoriously. "No you didn't," I protest, struggling to get free. "You know you are in my arms, right?" "I am pretty sure that I have caught you," he says, carrying me back to the base where everyone else is. "You know, when we sneak out of a ceremony because we are tired and want to go to sleep, it is best to just go to sleep instead of playing hide and seek," he says. "But you have to admit it was much more fun than sitting through all those speeches, especially since now they are all just toasting to nonsensical things. How did we even get alcohol here?" "I don't know, but I'm happy you insisted on remaining entirely sober. I couldn't deal with you wanting me to swim to Antarctica," he says. "I was on heat, not drunk. I've never been drunk and I've never had alcohol, and I don't plan on. Not after what my parents were like when drinking," I say, whispering the last part under my breath. "Don't think about that, Sasha. Okay, that's your past. It's time to think about the future, and I'm thinking of maybe 3 or 4 little mini versions of us running around the pack house in our future," he says. I giggle as I feel the mattress beneath me, and Dylan grabs me from behind as I lie, and he pulls me into his chest, and his breath settles on my neck, tickling me. Finally, I get to be alone with him after so long and not have to worry about a battle taking place. 3 or 4. "Do you know how painful labor is?" I tell him. "But don't you want to, Max, and not right now, Dylan," I tell him. "I know, but there is nothing wrong imagining our future pups," he says. His arms turn me to face him, and I smile softly seeing him. He leans into my neck and gently places soft kisses on my mark, making me feel rather relaxed and happy, letting out small sighs of delight. I whine, annoyed, as he lifts his lips from my mark, and I want him to go back to kissing it. "Greedy little mate," he mutters before kissing my lips and pulling me closer to him, and I don't put up even an ounce of resistance to him as my hands thread together around his neck, not wanting even the slightest minuscule bit of distance to be put between us. His hands stroke gently against my back, and I feel as if I am in heaven in his arms. I doubt anything can match this feeling, even marshmallows and jelly tots. I feel his hands graze gently over the skin of back, making sure not to touch me in any areas that I probably won't allow him to. My breath hitches slightly at his contact with my skin as tingles fly across my skin, making me gasp in surprise, and he sneakily goes on to deepen the kiss, his lips not leaving mine even once for breath. His sweet lips distract me from his touch as he goes faster, and I try my best to keep up with his lead until I am forced to untangle my hands and press them against his chest to separate us so I can breathe. Fast and heavy breaths leave my lips after I finally, as unfortunate as it is, separate myself from him. I look up at him, and he seems slightly sad and not out of breath at all. How can he not be out of breath? Oh right, he is a werewolf, lucky fish. Did you not like it, Sasha? He asks sadly, and I feel guilty for making him feel that way. No, Dylan. I just needed to breathe, I say, not wanting him to think I did not like it when I loved it. So did you enjoy my kiss? He asks. Of course I did, idiot, I giggle. Good. I am not an idiot, he exclaims. Yes, you are, for thinking that I did not enjoy your kisses, I tell him, cuddling into him. You have no idea how amazing it is to finally hold you after what has felt like forever. They wanted to hurt you, and I'm here now. You don't have to worry anymore. I tell him, gently kissing his cheek to assure him. I know, but I can't help but be afraid that you will not slip through my fingers in a brief moment, he says, pressing his head into my neck, rubbing his head against my mark to reassure himself. It's okay, Dylan. Nothing will happen to me. If you want, you can torture my brother again to reassure but you don't like blood, and I'll have to leave you, and what if someone takes you when you're alone? he says, full of vulnerability. "I will be there with me. After what he did, I can watch you torture him. You deserve to have as much closure as you need," I tell him, stroking his hair to keep him calm. "Sasha, I'm sorry I was not with you. It was my fault for getting kidnapped and bringing him into our lives. From my own experience I can tell you, you cannot control whether or not you get kidnapped," I tell him, gazing into his beautiful eyes. "But I'm an alpha. I should have been stronger. How can I protect you and our future pups if I can't even protect myself? Is that why you don't want to have pups with me? Are you afraid for their safety?" he asks vulnerably. "No. You can't be stronger than everyone, and that is not why I am not having pups yet. If I didn't meet you, I would likely someday get married to a human man. Now who would be able to protect me the best, you or the human man? Ask. He wouldn't put you in danger with all his enemies," Dylan sighs. "That's not the right answer. I love you and I trust you completely, but I don't trust myself," he says. "One little slip-up does not mean you are incapable of having a family with me. I understand you are feeling really stressed out after all you have been through, but I assure you that you don't have to be the strongest man to have a family with me. I think you're perfect just the way you are." "Okay," I tell him, kissing his lips. "But I want you to be safe. I know we don't have the safest circumstances, but I still trust you and love you. I doubt we'll ever be truly safe, so stop worrying. I don't care about whether or not you are the strongest male alive, even if it is a nice bonus that you are a strong and very attractive werewolf." But he interrupts me. "The only thing that matters is me and you. If we have a family, we try our best to protect it, and it is not your fault that you have so many enemies, and you should not let it get to you. It's okay to be cautious and have some doubts, but it's not okay to ruin your entire life out of fear," I tell him. Chapter 53. I watch, frozen and chained to the stone ground, stuck on my knees, as Sasha sits on a high pedestal surrounded by silver bars. Her eyes are filled with pained tears whilst her wrists are tightly fixed behind her back by shackles. A snow-white dress covered in masses of rips, tears and crimson stains and splotches sits on her. The crimson spreads, the dress becoming more and more stained as each second goes on. Her shaking voice cries to me to help her, but I can't do anything. I'm frozen, paralyzed as she is subjected to horrifying torture, and knives are stroked across the soft, smooth canvas of her skin. Crimson falls from her freshly made wounds, crying small streams that fall over the side of the pedestal. Drop by drop, the teardrops of crimson fall on me, and I can't help her. I am helpless and useless. A silver whip thrashes my back. Orders are thrown at me to keep quiet, but I can't stop screaming for them to stop, for Sasha to be safe and saved. A muzzle is put over my mouth, silencing me. She is up there and she can't see me. She can't hear me. She looks terrified, and I want to scream and tell her that I am right here and that everything will be okay, but I don't believe myself. Dylan, help me. Make it stop." She screams and cries to no end, but I can't give her any words of comfort. She thinks she is alone. She believes I have abandoned her, but if I can't help her, and is that not the same thing? I have left her alone in her time of need. The next thing I know, I am staring at her broken body covered in fatal wounds and injuries, her clothes stained with crimson and her skin sickly pale. "You said you would protect me. You said you would protect our pup." Her chest heaves as she coughs, and I hold her, my tears falling on the ground, mixing in with her crimson blood. "You failed me. You failed us. You failed as an alpha, and most of all as my mate." Her eyes are shut permanently and her heart slows down, each thump becoming significantly softer, like her soft breaths, until they are no more. Her skin becomes colder than snow in winter, and I grab onto her, begging her to awaken, but she won't open her eyes. Her body turns to dust, slipping through my fingers, and I scream for her to stay, to come back to me. I need her. I need my mate, my Luna, my Sasha. I scream and plead, crying out for her to come back. This can't be real. This must be an illusion. I try to grab the specks of dust, but they are blown off by the wind, and I can't catch them. I can't catch her. She can't be gone. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect her. She's dead, and I have lost her forever. My beautiful other half is lost. She is gone. Gone forever, and it is all my fault. I could have saved her. I should have saved her. Those plans of our future, of little pups running around and keeping us up at night are all gone, and it is all my fault. I took away her future. She was innocent and undeserving of such a cruel fate. Dylan, 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 wake up. I jolt up in bed to see Sasha sitting on my waist straddling me. Worry etched onto her beautiful face as she screams my name and shakes me awake. I throw myself onto her and hold her to the mattress, taking in her sweet scent for reassurance. My head pressed into her neck, greedily sniffing in every ounce of her scent, desperately needing to know that she is here, that it is honestly her. Her gentle hand pets my head in understanding, bearing with me patiently. It's okay, she whispers softly as tears leak from my eyes. Sasha, why you were dead? I cry, my arms grabbing onto her and holding her tight, with the fear that in a heartbeat I will lose her. I will lose her and she will be gone forever. I am right here and I'm not going anywhere. Okay, she whispers gently, but what if someone takes you from me? I have never been more afraid of anything in my... Dylan, focus on me. I am right here in your arms. I am not going anywhere, understand? She tells me, trying to assure me with a sweet smile. No, Sasha, you don't understand. You were injured. They killed you. They killed you and I could not do anything. I brought you into this as my mate and it is my duty to protect you. I failed to do my job as your mate, to protect you from harm. It was all my fault. I tell her my canines grazing at her mark in a need to get more assurance that she is here. Dylan, you could never fail me, she says, and her breath stops, caught in her throat as my canines prod at my mark that is displayed on her neck. I want to mark her again. I can do that. Wolves do it to profess their love to their mates since it is intimate, like kissing and mating, but I don't know if she will allow me. All the intimate actions that we have done besides kissing, which is not too intimate, have been brought on by her heat and had to be done to keep her safe. I don't know if she is actually wanting to go as far as to be intimate with me. She said that she loves me and that me being unable to prevent myself being kidnapped was not the reason she did not want to mate, but what if she was lying to make me feel better? Dylan, it's okay. If it will make you feel better, she says with a sweet and gentle smile as my canines press on her, wanting to mark her while I hesitate. I should be pleasing you, Sasha. You should not be the one pleasing me and trying to console me like this. I'm terrible. I feel her soft skin against my canines as she pulls me down, her hands gripping my hair and holding me down. Dylan, I want you to be happy as well. You deserve it after what you've gone through. They were cruel in what they did to you. Don't beat yourself up, okay? She whispers. I slowly bite down a little harder and she releases my head and her hands move to tightly grip the sheets, and I realize I am hurting her, and I let my canines go back to normal and leave her skin, and I gently kiss the wound to heal it. I'm so sorry, Sasha. I'm so sorry I hurt. Dylan, I am fine. It hurt a lot less than the first time. In fact, it was kind of nice. You can't be sorry for making me feel good, can you? She says with her adorable, innocent smile that makes my heart pound irrationally for my beautiful mate. Are you just saying that to make me feel good? I ask her, feeling slightly insecure, especially after how she was just screaming and how much pain the last mark caused her. Dylan, I am not lying to you. If it was hurting me, you would know. I don't have too much tolerance for pain, she says honestly. I hear footsteps approaching our tent and I tighten my arms around her and growl as two figures sneak into our tent. James, Zach, why are you sneaking into my tent at this time in the morning? I ask with a growl. The better question is, what are you doing at this time in the morning? Zach says with a smirk before glancing at us. So we're not going to be godparents anytime soon? James sighs in somewhat disappointment. But godparents? Why would you think we were doing that? And more importantly, why would you walk in here if you thought we were doing that? Do you have no respect for privacy? Sasha shouts at them, pushing me aside. They should know better than to anger my mate. But they interrupted us and I was getting rather comfortable with her. Well, we kind of made a deal that we would barge in on one another and also we would be the godparents of each other's children, James explains, and I honestly don't buy the explanation. Did he also just imply that I was part of this plan? I have never even heard of it and it sounds ridiculous. Who barges in on a couple mating intentionally? Sasha looks as if she is about to kill them, and I make the smart decision to restrain her by dragging her back into my arms and sitting her on my lap. Now you cannot kill my beta and gamma, I tell her, stroking her head. They wanted to barge in on us doing that. How am I not supposed to kill them? They wanted to embarrass me. What if we had been doing that? They would have interrupted it and have seen me naked. Do you expect me to just be okay with that? The thought of any other male seeing my mate naked makes me angry. If she was ready and we were actually doing it, they would have seen my precious mate and have embarrassed her. That is something I will let go, especially since I did not agree to the barging in on each other's mating. If they think that barging in on my mate will allow them to be the godparents of my little pup, especially after they could have potentially embarrassed my mate like that, they have another thing coming. Run. I growl at them and they turn and run, fearing for their lives, as they probably should. Aren't you going to chase them? She asks. I would, but then I'd have to leave you and I can't do that. I am too afraid that I'll lose you and we have spent so long apart. Fine, then don't chase them, she says, turning around and wrapping her arms around my neck. I lie back and allow her to do as she wants, which is to initiate a kiss between us. I can't help but let my lips melt against hers and allow her to lead for a little bit until I can't help but fight her for dominance in leading the kiss, mainly for the fun of it, seeing as we've never ended up fighting for dominance in our kisses. My little mate is forced to surrender to me, although it really does not seem like she cares who leads the kiss as long as she is kissing me, which I don't mind. Sasha is forced to leave her beloved werewolf Alpha, Dylan, taken home by the police to a place filled with abuse and lies. She must face a tough choice: stay in this so-called home or risk returning to her true love and belonging the pack. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 54. My legs swing back and forth whilst I sit on his desk, faced with an extreme boredom that can rival school assemblies, which I am so happy I don't have to go through anymore, seeing as Dylan won't be letting me go back to school. Well, there is no way I am going to be able to go back to school when a certain werewolf Alpha has adopted a whole new level of being overprotective. Please, Dylan, I whine in an effort to let him allow me to leave the office and go do something like going outside or talking to Lila or playing with the pups. No, he firmly replies, refusing to bend to my cutest puppy eyes that sparkle with hope. I have tried everything possible to leave this office. I have tried to sneak out, kiss him, manipulate him, bribe James, and then bribe Zach, and now puppy eyes, but he just won't break. Is it too much to ask to just go outside of the office, outside his line of sight? I mean, he kind of does have good reason to keep me here. His nightmares have been plaguing him for the past 2 nights. He wakes up with terrible cold sweats, he screams throughout the night, and when he wakes up he is panicking, afraid that I died. It is frightening seeing him in that state when he wakes up. I know he is like this out of fear for me, and that makes me feel somewhat guilty. If he was not worrying about me, then he would not be like this. In a way, it is sweet that he cares so much, but I would not call waking up believing me to be dead and panicking to be entirely sweet. The only sweet thing is how much he cares for me. If I was in his position having those nightmares, I know I would be exactly the same, not wanting him to leave me, and I do kind of feel that way, but I do need some space. I understand that you want to protect me, but I am bored. I want to see Lila or go outside. You are not allowed outside without me, he growls. This is ridiculous, Dylan. I know those nightmares and all you went through was very traumatizing, and you want to protect me, but keeping me stuck as your shadow is only going to make me mad. I deserve at least some freedom. I can defend myself. I traveled some of the way to the pack alone and I was fine. I managed to hide from my brother and I can defend myself as well, and I got captured. Sasha, I love you and I don't want you to get hurt. Whenever you are not in my sight, I worry that you might have been kidnapped or hurt, and you know I am justified in worrying about that. You have been kidnapped how many times? He asks. Dylan, I can't even bath or go to the toilet without you being in the bathroom, even if you are not looking. It is getting too much, and we have only been back here for a day. I think we need to get you some help. Maybe the doctor can. I am fine, Sasha. I just don't want you to get hurt. Lately you've been more reckless, going out to battle when you could have been captured. I'm sorry, but as much as I want to believe you, I just am afraid of losing you, he says. And you will lose me if you keep up this possessive and overprotective behavior. I deserve some freedom. I tell him, getting up and storming out the office. So that turns out to be one way to leave, having him left speechless. I clench my fists, infuriated by Dylan when he is being a dominant alpha male. I know I can't judge him after what he went through, but that does not justify being so controlling or make his actions right. Sasha. I turn to see Lila coming towards me with a big smile on her face, alive with energy like usual. Hey Lila. I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier. I apologize to the Omega. No, it's fine. I've heard the big bad Alpha is being a little overbearing, she says with a giggle. Yeah. He is only worried about me, but I don't like how he is trying to control me as a means to keep me safe, I sigh. Well, we do have the Beta and Alpha prisoner. If they escape, they can take you with them. He is looking out for you, but to extreme lengths. It is a normal thing in male lichens. It's why females don't fight, because those possessive men believe we will get injured. Although if you think about it like that, then maybe it is for the best that we females don't fight. The second we get a little scrape on our leg in training, our mates will fuss over us as if we are dying, and I guess it is better being protected than fussed over like a helpless baby, she says. Yeah, I agree. So do you want to come to the daycare with me? She asks, and I nod, smiling. We make our way into the large room where the children are finger painting. Their clothes covered in paint, and I can't help but feel sorry for their poor parents who will have to wash that paint out. Luna. The little pup named Ren exclaims, seeing me, and she runs to me, hands full of paint, and I pick her up before the paint gets on my clothes. Luna, you came. You must see my picture. It is the bestest. I put her down and follow her to the tiny table, and I need to go down to look at the picture. What is nice about little kids is that they are smaller than me. It is nice to not have to stare up to people, such as Dylan. I look at the picture and turn my head slightly, trying to interpret the messy lines and squiggles of finger paint that covers the white page. It is really, really beautiful, I tell her, looking at the work, which is an example of abstract art, and for fun I silently begin trying to interpret it. It's a wolf, she exclaims, holding it up, and I tilt my head and squint my eyes, trying to see the wolf in the green, purple, and blue splotches of paint. It looks so beautiful, I tell her. There is no way I am ruining a little girl's dreams by telling that that is not a wolf or any known shape to humans or wolves. It is not lying, considering I never said to her that I could see the wolf. Chapter 55. I want that one. No, I want that. That looks so cool, can we go on it? Please. Pretty please. Ren exclaims, running around the fair like the wild child she is. The sound of children screaming in delight and running wild with their parents chasing after them like headless chickens is all that can be heard over the people manning the stalls advertising their food, games, and rides. It is a child's dream and a paying adult's worst nightmare. I have no idea how the three of us, Ren, Lila, and me, actually managed to sneak out the pack house and go to the amusement park, but we have somehow managed to do it, and I have absolutely no regrets. After fighting a possessive mate and saving that possessive mate amongst other things such as family issues, something like a fair is a great relaxation and time away from my mate without worrying about him being kidnapped or me being kidnapped. I want that cotton candy. Ren exclaims, dragging us there, and Lila unfortunately has to pay for everything because I'm kind of broke. I mean, I had cash back home from doing babysitting jobs and stuff to earn some money to treat myself, and my parents gave me an allowance to buy my clothes and sometimes the groceries, but New York money was at home. Dylan and friends did not think to kidnap my cell phone and my purse when they kidnapped me. I could probably go and get it back from my house by sneaking in. I'd get caught likely, and I kind of don't want to go back to that place when I've left it behind. I mean, I'm wearing dark sunglasses to cover my eyes to conceal my identity, in case the police have been contacted. I couldn't have taken Dylan's card because I have no idea where it is or what the pin is, and asking him would have jeopardized the mission, which is to enjoy ourselves at the fair. He pooled not have let me come even if he was going to be accompanying me. Stop looking so worried, he's your mate. He won't kill you for wanting to have some fun. Live a bit, Lila laughs. I haven't exactly done anything like this for a few years. My parents were not exactly very keen on the whole idea of me having fun, and I've been too busy being kidnapped and saving Dylan from kidnappers. Sasha, you are too uptight. It's time to let loose. Let out your inner child. I have a lot of cash on hand that needs spending, she says. But I can't, Ren. Lila shouts. Yes, big sister Lily. Take the Luna to the Ferris wheel. Lila tells her kid sister, giving her some money. Aren't you going to come? I ask Lila as Ren pulls me towards the booth. Can't. I prefer the ground, meaning high plus me do not mix, she says. I soon find myself in a surprisingly short line and then onto the rickety Ferris wheel. Maybe it's not a surprise why everyone is not rushing to join the ride. Sir. I don't mean to bother, but is this thing safe? I ask the conductor as he straps us in with the thin material seatbelts that should maybe cross our chests as well for safety. The trees allow me to have something to grab if I fall and I can balance. Everything is in my control. This is higher than where is am comfortable in a tree, and if it falls it is goodbye me. Of course it is. He laughs as I look uncertainly at the rusted old nails holding the thing together. If Dylan finds me on this death trap, I am done for. Forget locking me in the room. He will bar up the windows and chain me to the bed or lock me in some vault. I knew the fair was a bad idea, this Ferris will even more so. I am doomed. Lila has her phone out taking a video as the contraption, that will one way or the other be the death of me, begins to move, going up backwards. I cringe as the rusted metal scrapes against more rusted metal, and poor little Run is holding her ears. Seems little werewolf kids also have better hearing. Did this thing even pass the OHSA guidelines or an ordinary inspection, because I am not certain it did, and if it did I'm sure that was 10 to 20 years ago. Run is crying as we get higher and I wrap my arms around her, holding her close to me. I wish Lila could hear her, but it is far, and if we screamed she would hear us. Not if we softly whimpered. Everything is going to be all right. I coo, rubbing small circles on her back in an attempt to calm her. I don't know who I am trying to convince, the terrified child or the terrified me, because I'm doing a very terrible job at convincing either. Everyone else on here seems to be just fine and happy, not worried about anything, and I think I just saw one man propose to his girlfriend. Poor girl, if he is a werewolf then she is in for something else, but seeing as he is not bothered by the horrid creaking, I'll say he is either rather ignorant, idiotic, trusting, not a werewolf, or he is all of the aforementioned. I'm scared. Rin squeaks, gripping me tightly. I look down at our seatbelts and wonder why we don't have the proper metal bars. What's even worse is that the material is quite worn through, and I swallow hard in fear whilst Lila on the ground is ignorant to what is going on. Smile. Lila shouts up at us so that we can very faintly hear, or at least I can faintly hear. Rin heard it fine, I would believe, or she is shivering and shaking too much. I watch as the young girl begins to go into some sort of panic attack, hyperventilating. Why didn't I take that first aid course at school? Oh right, because I get squeamish with blood, but it would be really helpful right now. Are we going to die? The girl asks, trembling. No, Rin. It's just very bad quality and old parts. You can't say we're going to die if there have been no mal hhhh. She screams with everyone else panicking as there is suddenly a boom as there is a failure. Oh come on, does Murphy's Law have to just suddenly happen? Can nothing ever just go right for me? This year has been a mess. Kidnapping, then more kidnappings, and a dead brother for some reason trying to capture me, and now my cause of death may be a faulty Ferris wheel. Honestly, I'm surprised that I might die this way. You'd think with all my kidnappings that would be the way I would die. We're going to die. Rin exclaims, hyperventilating even more. Breathe, sweetie, breathe. It is all going to be fine. I'm sure it will be fixed soon, I tell her. I'm scared. She cries. This is definitely not good. Does trouble have to follow me everywhere I go? The booths or carriages swing back and forth as he finally gets it fixed and we go up jerkily. This is not fixed. The carriages violently bounce and sway, forcing us to lurch forward and fall back. I can see the same guy who recently proposed emptying out breakfast, and it is not a pretty sight, and for the Run who can hear him, I guess it is not a pretty sound from how she is holding her mouth. Being surrounded by werewolves with no other humans has made me forget how enhanced they are. Run, if anything happens I assure you that you won't die. You are a strong wolf, I tell her, knowing it is true. I'm scared. She cries out. So much for my little motivational pep talk. I hold her tighter, keeping her safe throughout the long jerky ride until we finally come to a stop and climb out. I think poor little Ren will never climb on a Ferris wheel again. Ren. Lila exclaims, running to her traumatized little 4-year-old sister. I want to go home. Ren cries. Chapter 56. I hug Ren, carrying her in my arms as she clings to me, and we step out the car. I got to sit with the crying 4-year-old angel because I still need to take my learners and then my drivers, so I can't drive, not physically nor legally. Sasha. I hear a low and angry growl coming from a familiar wolf. Dylan, my lovely mate, where were you, Sasha? I told you not to leave. You know it's dangerous. he says, half growling at my clear defiance of exactly what he told me to do, which was to stay out if danger and in the pack house. We were put with this darling little wren. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to get some ice cream. Someone had a rather traumatic day, I say, trying to walk past him. He picks Ren up off me and hands her to Lila. I try get past him, but to my annoyance he is blocking my path. She can get the pup ice cream. You, on the other hand, are coming with me, so I don't have you on faulty amusement rides again, he growls. So you knew about that? I whisper. Pack member was there and told me. Sasha, you could have died. You are not leaving my sight again, he says. His arm sweeps under my legs, picking me up in his arms whilst he speaks and takes me to his boring old office. Lila and I were only trying to have some fun. After everything, I deserve some freedom and some relaxation. I've been put through constant fear and stress for the past over a month. Those reasons are also why you should stay here with everything that has been going on. It is dangerous and you were with humans. What if someone recognized you and you went back to your parents? I know, but you would save me or report them. Regardless, I deserve to be able to at least have some fun. Maybe a fare with a faulty ride was not the best option, but in my defense, I did not know how poor the condition of the ride was until I got on it. It's just until I know everything is safe. Then we can go out and have fun, he insists. And when will that be? I can't spend my life locked up with you telling me it is not safe all time. When the two are executed. He answers my question with a rather blunt tone, making my eyes widen in horror. No, Dylan, you cannot kill them. It's wrong. It's completely immoral. So what if what they did was wrong? Killing them is not the answer, I tell him. It's the best way to keep you safe, and it's how our society works. Crimes against the Alpha family. They organized your kidnapping whilst you were in heat. That nearly killed you. They have organized numerous other kidnappings and they kidnapped me. Not only that, but it might stop my nightmares, he says. This is not the way. An eye for an eye will make everyone blind, I point out. But justice will be served, he says. And people will die, Dylan, I say. 2 criminals who deserve it will die. They have committed serious crimes, he says. They are from a different pack, and his life sentence not better. I ask as he sits me on the desk. Don't you want to go outside without the fear of being kidnapped? You have more enemies than just that pack, I am sure, but that does not mean you can just kill everyone to protect me. Not everyone, just those 2. Sasha, they tortured me and they threatened you. They were going to have you caged and tortured, among other things that I don't want to say, but I can't let them live, he says. Yes, you can, you just don't want to. The death penalty is not the best option. One of them is still my brother, and even after everything he did, I do have memories with him, and I still do love him. Dylan, Sasha, execution is a standard penalty for such high crimes, especially ones against the Alpha family. They would be executed in any other pack, he says. And what if they believed us guilty of what they did? Would you be okay with us, DY? I ask. Sasha, we did not commit any crime like kidnapping or doing what they did, he says. Dylan, please don't do it, I plead. Sasha, I'll see. How about this? I call a meeting of the Alliance to decide the penalty for the crime. You can speak and put your views in there, he says. Thank you, I say, happy he is actually listening to me. But the death penalty may still be an option, he says. So when will the meeting be? I'll see, maybe a week or so. Everyone deserves some rest first after the fighting, he says. Okay, so I'm gonna go and get some ice cream, I say, getting off the desk. I squeal as he grabs my waist and pulls me back, and I feel his legs beneath me. Where do you think you're going, little minx? You still disobeyed me, going out of the pack house, stealing a car, ending up on some sort of death trap, he says, his warm breath fanning my neck from behind, making my heart pound. I gasp as his fingers slowly run up my arm, leaving trails of tingling in their wake. His touch is electrifying, and I am left breathless as his thumb softly caresses my mark. Is my office still boring? He asks softly in my ear. And oh, I breathe out. I love how reactive you are to my touch, Sasha. You are so perfect, he says. I close my eyes and lean back my head as he leans in and kisses my mark. He needs to stop being so good at this, it's driving me crazy. His hands and lips leave me suddenly without explanation, and he gets closer to the desk and resumes working. How dare he just go back to working without a warning after making me feel like that? That is just cruel, and I don't like it. Dylan, I whine. Sasha, I'm busy working, he says. You weren't working 5 seconds ago. But I am working now, is there a problem? He asks. Yes, there is. You can't just make me feel good and then stop, I say. So you want me to do as you say, so in other words, obey you. He asks. Yes. But you did not obey me, darling. You snuck out to the fair when I told you not to, he says. But I didn't tease you, I whine. I won't obey you until you obey me. It goes both ways, sweetheart, he says. This is unfair. No, it's not. If you do what I want, I will do what you want. You kept me locked up in the pack house. Am I not supposed to want some freedom? There is nothing wrong with wanting freedom, but there is a difference between being smart and knowing that it is not safe and being impulsive and going to a fair with a faulty Ferris wheel that could have killed you. He says. In my defense, I did not choose to go on the Ferris wheel. Lila forced me to go on it, I say. And did you end up agreeing? Well, I was kind of shoved to the front and I didn't get much of a say. Lila can't make you do something you don't want to do, he says. But Run was so cute. I couldn't say no, I say. Run is a pup. You are letting a pup cloud your decisions. A very cute child. I was spending time with her. I mean, for our kids, is it not good to have some experience being around kids? I'd like you alive to be able to give birth to our pups. Maybe you should instead practice resisting their cute charm, he says. Sounds good, I'll go do that, not now. You're going to sit here and think about your actions, he says. I'm not a child. The fact that I have to treat you like one says something different, he mutters. You're being really mean. Why won't you just give me some freedom, Dylan? I'm sick and tired of being pushed around and doing whatever you want or what suits you. I shout angrily before breaking down crying. I'm sorry, Sasha. Please don't cry, he says, holding me gently in his arms. You can do whatever you want, but just because I'm a year or two younger than you, I can't. Or is it because I'm a woman or I'm human? Dylan, I don't like you controlling me. I sob. I have no idea how I have gotten to the point of crying, but I can't stop and it seems to be doing something to him. I'm sorry, Sasha, for being so possessive and controlling. It's just hard for me. The Alliance is pushing to further unite the packs under a kingdom again, and I don't think I'm ready to rule an entire kingdom. One pack can be stressful enough. I'm sorry for being so forceful and everything, he sighs. Please, can you stop being so demanding, though? I do want to be able to move around freely. I tell him. Fine. You can go outside with Lila, but not into the forest, and no going into the human town without my explicit permission or having me with you, he says, giving in. Promise. Promise, he replies, kissing my lips gently. I don't know how I could survive without you. I hope we are never ever separated. I whisper, hugging him tightly. Same. He responds, kissing my lips again to show his love for me. Chapter 57. Loud, deafening sirens blare through the air with flashing blue lights illuminating everything as if I were at a disco. Dylan. I hiss, shaking him, waking him up from what was hopefully a more peaceful dream. The police. He growls and my eyes go wide in absolute befuddlement and horror. Why on earth are the police here? I'm trying to sleep, I say. There is a fear in me that I know why they are here. For me. 1 month ago, I would have gone running out to them singing hallelujah, but I don't want to. I don't want to leave Dylan. If they are here for me, then they will be taking me home, and I just got over everything. Home is rather high on the list of places I don't want to go. So is everyone else. Let's just go and see what is going on, he sighs, getting out of bed. Do you think they are? Maybe. I don't know, but whatever happens, we'll do it together. Okay. He says, intertwining out hands as I get off the bed. I'm scared that I'll be forced to go back home to that place with those people, I whisper. I know, and it's okay to be afraid, but they might not even be here for you, he says, and I nod. I follow him out of the room and we walk until we are outside in the cool air, in front of the loud police cars and officers. I can see Dylan twitching irritably from the noise in his ears. He has extremely good hearing, so his ears must be going through a lot of pain. I can see his fists are clenched and he is trying really hard not to punch the police officers who have no idea how strong and dangerous the man in front of them is. Hello, sir. Please tell me why you are here at 3 a.m. Dylan asks tiredly as he glances at his watch. We are here because you have kidnapped a minor, Sasha Gareth, an officer says, immediately accusing him. I mean, the information is not wrong, but they have absolutely no evidence besides the fact that I am at his huge house. That's me, and I am sure you have the wrong information. Dylan did not kidnap me, I say. Well, that means you ran away. Please come with us so we can return you to your parents, who are worried sick with grief, he says. I glare at Dylan to keep his mouth shut, seeing he is about to growl at them. Officer, sir, please don't make me go home. I am very happy here with my boyfriend. You are a minor. I'm sorry, but you have no choice but to come with us. Your parents are still your legal guardians and have not given permission for you to stay anywhere else. I'm sure you can still visit your boyfriend, he says, taking my arm strongly and shoving me into the van. You cannot take her away. Those people are not fit to be parents or guardians. They are abusive. Who would run from a good home? Take that into account before you force an innocent girl into a... Dylan says angrily, and he is obviously trying really hard to not rip their heads off. He is angry and ready to rampage. If they weren't human, he would not be restraining himself. I'll be fine, Dylan. I promise him, walking forward to give him a kiss on the cheek to calm him down. However, the car door is slammed in my face and the cars start. My hands begin to fidget terribly as I remember the abuse that occurred at home. I only said I would be fine for Dylan's sake. I am terrified. I don't want to go back there. That place was not a home. I was abused and I isolated myself from everyone. I didn't make friends. I didn't have a loving family. I was alone. I don't want that life again. I want to be happy. I want to stay with Dylan and the pack. And sir, I refuse to return home. You have to listen to me. I don't want to go home. Turn around and let me stay with my boyfriend or be responsible for ruining my life, I say. My words are not the best, and I hear the two officers in the car scoff, and I can see them rolling their eyes in the mirror. I'm sure you're only saying they are abusive because you want to be with your boyfriend. Trust me, that will be ruining your life when you end up with a teenage pregnancy. Go for a guy your age maybe and stop running away to hang out with bad boys in the forest. It is not worth it. You know your parents are very worried and it is not fair on them, he says. I fist my hands at my side looking down. I don't understand why my parents want me back. Oh wait, they want a punching bag and a scapegoat to blame for Alex's death. I guess it's also because they want to keep up appearances. I mean, if someone's daughter goes missing, everyone else will become suspicious if they don't worry. For that reason, I was only denied meals for punishment and I always had good clothes, just to keep up the amazing family act with guests and around everyone else. I want to message Dylan right now, but I can't. I don't have a phone with me and I don't know his number. I mean, I never needed to know it when I did not have a phone and we were often close together. I see the police station after quite a while of driving. I miss Dylan too much already. Not only that, but I'm tired and I want to go back and cuddle him. I mean, is that too much to ask? Wait, if I'm going back home, that means I'm going back to school as well. At least I read ahead out of boredom in class, but I had just gotten used to freedom without exams. Why is this even a concern right now? I have an abusive family I'm being taken back to, and I think about going back to school. I need to get my priorities straight. Oh, Sasha, my darling. We were so worried. My parents cry as I climb out the police vehicle. Their words sound so fake and practiced that it makes me want to gag. I mean, who has to fake their love for their own daughter? And I expect to see the police looking skeptical, but instead I see one man crying it out, beautiful reunion. If he only knew he was sending me into an abusive home where I am beaten for being incompetent and because my parents want me to die instead of my dead brother. Not that he is actually dead, but they can't know that he is locked up in a cell charged with multiple crimes and I kinda got him locked up. Mom, Dad, I missed you so much. I exclaim to keep up with their little charade like I have to do whenever we are in public. Chapter 58. Is it really true that she ran away from home? I think she got arrested and used that as a cover-up. I knew there was no way she could be such a goody-goody. I walk through the hallways, clutching my books to my chest as everyone stares at me and gossips whilst I pass by them. I want to go up to them and ask if there is anything wrong because it is not normal to stand lining a hallway, pressed up by the lockers, gossiping when a girl walks past. I mean, it happens in the movies, but this is real life. Is life seriously this cliché? Hey, I'm Amber. I've never seen you around. Are you new here? Amber, a very enthusiastic student council member, asks. No. I've been here since 8th grade. Like everyone else. I say, really? I have never seen you, she says. I've been absent for the past month. I tell her, hoping she will just slowly back away. Tell me your name. Maybe then I'll remember you, she says. Sasha. Sasha Gareth, I say. Oh, I remember you. "You're #1 in the grade for academics," she says. "That's me," I mutter. "We should be friends. Why don't you come and sit with me at break?" she asks. I hesitate but then decide that it is time for me to actually make friends. I don't have to feel guilty about Alex anymore, and I don't have to stop myself having fun. In fact, it was really stupid to have ever done that. "Well, that sounds great," I tell her as I open my locker and put some of my books inside of it. "Okay." We sit under the "Don't worry, I know where you sit," I tell her with a small smile. The bell then interrupts us by ringing with its terribly annoying loud sound, and we split ways walking to our admin classes where they read the announcements and tick off who is and who is not absent. Eventually, after a 10-minute period of the teacher calling out everyone's names and marking them off, followed by me telling everyone that I am definitely not dead, the bell rings again and we go to our separate classes for first period. I walk into the history class and slip into my seat right at the back. You know, the place where you feel hidden from the teacher and everyone else, even if you are not. Mrs. Smith walks into the class and, like she always has, skips the normal introduction of "Hello, class." She replaces this boring introduction by slamming her hands loudly on the desk and screaming out facts and questions about the Second World War. Now, everyone can probably answer all these questions. Okay, some of us can answer all these questions, but her slamming of the hands on the desk and fast loud speech is a real shock to the system. Her beautiful greeting also has Andrew screaming in surprise and fright from that, and it is somewhat funny to watch. "Andrew, were you sleeping? Class has only just begun." "Why, yes, sir," he says, and the entire class looks at him frightened. "Do I look like a man?" "No, sir, I mean ma'am," he squeaks. Mrs. Smith then just ignores him and goes on to teach us about the Blitzkrieg, and then she starts on the concentration camps but is rudely interrupted by the bell. That interrupts everything, and I carry on with the next 3 periods until break. "Sasha!" Amber exclaims, running to me and grabbing my wrist the second I leave class. "Amber, can I quickly go change my books?" I ask, and thankfully she relents, following me to my locker where I take out the next few periods' books and my lunch. She then drags me outside to a table where there are 2 boys and 1 girl all sitting. "Sasha, this is Matt, Caleb, and May. Matt and May are twins. Everyone, this is Sasha. She will be sitting with us from now on," Amber declares. I watch them nervously as I slip into my seat and begin to eat my lunch. "So Sasha, what clubs are you in?" Caleb asks me. "None." "You aren't in any clubs, we have to change that. How about you come and join the swimming team? Matt and I are the captains, I'm sure you will love it," May says, and I assume Matt and May are the sort of twins that do everything together. "I'm not that good at swimming, you can learn," Matt says. "Is this group full of optimists? How about archery?" "I'm part of the archery team and the captain, Samantha, is really nice," Caleb suggests. "That sounds fun, I love archery," I tell him. "Great, we meet today after school, you can maybe come AMDC if you like it," he suggests. "That will be great, thanks," I grin. I walk to the clearing in the forest just behind the school, following after Caleb. I hope Dylan is not watching, he would be rather jealous if he was. "Hey Sam, this is Sasha. We were wondering if she could join practice today to see what it's like," Caleb says. "She kind of looks like Amber," I whisper in his ear. "Yeah, they are cousins and they both live together with Amber's parents. They are practically sisters," he whispers back. "Are you two dating?" she asks enthusiastically, and I can definitely see the Amber in her. They are definitely related. "No, I already have a man. A boyfriend," I say, correcting myself. "Okay, so do you know how to use a bow and an arrow?" she asks, giving me a bow and 3 arrows, hesitating for a second before handing them over. I mean, why would she not hesitate? It's the same as handing a stranger a sword or a gun. "Definitely," I reply. "Well then show us what you've got," she says, and I see wooden targets lined up. I can see why they choose the clearing, it means they don't have to take down their targets after every practice. I put the arrows on the ground, keeping one in my hand. "Maybe you should let Sam demonstrate just in case you're rusty," Caleb says, obviously a little nervous. "Trust me," I laugh, readying the bow and placing the arrow where it needs to be. I draw the arrow back and aim at the target, taking in a slow breath and letting it out. There's far less pressure here than there was on the battlefield. I release the arrow and it goes flying to the target, cutting sharply through the air and hitting the mark, the bullseye, right where I want it to be. I repeat the process, firing each arrow at a different target, with each one hitting their mark perfectly. "What do you think?" I ask, turning around to see the team staring at me wide-eyed. Does that mean I did good, or does it mean that there is a giant wolf behind me? Well, that was really good, Caleb says, seeming stunned. So do we shoot arrows from trees? Or shoot at moving targets? No, Samantha says. Chapter 59. I walk into the house, closing the door behind me. I sit my bags down on the ground as I close the door behind me. The second I turn around, a fist flies towards me and meets my face in a direct and very painful manner. The force of the punch has me falling to the ground, whimpering in pain. My hand slowly touches my cheek, which stings in pain. It seems I have forgotten how sore the beatings are during my time with Dylan. How dare you come home late, after everything we have been through whilst you were off gallivanting with your new boyfriend. Do you have any idea what we went through? People doubted our parenting skills. Mom shouts at me, slapping my other cheek just as I sit up, pushing me back to the ground. Yeah, I doubt your parenting skills now as well. I was actually kidnapped. Gallivanting with my mate came at a later stage, and I thought you would be happy to have me gone. I am sorry, Mother. I whisper, trembling. Sorry. That's all you have to say for yourself, you worthless and weak little brat. Do you know all that we have done for you, you ungrateful runt? We have given you clothes, an education, a roof over your head, and we are the reason you are alive, and you repay us by rebelling. Running away with a pathetic good-for-nothing boyfriend and... Please don't bring Dylan into tea. Did we ever even say you could have a boyfriend? I think not. You don't deserve to be loved. The last time you loved, remember what happened. He was using you, and the argument you had with your brother who was trying to help got him killed. Alex didn't die, I mutter. You little liar, she said, slapping me. He is alive. Alex attacked us. He kidnapped my boyfriend last week. It was not all sunshine and rainbows for me either. I shout at her, unable to deal with being the girl who just takes every hit. Whilst I am screaming, I for some reason begin to wonder if she actually knows that her son is a werewolf. Alex is dead, Sasha. He is dead, and it is your fault. She shouts, shoving me to the ground, and I wince as I feel a lit of pain in my back. He is not dead. He is a werewolf, and he tried to kidnap me and my boyfriend. I shout and I cover my mouth. I don't think I am supposed to expose that Alex is a werewolf. Of course he is a werewolf. There is nothing wrong with him. You, however, are an abomination. A human born from two werewolves. You are a disgrace, and the only reason you are alive is because we took pity on you. Why didn't you tell me? I ask softly. Because you're useless. Then go ahead and disown me, Mother. Let me go back to my mate and I'll leave your lives, I declare. And seem like bad parents for letting you just go. If you leave, the police will go after you again, and we will frame your boyfriend for kidnapping you. He'll go to jail and she says, and I clench my fists. I don't want the police to constantly be after us and for him to end up in jail. He has a pack. He actually did kidnap me, but I love him and I'm not letting him go to jail. A hand swipes hard across my face and I fly into the tables. Your brother died. You are delusional, you stupid girl. My father shouts, coming into the mix, seeming somewhat late. I cry in pain as I am beaten like in the good old days. I want it to stop. I want to go back to being happy with Dylan. My parents continue beating me, shouting insults at me and refusing to hold back on their punches and kicks. I want Dylan. No, I need him. I'm all for independence. But right now all I want is for him to come and take me into his warm arms and save me. I wish it was possible for me to save myself, but I can't. I do need him. I need him so much. I scream in pain as a glass bottle shatters against my skin, and I feel terrible agony as blood seeps from the wounds marring my body. Now get cooking. Oh, and you will not be eating. You have not been doing your chores for the last month and therefore need to be punished. Father says once the beatings have finished after what must be hours. Yes, F.A. And be quick, you little brat. We're hungry, Mother adds. Yes, Mother. Father. I'll get on it right away, I say softly and obediently, wincing in pain with every move I make. I begin to cook the food in the kitchen and then dish it up, set the table and present it to them. They begin eating without a single thanks given to me, and I clean until they finish, and then I do the dishes. Once I am finished, I grab my bag and sneak off upstairs before I get another beating. I close my door behind me and sigh as I look outside at the already starry sky. I sink to the floor and burst out into tears, unable to bear it all. The abuse hurts so much and I don't know how to escape it. The police are on my parents' side and I don't want to trouble anyone. I don't want to be a nuisance. I don't want to be an unnecessary burden on anyone. Not even Dylan. If he knew what I have just been through, he would be here. He would be beating up my parents within an inch of their lives in seconds. Just days ago, I was a warrior. I was a fighter. I had made alliances with some of the most powerful alphas and I fought beside wolves. Yet the minute I step into this house, I become what I truly am. A helpless and weak little girl. An abused teenage girl stuck and unable to run, having nowhere to hide. I am scared. I don't want to be like this. I want to go back to him, but I don't want to get him involved or hurt. I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to burden anyone else with things they don't need to deal with. My problems are mine and mine alone. Sasha. I look at the balcony to see a certain werewolf standing there waiting outside. I get up, pain rippling through my body as I make my way to the doors and I open them to let him in. Before I can even think of jumping into his arms have surrounded me completely and his head is pressed up against my mark, sniffing me and taking in my scent. I know I look terrible. I just finished my beatings and have yet to patch myself up. He growls lowly as he sees the bruises on my face and I hug him tighter to try and keep him calm, allowing him to sniff me and hold me as much as he wants, which would happen regardless of whether or not I was being abused. It's okay, Dylan. I have dealt with this for years. They are also werewolves, it seems, but I tell him, Sasha, it's not okay. I don't care what they are or how long you have dealt with this in the past. If you think for a second I am letting you deal with this alone or even deal with this at all, then when, he says, cupping my cheek gently, his fingers brushing over New York skin. Dylan, I am fine. Just come help me patch myself up and then we can cuddle in the bed. Okay. I've been missing you so much even if we've only spent 2 or so days apart. I say with a smile, hiding my pain as I tilt my head and lean into his hand. There is blood pouring down your legs and arms. Sasha, there are glass shards sticking out from your soft skin that should be unblemished and you call yourself fine. Sasha, seeing you like this physically hurts me, you know that? The sight of you like this makes me want to 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰, he says, frustrated and angry. Dylan, I am fine. These are my problems and mine alone. I won't have you getting involved and getting hurt, I say, crossing my arms. Sasha, as your mate, it is my duty to protect you, just as much as it is to love you. I can't bear to leave you to deal with this. This is full-on abuse, Sasha. Abuse. Treating you like this is not right. Whether or not they hate you, no one deserves this kind of treatment and abuse. We can go to the police and report it. I can take away your pain and suffering and get you justice from your law. You have injuries this time that you can use as evidence against them, he counters. But they are my parents. They have provided for me and given me food and a place to sleep. I can't betray them, I try to reason. Parents don't abuse their children. This abuse, the way they treat you, is not right. They've had more than one chance to stop. It was their choice to do this. You don't have to deal with this, he says. Just another year, Dylan. When I turn 18, I will be a legal adult and I can move back into the pack house with you. We can have our family, we can be happy and together. All I need to do is persevere for a bit longer. It's not worth the trouble to get involved. My family has quite a bit of money, enough to probably bribe the court to let it go and then they'll beat me worse, I tell him. Sasha, what if the abuse kills you? What if they go too far? What then? I lose you. I lose my mate, my love, my sunshine and my reason to live. They made their choice in abusing you. Now I am going to make mine and I'm going to go get you help. You're covered in cuts, with glass, and there are bruises on your face. I can't leave you like this, he says, picking me up. Dylan, I have dealt with worse. I heal a little quicker than a normal person and... His lips press against mine to silence me as his hands cup the back of my thighs and lift me up and I wrap my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck and he breaks the kiss. Now tell me, where is the hospital, you stubborn girl, he demands. Dylan, I am fine. Put me on the bed and we can spend some time together. Sasha, this is not a joke. Your wounds could get infected. Tell me where the hospital is or I will go down and end those sorry excuses for par. Fine, I sigh, giving in. Good. He grins and I huff as he carries me like a princess in his arms, being cautious with me as he climbs down from the balcony. Directions. Turn right and go straight, then turn left. I direct him. He does as I say, except he turns right instead of left, and I scream at him to turn the other way, and we proceed with him making multiple wrong turns until he reaches the hospital. I feel uneasy as he carries me inside. I have never gone to the hospital for my abuse, and I feel guilty because I know I will have to tell the doctors the truth about what happened, and I'm not sure that I'm ready to do that. It will be okay, Sasha. It's just the hospital, like the PAC hospital or infirmary. Nothing to be afraid of. I promise I won't leave your side. He whispers in my ear. Dylan, I feel guilty and I'm scared of needles. Please, it's not too late to go back home. Yes, it is, Sasha. I told you I would protect you and care for you. The hospital will help you get better, he says. But I know, but princess, you are going to get fixed up. Hopefully I'll be able to get custody of you. Then we can be together, Dylan. No. I don't want my boyfriend to be my guardian, I say, shoving his chest. But we will be together, and I can't just drop out of school, I say. Why not? You already are my Luna. That's a full-time job. I don't need you to be qualified to do that, he says. Well, I would like to be able to tell our kids that I finished high school, I say. You can come to the PAC's high school. It may be a bit weird for them, having someone of higher rank among them, but I'm sure it will be fine. Ow! I exclaim as his hand touches the glass embedded in my leg. I had forgotten about the pain while we were talking, but it hurts so bad now that I think about it. I'm so sorry, he whispers, kissing my forehead and moving his head down to my neck, and I hold in my whine of satisfaction. I push him away and he gives a small whine and puppy dog eyes. No, Dylan. Not in public. Humans don't mark, and what you're doing does not look all innocent and affectionate to them. I whisper, knowing what everyone else must be thinking of us. I remember when I was your age. How amazing young love was. Enjoy it while you still can, before you get married and get old and your husband falls asleep when sitting every 5 minutes. Fred stops snoring. You do it enough at night. An old lady says, snaps beside us. I cling on to Dylan as I feel my vision slightly blurring from the blood loss. Dylan, I feel weak and dizzy. I moan softly. It's okay, Sasha, we're here to get you help, remember? He reminds me. Chapter 60. Sasha. Miss Sasha Gareth. I get up immediately from Dylan's lap as I hear my name called, and I feel my aching legs that are dripping with blood break beneath me. I feel Dylan's arms catching me and picking me up, noticing my inability to _𝐊𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. He holds me close to his chest, deciding that it is unnecessary for there to be even the slightest bit of distance placed between us. You can lie her on the bed, the doctor says, obviously not expecting the boyfriend-made husband to come with as well. Can you tell me what happened, sweetie? She asks me, probably thinking I'm a child, although she would not be the first person to mistake me for someone younger than 17. Can I rather not? I ask softly, wincing as I see the blood streaming from my wounds through my blurred sight. Honey, you're going to have to tell me. I need to know. Look, anything you tell me I can't tell anyone. It's called doctor-patient confidentiality. If I tell anyone without your permission, by law you can sue me. Okay. But I just am not comfortable talking about it. I whisper softly. If you want, I can ask him to leave. The doctor suggests. No, please don't. I need him here, I whisper softly. Okay then. Now please tell me what happened. I don't. Sasha. She can't hurt you, you can tell her, Dylan assures me. My parents are abusing me, I say in a soft, nervous whisper. I'm sorry, honey, I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat that? She asks kindly. And my parents are abusive. Do they hurt me, I say. I see. Many victims of abuse don't like to speak about what they are going through. She sighs before gently lying me down completely and checking me over completely. Doctor, would it be possible to get the police involved? I don't want her going back home to her family, Dylan says. Dylan, I don't want the police involved. I can wait it out. Sasha, I don't want them hurting you anymore, he interjects. I can see if I might be able to get them involved. Your injuries are quite serious, miss. You are lucky to be alive, the doctor says. I feel scared by what the doctor has just said. I'm lucky to be alive. If I was fully human, the beatings would have killed me. My parents could have killed me. As cruel as they are, and as much as they hurt me, I have never thought they would be able to do such a thing, but they could have killed me. The people who I have been loyal to and have loved despite how horribly they treat me. Why did I have to be like this? What did I ever do to not be worth my own parents' love? How is my brother, even with what he has done, worth more of their love? If they could kill me, then why did Alex never come save me? Why does my family not want me? Does not having a wolf make me worth far less? Does it make me unworthy of their love? What if I had a wolf? What if I could be strong and fast? Would they have loved me then? Sasha. I look up at the two blurred figures looking over me. Dylan. She's losing too much blood. I stare up at the red liquid running through the drip into the needle in my hand whilst Dylan fiercely grips my other hand. I still feel kind of dizzy and weaker from the blood loss, and I am waiting to get the scans back from the x-rays that were performed on me. The mechanic beeping seems to make Dylan agitated. He does have better hearing, so the annoying sounds must bother him a lot. I don't understand why so much fuss is being made about my situation. I mean, I've gone through this for years, although I don't think any of my beatings have ever been this bad at all. My parents have always just lashed out at me drunkenly, but I don't think they were even drunk this time. It hurts me more realizing that. I have always blamed on my brother's death and my parents being drunk in grief because he was their favorite. I couldn't see how unnecessary their grief was over time. They never got over it, but the beatings had almost become a routine thing for me. I actually saw getting beaten by them as normal and fine because I felt so guilty. I now know that he is alive. He is alive, and I have no reason to feel guilty, especially seeing the kind of monster he has become. He tortured Dylan for no actual reason other than wanting power. He was maybe brainwashed or something, but he is not something I should feel guilty about. I thought my parents would stop beating me when I told them the truth, but they didn't believe me and they only did it worse. It was as if they wanted to beat me up just for the sake of beating me up. Sasha, it's okay now. No one is going to hurt you, Dylan whispers, gently wiping away my tears. Dylan, why don't my parents love me? I thought that it was because of Alex that they hurt me, because they were sad, but today they went harder and they did worse than ever. They called me worthless and other mean things. Why don't they love me? Should it really matter whether or not I was born as a full wolf? I sob into him. They don't deserve you, Sasha. Don't let them make you think that you are anything less than perfect. Do you understand, Angel? He asks. But Dylan, I am weak and a runt. I should have been like you. I should have been able to turn into a majestic and beautiful wolf, but I'm stuck as a helpless little human. I'm a human who is always getting hurt, always getting kidnapped, never able to defend herself. I want to be like you, Dylan. I want to be what I was supposed to be. They are right. I am useless and worthless, I say softly. Sasha, don't think like that. You are a brave, independent and perfect Luna. I don't care that you're more human than wolf. I wouldn't care if you were fully human to begin with. Remember, I loved you even without knowing that you had any wolf in you at all. You are amazing, and trust me, the things you do, no other human or even some wolves can do either. Like escaping from almost every room I locked you in, outrunning a pack of wolves, surviving things that could kill wolves. How about reforming an alliance with some of the most intimidating alphas out there? Maybe I should add how your beauty is unmatched by any other. The way your green-blue eyes glisten like the sea under the sun when you're happy. How you are the most cunning little vixen to ever cross my path. Dylan, stop, I say, blushing as I hide my face in a pillow. And maybe I should add how your adorable blush makes this wolf's heart race and want to just kiss those cheeks, he says. Dylan, I said stop it, I say, playfully throwing a pillow at his face while I smile. And I finally put a smile back on those delicious little lips of yours, he says, leaning down and kissing me passionately. Ahem. A doctor says, clearing his throat, and I shove Dylan off of me and I blush. I see adolescent love these days has no limits. He observes under his breath, and I lower my head, blushing in embarrassment in response to his words. The x-rays show that there is nothing broken. You'll likely end up with some nasty bruises, and the glass cuts will leave their mark, but a few more nights and you should be fine to be discharged. Chapter 61. I watch as Sasha lies asleep on the bed at the hospital. Her beautiful brown locks fan out from her head, and her beautiful pink lips look so kissable right now, and I would kiss them if she was not asleep. I can hear her soft heartbeat and breathing as she lies fast asleep, looking like an angel lying spread out before me. She does not deserve her ungrateful parents. I have heard of cases like hers where a wolf is born without a wolf. It explains why it was possible for her to be my mate. Her genes that have been passed down to her from wolves are what make her able to do things like swing through trees and heal slightly faster. However, just being a slightly enhanced human is not good enough for most parents. They feel disappointed and ashamed of having a human child and will often abuse or abandon it. I know I am lucky that Sasha is even alive after what she must have gone through with her parents through the years. She's determined and strong, even if I won't tell her that I think that. I brush my hand gently over her soft pink cheek, electric sparks causing a rush of tingles beneath my fingers with each touch and contact between our skin. Her gorgeous green-blue eyes slowly open while she moans and sits up in the bed, rubbing her eyes in a sweet, adorable manner. Her lips part as she yawns tiredly from waking up. I can't help but press my lips to hers, and I wrap my arms around her and pull her close. She gasps in surprise and I deepen the kiss, holding her tight. She returns the kiss, refusing to hold back despite just having woken up. I never want to let her go. I don't want to let her return to those sorry excuses of parents. They had no right to make her an outsider in her own home just because she was what is known as a runt. My precious Sasha is perfect, and if they can't realize it, then they won't get to be anywhere near her. I lean in closer to her, pulling her tighter as I deepen the kiss. I feel her sweet, responsive lips moving in sync beneath mine. It feels like heaven being so close to her and kissing her like this whilst holding her in my arms. I can smell her lovely, enticing scent. If she did not have boundaries and we were not in a place where people could walk in on us at any second, I would be doing more than kissing her. I hear the door open and she quickly breaks away from me, blushing shyly as her hands press hard on my chest to shove me away. Despite being my mate and having been married, she still blushes and gets nervous around other people when we kiss. It's honestly adorable. Morning, Miss Gareth. I'm Dr. Valerie and I'll be seeing to you today, the doctor says, walking in, interrupting any time I can spend alone with my precious mate. I listen to the doctor ramble on and on, prescribing lots of pain medication and whatnot for my sweet mate. Then a police officer comes in and we each give a statement and stuff. I want this to all be settled sooner rather than later. Miss Gareth, do you have any family that you can stay with since you claim that you cannot stay with your family? The officer asks. No, she whispers. She can stay with me, I suggest, and the officer glances at me. I'm sorry, but you are not guardian material, he says. What? I can stay with him, Sasha protests. Officer Jeremy has a wonderful family and has offered that you stay with him and his family until the court case is over, and if it goes your way, then until the end of high school, the officer says. How am I not guardian material but a stranger is? I have looked after her for a month and she is perfectly fine. Besides, we love each other. We might just as well be married, I say, defending myself and my worthiness to have Sasha stay with me. And how old are you? I'm not a minor and I'm a legal adult and I am the CEO of 𝐊𝐢𝐬 Inc. I am very much capable of looking after my girlfriend, I say. I see Sasha looking at me rather shocked. I guess I forgot to tell her that although we don't live exactly amongst humans, we do have jobs since we kind of need money to function and buy supplies needed. I also use the company as a cover and things. I mean, the company is kind of something I inherited and I let Zach do most of the work running it when I am busy with the pack. I asked for your age. 19, but I don't see how that changes anything, I scoff. If you were to, I don't know, break up, what kind of position would that put her in? You can see her as much as you want, but custody will be handed over to Officer Jeremy for now, the officer says. This is why I hate being in towns and cities. I have absolutely no control or influence. It does not help that they think they want to get the enjoyment of pushing new down. I could threaten them with my company, but I am still trying to change a bit for Sasha's sake. At the very least, I should be nice in her presence. I don't want to upset her or anything. Do I get a say? She pipes up. No, the officer states rather harshly. That's it, I definitely don't like him. He's lucky I have not set my pack on him for trying to separate my beautiful mate and I. Not only that, but he has shot down her right to an opinion. Why should she not choose? It's her life, I say. She'll choose her boyfriend without hesitation. I don't think that is a fair choice, he says. This is unfair. He's forcing her to go somewhere she doesn't want to go just because a friend suggested taking her in. Unbelievable. Chapter 62. After a long process of an officer telling my parents that I will no longer be living with them, and then my father shouting whilst my mother fake cried. I made it to my bedroom with Dylan and we began to pack my things in suitcases. Those suitcases were then lugged into the police vehicle and I was driven to a large house, although it is nothing compared to the pack house. I would much rather live there with Dylan. I miss the pack house just as I actually miss Zach and James even if I don't spend much time around Zach. I also miss Lila and Ren, but that is easy to understand. Lila is fun and easy to get along with and become best friends with, whilst Ren is just so cute and adorable. Well, we are here. Welcome to your new home, Officer Jeremy says with a large smile after a 15-minute drive that took place without Dylan. Thanks, I say, getting out of the car with one of my suitcases. I would much rather be here with Dylan than without him. I still don't like the idea of being without it. I think it is the mate bond combined with the fact that I love him so much. After everything we have been through, I have realized that I love him and I want to go back to the pack house and sleep every night away in his arms. Instead, I am stuck here with strangers. I'm sure you are going to love it here. My girls began preparing your room the moment they heard you were coming. I'm sure you will love them, he says positively. He seems like such a friendly and optimistic person. I'm sure before I met Dylan I would be overjoyed to stay with them, but now I'm being quite unfair to them, and I will realize and accept that fact, because I just want to go stay with him. The front door bursts open and a girl comes sprinting out and her arms wrap around me and crush me into a hug. Hi, I'm Amber. That girl over there is my cousin Samantha. I just call her Sam for short, she says, bursting with energy. Wait, you're Sasha. Sasha from school. Remember we met yesterday, she says. Yes, I do remember, I say. I'm pretty sure my ears will never be the same after Amber's joyous shouting and screaming in them. My poor ears. You have to see the room we prepared. It looks amazing if I do say so myself, she says, grabbing my hand and pulling me. How is this girl so strong and energetic? She's like a puppy put on a caffeine overdose and 10 sugar highs at once. I am dragged through the house by the overly excited teenage girl, not even given a tour of where I'm passing through. I feel like if this were some sort of children's cartoon, I would be flying in the wind whilst she ran the house with dust clouds at her feet. Maybe I'm being overdramatic. Ta-da! I feel myself thrust forward into a room and I stare inside at the beautiful room with a perfect view over the forest from a balcony. Amber, why don't you come help with the bags? Officer Jeremy suggests. Okay, she exclaims before running out. Sorry about my cousin. She got her hands on the secret stash of marshmallows an hour ago, and as you can probably tell there are no marshmallows left. Sam sighs, entering the bedroom. It's fine. I just feel a little overwhelmed, I say. She'll wear out soon and then you won't hear from her for an hour whilst she sleeps, Sam assures me. Sasha, I see you have met cousin Sam. Amber chirps as she lugs my heavy bags into the room. Yes, Ams, remember I told you about the girl at archery? Sam reminds her. Oh, you're the new girl that Sam could not stop going on about. You're like her new idol. Amber giggles. Amber, I just am in awe of her skills, Sam hisses. I'm sure you are, Amber laughs. Stop that. Stop being so bashful. I am not. I plunk on the bed and watch the two cousins fight like sisters, which they might as well be. Well, she really finds your skills amazing. Since she's too shy to say anything, why don't you tell me where you learnt your apparently amazing archery? I'm not doubting your skills, by the way. I mean, I am sure they are great, but I have never seen them, so I'd be lying if I said they were amazing without seeing them. Oh, am I rambling on? I'm sorry, I do that sometimes. It's like I just can't stop talking and then it just goes on and on and on. Amber, you're rambling again, Sam says, rolling her eyes. Oh, sorry, my bad. So where did you learn archery? A special boot camp, I say. I guess that the course that I was put through could pass as a special boot camp, as can shooting arrows through trees. Really? What did you do there? What was it like? What was it called? When did you go? Was the food good? I've heard camp food tastes terrible. Amber, the food depends on the camp and the staff. Don't generalize, and honestly, one question at a time or else she'll be too confused to answer anything, Sam interjects. No, it's fine. The food was great, I reply, knowing the pack house food was good. So what did you do there in terms of archery? Sam asks, seeming slightly suspicious. Shot arrows out of trees, I reply, smiling. Sasha watched a happy family at dinner, a warmth that pierced her heart with longing, as she'd never experienced such familial closeness. She fled to her room, lost in self-doubt, until Dylan gently reassured her that she deserved better love. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 63. I sit at the dinner table, watching from my spot as the happy family talks exuberantly about a variety of topics, ranging from simple things from how each other's day was and how school or work was to a variety of other things. Please excuse me from the table, I say, getting up and taking my plate. Oh, you're excused. If you could put your plate in the scullery, that would be great, thank you, Melinda, Officer Jeremy's wife, says. Okay. Good night. Thank you for the amazing supper, I say before heading to the scullery and putting my plate there. I feel so much like an outcast even in a loving environment. I glance at the family of four laughing and having fun before I run up to my room. I close the door behind me and get changed into my pajamas before I throw myself onto my bed. Seeing families being so happy like that hurts me. I mean, I don't want people to be sad, but it hurts me to wonder why I never had that. What did I ever do to not deserve that happiness? That happy family having dinner together moment. Was it because I was born a runt, as my parents so gently put it? I've always been fine with being human even in the pack, but now I don't feel that way. I feel useless and worthless. My own parents did not want me because of how I was born. I'm the reason I could never have that happy family atmosphere at the dinner table. Dinner with my family was me making the dinner, trying not to let any blood from my wounds fall into the meal, because it happened once or twice and let's say my family was not impressed. After making dinner, I then served it and cleaned whilst they then cleaned the dishes and then made myself something simple like 2-minute noodles or tin spaghetti. Even when Alex was with us and we did sit at the table, my parents excluded me from conversations. I sat away from everyone and was treated like an outcast, never being part of the family. Dylan and I never actually sat down for dinner like a family. We ate in his office or we ate on the sofa or the bed. It was never the normal family at the table way of doing it. Hey princess, why are you crying? I look up to see Dylan standing behind me and it almost reminds me of the fairy godmother from Cinderella and I begin laughing. I was just missing you. That's all, I say with a smile as he sits and wipes away my tears. Are you sure? Are they nice people? They did not do anything mean, did they? If they did, I will just have to take you and we can move to another country till you're 18 so no one can separate us, he says. That sounds nice, but no, they are nice. I know the girls from school. I was just upset about how amazing they all looked as a happy family and how I did not have that. You know my normal sadness and melancholy. I tell him, kissing him softly on the cheek. You missed, he whines. Maybe I was aiming for your cheek, I say. You dare deny me my normal kisses, you little devil, he says, pinning me to the bed. Hey off me, you big lug, I whine. Hey stop, I scream as his fingers begin to tickle me. Then kiss me properly, Luna, he says. Fine, just stop first, I say. He stops but keeps me pinned down in case I try escape and I lift my lips to his. I however take too long for the wolf and he decides to do things at his own pace. I gasp as his lips come crashing down onto mine, and they begin to devour mine with passion and hunger that has me wanting him to never stop. His lips lift and I pant breathlessly and I whine, wanting him to kiss me some more. Sasha, are you really okay? I know you missed me, but it can't make you cry this much, he says. I'm fine, no Sasha, the truth. My queen has never cried without reason and no one cries when they are fine, he says. I just feel so guilty, Dylan. I ruined my own life by being born a runt without a wolf. Dylan, I don't want to be human. If I was not human, then my family would want me. I would be able to be as happy as these people. Having a happy family dinner and not cooking the food whilst in agony bleeding out and then watching them eat whilst I cleaned my blood off the floor. I want to, Sasha, if they can't accept you like this, then what kind of family are they? Family is meant to accept you regardless of what you are, he says, gently brushing the hair out my face as tears fall from my eyes. But no buts. You deserve better than a family who abused you because of things you had no control over and were never your fault, he says. If I was not human, maybe things would be different, I tell him. No, Sasha, they would not. They would not love you unconditionally. I know you crave your parents' love and acceptance, but please stop. They are not the kind of people you need love from. I love you, and is that not enough? I would love you no matter what you are, he says. My cheeks turn slightly pink at his declaration and I try hide my head shyly, but he kisses me before I can bury my face in his shirt. I just pray no one walks in on us because I think someone might get the wrong idea from our position. I love you so much, Sasha. You are absolutely perfect. Never let anyone ever make you think otherwise, and if they do, I will make them wish they had never even thought of saying such crude things to you, my perfect mate, he says, lifting his lips for a few seconds before going at it again. Can I remark you? He asks. I am about to nod when I suddenly realize that he can't, and I shake my head. Why not? I'd just rather not, I say, blushing. Okay. Now get some sleep, okay, he says, putting me properly on the bed and tucking me in under the covers. No, don't leave. I can't sleep without. I know. Neither can I, but I can't stay, he says, kissing my forehead before putting off the bedroom light and leaving. Chapter 64. Get up. I jolt up in my bed with a start at the sound of a loud shouting into my ear. Would you quiet down, Amber? You woke me up as well, Sam says, yawning as she walks into the room. Yes. Well, we have to get ready for school. It's not school. It's a Saturday, Sam says. Oh. See, I had a dream that it was school and bam. I woke up thinking it was school. Sorry, my bad, Amber says. Wait, it is school. It is also 3 a.m. in the morning. I yawn, looking at the bright light of my phone. 3 a.m. That's it. Sam tells, grabbing the pillow from under my head, letting my head hit the mattress and making me whine. Amber screams as a pillow comes at her and she dodges and grabs another pillow and yells, pillow fight. Me, being isolated from friends and sleepovers for a large portion if not the whole of high school, decides, despite it being 3 a.m. in the morning, to get some fun and exercise and to take a pillow and just manage to dodge another pillow coming at me. Amber leaps at me and pounces onto me, pushing me onto the bed, and I laugh as I narrowly dodge her hits. Okay, maybe I should not be laughing, wait. Teenager girls brutally beat up their friends for fun. Coming to that conclusion, I do nothing. I mean, a pillow battle is nothing compared to a wolf war, but since this is war and a battle, I am obviously required to go all put and utilize what I learnt in the 6 hours of training I have had in addition to what I learnt on the battlefield. I shove her off me with tickles and begin to assault Amber with pillows. A flying pillow comes at me and I dodge, catch it and send it flying back to its source. After an hour of brutally defeating my friends in pillow battling, we just end up getting dressed and ready for school, and then we go to watch Netflix on the TV, the brilliant plan being a result of Sam's genius thinking. The idea behind this plan is that we can relax and lie around until a few minutes before we leave and things will be calmer and we can be lazy. As a result, we all agreed, since we really don't like panicking at the very last minute. Eventually the parents wake up, by some miracle actually. We all thought that that would have awoken as a result of our loud pillow fights, but they were dead asleep. That also leads me to conclude that they are definitely not werewolves, since they are not as sensitive to sounds. So for once no one is a werewolf. After about 2 hours of Netflix we are forced to go to school and we all cram in the car and I watch the houses pass by as we approach the school and then do whatever we usually do before school. For Amber, it is the student council meetings. For me, it is packing my books in my locker. Finally, I have absolutely no idea what Sam does before school. She probably talks to people or packs her locker with the books she does not need for the first few periods like I do. The bell rings and I make my way to register like usual with my books in my arms, not really caring about what is going on around me. Suddenly I crash into a chest and my books scatter on the floor and I quickly pick them up and get to my feet. Sir, I apologize but cut off my sentence when I see who is in front of me. I roll my eyes walking around the person. Susie, they say, grabbing me by my bag. Sasha, Chase. Now leave me alone, I say, pulling away and walking towards register. 𝐊𝐤𝐳 Sylvia. Why don't you just date Sylvia? Sasha, you dumb nut player. I can give you 1,000 reasons I will never ever in the history or future of ever date you or even consider the prospect of being in a relationship with you, but you did once. Remember, I was your first kiss in 8th grade when you and I were in love. It was a crush, an infatuation, and you cheated on me. All the time. With absolutely zero consideration for my feelings. You even knew I was watching. You lead me on with sweet words, and I have found someone far better than what you will ever be. Now I have to go to register, I say, walking away, feeling really good about myself, for being able to stand up for myself to my ex who actually did hit me a few times when I tried to break up with me. I know he is terrible and I was an idiot to ever date him. Alex told me he was wrong, which resulted in the fight that led to the crash because he was not paying attention. I hate Chase. His abusiveness and cruelty made me think that it was even more okay to be beaten. It made me do nothing the one time Dylan let his anger and frustration get a hold of him and he hit me. Maybe my taste in men is not the greatest, but at least Dylan turned into a total sweetheart and Chase. I can see him already kissing a girl against the lockers. He is such a player, it is disgusting. I remember in the ICU when I was conscious and I called him. He never even came to visit. Instead, another girl answered the phone and then, knowing I was his girlfriend, left the phone on. I actually listened in horror to the sounds of them doing that. That was my motivation for finally breaking up with him after all the other times when he hurt me when I tried. There is absolutely no doubt why I refused to let the arrogant guy play me again. I also have no reason to when I love Dylan and actually have some respect for myself now. Why on earth was I ever in love or at least infatuated with Chase? There is absolutely nothing good about him besides his talent in sport and his good looks, neither which are too impressive anymore when Dylan beats him in all those categories. Come, we're late for register, Amber says, grabbing my hand and dragging me to the class, and we get there before the teacher and then listen to the boring announcements from our seats. So what's the deal with you and Mr. Player? Amber asks curiously as we walk to English. Abusive ex who cannot remember my name, I reply. Oh, yeah, we've all been down that road. I mean, I dated him for a day. I broke up immediately when I saw him and Aaron against the lockers. The only reason I dated him was because I thought he was hot and cool and maybe could help me with exercise like athletics to boost my P mark. Selfish, I know, but at the time last year I was flunking it, as impossible as that is. I was kind of desperate, she says. At least you did not date him for a whole 3 months. I was so in love that even when I saw him making out against the lockers I still thought I could change him. You know, classic cliché bad boy and good girl story. Turns out reality is not like that. He was abusive and mean and I refused to do that or make out, and he was a horrible boyfriend. I broke up with him after 3 months. I should have done it on the first day. I sigh as I sit at the desk. I don't know why girls go for him when they all know how it ends, she says with a sigh and a shrug. Tell me about it, I agree. Want to get revenge on our ex, she whispers in my ear. Miss Amber. No talking in class. Mr. 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐬 shouts, glaring at her through his glasses. Sir, I was just helping Sasha. Telling her what page we are on in Pride and Prejudice. Since she forgot, she replies like an angel, making him smile and concede. Telling her how he was mistaken and how kind she is. She is a devil in disguise. Yep, I write on a page to show her that I am in for revenge on Chase. Chapter 65. So let's think of ideas, I say as Amber and I sit crossed-legged on the bed, just having finished homework to work on our revenge on that terrible person. Yep, just make sure it is not outside the law or school rules. I kind of don't want to get in trouble because of some little prank as important as it is, she says. So any ideas? I ask, unable to think of any myself. Nope, let's think of some, she replies, and we go silent and think. Think of anything? I ask after a long period of silent thinking. Nope, she sighs. Let's just sleep on it. We can try talk to some pranksters at school tomorrow. I reply with another sigh as she leaves the room, and I flop back on the bed as she puts off the light. Why do I have to be so horrible at pranks? I mean, it might be because I have never wanted to pull pranks. I have always, or most of the time, followed the rules laid out at school and by my parents at home. Pranking might just be fun, a little distraction from the events of the past month, and a little bonding with my next-door neighbor whilst getting back at a guy who kind of led to my life being in shambles. I mean, without him there would have been no argument, and maybe my brother might not have gone to the dark side, or at least he would have stayed nice and sane. You know, either one would be good. Suddenly a figure is hovering over me and I scream, but hands cover my mouth. I struggle to get them off, but the person is too strong. Quiet, princess. Dylan, you scared me, I hiss, turning around hearing my pet name. Looking behind me, I don't see Dylan. Instead, I see my brother in the lights shining from the street through the curtains. I stumble backwards and rush off the bed, terrified and desperate for an escape, as any rational person would hopefully do. You know, I don't think a rational person wants to get captured by an enemy pack, led by a crazed power-hungry tyrant, and my brother who seems to have been molded into a possible image of that tyrant. I wish I was a werewolf, then I could have special abilities like speed and strength and maybe some night vision. Yeah, that would be amazing right now considering how I am stumbling over furniture. I can't see anything useful to use as a weapon. Nothing is useful here. I usually use weapons with silver, so this is seriously bad. I feel my back hit the ground as I clumsily stumble over something and I fall. I groan in pain. Don't worry, little sister, you'll enjoy your new pack, my brother says smugly. I feel a cloth over my lips, the familiar chloroform that was used to knock me out by my mate's friends. Maybe now is not the best time to reminisce over the past month with the guy and how he could have done some cliché thing like bumping into me and so on. Maybe that would not have worked, right? Chloroform. I struggle under my brother's hold, desperate to not succumb and faint, and subsequently fall into his hands. I don't want to be used as bait or bargaining or whatever. Give up, little sister. You should be happy I am trying to make this pleasant for you, he says. I kick him where it hurts so he stumbles and I push myself back. Being kidnapped is not something I would call pleasant, I reply. I know, but this is the most pleasant way to do it, so if you would just cooperate, you little runt. He shouts. I freeze. I know I should hate him, but he is my brother and deep inside, cheesily enough, I still love him and I see the old him as my role model. To hear him speak such cruel words to me with the same voice used to comfort me hurts me and has me near breaking down. I feel the cloth shoved against my mouth and nose and unfortunately I happen to breathe it in. What will happen when the humans I am staying with find me gone? Will they accuse Dylan? What will happen? I don't think strangers are supposed to find out about our kind. I try fight back, obviously not wanting the aforementioned possibilities to happen. However, I cannot move at all. My world goes black and blurred, not that the darkness is not already black enough. I feel my back hit the rug on the floor as my brother removes the cloth from my mouth. Now was that not easy, little sister? Sleep tight. Let's see what your mate thinks when he finds you gone. My world fades away as I hear his last words. My body goes limp and helpless. I can feel myself unable to move and defend myself before I black out completely. The last thing I feel is the strong arms of my brother slipping beneath me as he kidnaps his only sister. Chapter 66. I jump through the window into my mate's window like I do every night at this exact time so I can see her, hold her, know that she is safe and of course spend some quality time with her. Princess, I ask, entering quietly as I walk towards the figure of her in the darkness beneath the covers. I lift the covers and stare at the mounds of books and pillows lying there. Where is she? This is our standard meeting time, 10:30 p.m. We never miss it. Well, I guess I would break it, but only when it is the full moon since it is our tradition to shift and only shift human after midnight. It is a strange tradition, but we would never break it. Sasha. Sasha, where are you? This is not funny. I called out, panicking as I searched the room. Sasha. I called. The door opened and a human girl stared at me and opened her mouth to scream and panicking. I covered her mouth. Her eyes were wide. Don't scream, please, I sighed. I removed my hand. Have you seen Sasha? You know, the girl staying in here. About this tall, brown hair, pale skin, deep blue eyes, very beautiful. I asked. Who are you? Her boyfriend. I come visit her every night because we struggle to sleep otherwise. That is not important. Do you know where she is? She went to bed 30 minutes ago. I was with her there. Does she go for walks about late at night? Where is she? I ask, panicked. My eyes fall on a note. I'm sure you are reading this, Alpha Dylan, so I thought you should know that my sister is back where she belongs. I might trade her for Alpha Darren, but I am not sure. Sasha has been kidnapped and this human girl here will need to find out and they could think it is some human thing. Sasha has been kidnapped, I still go and blurt out. The girl's eyes go wide and she faints. If all things to do, she just collapses unconscious on the floor. I let out a sigh, at least that makes it a bit more convenient for me since I don't have to expose my kind to her if she somehow forced me to show her the letter. I lift the girl up and place her on the bed, then take the message and leave, headed back to my pack. Whilst running, I do the thing we were taught not to do. I dial James's number and to my luck Zach is with him. I can tell by the sound of Zach's voice in the background. James, Zach will go alone for this mission. Put William, the vice head trainer, in charge temporarily. I waste no time at all in cutting to the chase. Dylan is 3 of us not too small for a mission, Zach pipes up. True, but it is better to take our most skilled and move in a small group. It allows us to travel faster and navigate enemy territory better without being apprehended, James argued. Wait, why do we need to do this? Last time I checked your mate was safe, Zach says. Things change. James, how could you not notice her brother escaping? She's been captured. Look, I oversee the guards. I am not a guard, James said. My mate's safety has been compromised. I yell. My body slams into a tree and I feel pain from the impact. You still there, dude? Zach asks. Just ran into a tree, I mutter. What? You know the no werewolf speed running and calling or texting. James exclaims. You actually follow that rule. Zach asks in disbelief. Chapter 67. I demand you release me. I tell enraged at my older brother as I fight in the beautiful golden bird cage. Actually, there is no beautiful golden bird cage. There is just a stone room with a metal door where I am chained inside being watched by my amused older brother sitting on a chair eating popcorn. When did he become so downright sadistic and cruel? You know that is never gonna happen, my darling little Sasha, he says. I cringe at the childhood nickname. He stares at me, sniffing the air. Your scent seems to be altering, my dear sister. His sadistic grin becomes a smirk as he kneels down before me and I struggle. Get away from me, you sadist. So that's why you are so intent on struggling and fighting with all your might. Hello there, little one. I'm your Uncle Alex. I freeze. Is he implying that I am pregnant? I'm still a veer. Wait, I'm not. I did do it that once with Dylan when I was in heat. I can barely remember it, but I definitely did do it. It was so spur of the moment that we did not use any kind of protection. Nothing, and I don't know how fertile the average she-wolf is in heat or how potent the average male sperm is. I should have been getting information my first week or month instead of running away so much. Maybe if I had not run away I would not have drawn so much attention to myself and would not be in this whole kidnapping for the 100th time thing in the first place. I am an idiot. I squirm as I feel my brother lifting my pajama top and placing his hand on my stomach. I then feel him unlock my chains. Don't worry, little sister. This changes a lot. I would not hurt a pregnant she-wolf. Harming pups goes against everything we stand for. I won't use you as bait if it will hurt a little pup, he says. Yet he would hurt me otherwise. He picks me up like a princess and carries me out of the cell and dungeons and into a nicely decorated room that I guess suits him. He gently lies me on his bed and treats me like he is a doting parent or mate. He is neither of the two and frankly has tried to make my life horrible ever since our touching and beautiful family reunion that happened in a battle. The reunion where he tried to take me prisoner. That one. The one that was never a beautiful and touching. I wonder if I should get you some pregnancy tests. A wolf's smell never fails, but just for caution. I mean, you have to have lived through your first and second heat by now, which means you will be pregnant unless there was a miscarriage or you are infertile or there is an issue. Is this a joke, Alexander? I am 17. I am not 18 and I don't want to be pregnant. Make it stop. He growls at me. Don't say such foul words, Sasha. Pups are the most beautiful and innocent things in this world. That's why I made sure to give you all the love you deserved whilst you were a pup. If it was not for me, you would have died from their negligence. You know as well as I do, Mom and Dad never wanted a runt and definitely not a female runt. They could never kill you by hand, but they starved you, Sasha. You don't remember this, but it was bad. As a pup, I had to rush you to hospital several times and make up occurrences because you were denied food. I ended up forcing them to feed you, he says, stroking me gently. Why are you acting like this, Alex? You can't be so bipolar. One minute you are laughing at me suffering and the next you're acting as if I matter. I have never hated you. It was the pack that mattered. The accident was a real accident, it was never some cover-up. I could not go to a human hospital, so I went to our pack. I got close with the Alpha and well, he chose me as his beta because of our family line. It's not like I love you entirely. You are mated to my enemy. The second I saw you on the battlefield, I could smell his claim all over you. I felt like you were a traitor and I still do. However, you are blood and I cannot let you suffer. Not whilst pregnant. But we don't know for certain. I know what a puppied female smells like. You smell like Mom when she was pregnant with you, only sweeter. Just rest, okay? I'll look after you even when you have had your pup, he says. I feel kind of happy inside. I mean, my brother is being nicer to me, this is something. I want Dylan, but at least my own brother does not want me dead anymore. Downside is I am stuck here without Dylan and I am likely pregnant. I don't think I am ready to be a mother. I mean, some are pregnant at 16, but I wanted to get a degree. My eyes widen as my stomach feels horrible and I jolt up in the bed holding my mouth. Alex quickly grabs a packet, throwing out the cloths, and he puts it right onto my mouth. I remove my hands and begin to violently vomit. He holds back my hair as I empty last night's no longer very delicious supper into the packet.
Alex, eat soup.
It's okay, Sasha. It's all going to be okay. This is part of the process of you giving birth to your beautiful little boy or girl, he says, stroking my hair. It hurts. I cry, holding my throat as he takes the packet for me. Come, let's go get you cleaned up, he says, picking me up, and I lean into my brother. I can't help but savor the rare moment where he actually cares for me. He sits me on the toilet as he begins to run a bath. He fetches a shirt for me to wear as well as a towel. I must be like 3 to 4 weeks pregnant by now, I mutter. Don't worry, little sister, I'll take treat care of you and the pup, he tells me. What about Dylan? It's his pup too, sure. Let's see him as the sperm donor, he is my mate. He rolls his eyes and begins removing my clothes for me once he stops the bath. Alex, I exclaim and giggles as he touches my ticklish sides before placing me in the scented bubble bath. Call me if you need anything. Don't think of escaping. I bugler barred the windows and will be sitting on the bed watching for when you come out, he says, walking out. I sigh, going into the bubbles. There is like a really high chance I might be pregnant and I can't even be around my mate to tell him that. Chapter 68. I squeeze the pillow hard between my arms as I lie on the bed in the room Alex designated to me. I like how he has been more caring for me lately, but at the same time I have a feeling that very little of it is actually for my sake. All the windows have burglar bars over them, and there are the same kind of bars in front of my bedroom door. He claims it is to prevent anyone from the pack or outside the pack getting access to me and hurting me or the pup. That is what he claims at least, but I am not an idiot. As long as I am in his grasp, he will have the Luna and the Alpha's pup. It is no wonder he is doing everything in his power to keep me where he wants me. He makes sure to shower me with affection to the extent that for a moment I sometimes forget that he is keeping me like a prisoner. The bars that lock me inside the room and even the security cameras inside the room and in the hall make it clear, though, that I am no guest. The switch Alex made when he realized I was pregnant also indicated his intentions. He had been so cruel. He was sadistic and had had no hesitation when hurting me or taunting me before. Such a fast change indicated ulterior motives behind his treatment of me. Right now I am in no position to try and escape, so I just have to be happy that he treats me well. I cannot be reckless like I was when trying to escape from Dylan before he actually came to his senses and learnt how to treat me properly. I had nothing to lose considering I did not know whether or not he was a murderer. Now it's different. A reckless escape could kill my pup. I know how much Dylan wants to be a father. He is always so excited when discussing our future family. I avert my eyes from the bars of the door that I have been absent-mindedly staring at as soon as I hear the key in the lock. I turn my eyes to the barred window just before the door opens, and I hear footsteps entering the room. Morning, my lovely little sister. Oh, how I wish to punch him. Morning, Alex. Are you sure it's okay to spend so much time doting on me like this? I am sure you have lots of work to do, I say, looking at him, pretending to be brainwashed by him. He overestimates how much I love him. He seems to think that I place a lot of value on the past and wish for things to be how they were back then, and therefore end up overlooking everything else he has done. I still get all my work done. We're in a location that has been abandoned by your pack. They probably think we would be too scared to come to a place they have owned. I roll my eyes. Typical villain letting out his plan to the captive. Technically, it's not like that. He has just hinted at what their way to stay hidden is, nothing about their actual plan, but still typical villain move. Oh, I forgot, I want you to meet the future of this pack. I stare at him confused. The future of their pack. What is he even talking about?
𝐾𝐤𝐬𝐷.
I find myself rather confused about what he is saying. The future of their pack is supposed to be cute. I can't see any sense in it. I hear a baby's laugh and a baby crawls into my room wearing a cute blue onesie. Is he not adorable? Alex coos, picking him up and spinning him around. Why you have a mate? I ask, confused as to why he never told me anything. No, he is not mine. This is the son of 𝐴lpha. I stare at the baby in my brother's arms. How could such a cruel man have such a cute child? I feel the baby being placed on my lap, and I feel his small little hands grabbing my dress and tugging gently. I stare down at him, finding him to be very, very adorable. I gently touch him, and I feel his soft skin against my fingers. His name is Damien. Alex elaborates. I look down at the baby again as he tugs on my dress and laughs, seeming to want my attention. I take the little boy in my arms and hold him against me, and he begins to play with my hair, tugging and twirling it with his little hands. I really do not like the fact that there is an adorable little baby in the care of my brother, who has to my face told me that he wants to lock me up in a birdcage and keep me prisoner. It does not seem safe in the slightest. Alex, why do you want to keep me here? I know you don't have good intentions. I know that very well. By now, I decide to confront him. I have told you everything, dear little sister. I don't want a pup to die or for a pup to be born in a dungeon, he says. And what happens once it is born? I ask, feeling a sense of fear that he will separate me and my pup. I'll let you raise your pup as long as you do not try leave or give it the idea that you are not here put of your own free will. You want your pup to grow up happy with its mom, don't you, Sasha? I nod softly. It is better for a pup to have one parent than to have none, especially with my brother around. Chapter 69. I feel horrible inside. I feel useless. I did not protect Sasha when she needed me most. What kind of mate am I? Granted, I was forced to separate from her, but I still should have kept an eye on her. She is likely being kept in some dark cell, being tortured and crying for me to save her, if she can even think about her mate at all in such horrible circumstances. She is likely just barely surviving. The memories of my torture resurface as a reminder and only make me more panicked. I have searched the entirety of their territory and have interrogated their Alpha, but nothing. My poor mate could be in a cage right now. Her brother is one of the last people in the world I would trust her with right now. He has betrayed her, and I am pretty sure he is not right in the head. She must be in so much pain and anguish. I need to feel her in my arms. Feels so wrong without her. I need her. I need to know that my mate is okay. I have searched everywhere for her, but there is no lead. Her scent has also been completely snuffed out. Sasha. Breaths come out heavy as I chase the child around the room. It laughs as if mocking me. He crawls so fast. Is this what having a werewolf child is going to be like? I mean, it's seriously cute, but I don't have the energy. I am not some super speeding, super strong wolf person. Do people expect too much from moms? I mean, you have to feed the child, clothe the child, change its diapers and all of that, and then you still have to chase it around and it won't sleep through the night. Tears fall from my eyes as I realize my whole life is gone. I have a teenage pregnancy. I can't go back to school now. I won't get to do all the things I had dreamed about. I turn 18 in a few months and I will be having a child. I will spend the rest of my life running after it with no life for myself. Tears fall from my eyes as I sink to the floor and sob as despair overcomes me and I cannot stop crying. Sasha, what's wrong? I feel Alex's hand against my back. And my life is gone. I won't get to travel the world or anything. I am not even 18 and I am having a child. I am already married. I have lost all freedom. I don't want to lose the rest of my life, I sob. There. It's probably just the pregnancy hormones. You'll have a beautiful little pup and you'll take back all those thoughts, he says, kissing my head. Ah, really? Of course, and maybe little Damien will help you take care of your pup. Imagine them being playmates, he says, stroking my head and tracing patterns on my still flat stomach. I giggle, falling on my back. Stop, Alex. Tickles. I laugh as he assaults me with his small tickles. There's that pretty little smile, he says, placing Damien on me. The little boy stares at me with his precious blue eyes filled with so much innocence and life. Things will get better, Sasha. I will always be here for you, he says. I feel a kind of sadness at those words. He is lying to me. He has not always been here for me. He abandoned me. If he loved me so much, then why did he kidnap me and lock me in a cell? Why did he torture my mate? If he loved me so much, he would have saved me from my parents. He knew I felt I had nowhere to go, and he was the one who made my life happy. Thinking about it, he took me out of my cell just because if the baby I am pregnant with. What if he plans to kill me once it is born? Maybe he wants to use it. After all he has done, is it even possible for him to love me? I doubt it. He only wants to make me think I am loved, so I won't try return to Dylan. If he loved me, he would not have locked me up in the first place. I need to escape from here. Alex, do you think I'm fat? What? No, Sasha, but the way you look at me makes me think. No, I don't, he says, and I see the worry and panic on his face. I want to do some exercise. I don't want to get fatter, I sob. Okay. You can walk around, but no going outside, he says, kissing my forehead. I nod. He takes Damien from me and I get up and leave the room. I walk away and begin exploring the castle. I need to find a form of communication or a weapon. I just need to find a way out of here before I get taken back to my room or he gets suspicious. I can't just run. If I have learnt anything, running away makes your captor angry, especially when they are a wolf and will just catch you anyway. This anger leads to you getting hurt and making escapes harder. Also, each time I tried to escape, I was not armed and had no backup. I notice a room and slip inside. I see a phone and grab it and decide to hide it in my pocket. I make my way through the castle until I reach a dark area. I take out the phone and dial Dylan's number. Who is this? I hear his voice on the other end. It is rough and angry. He has obviously not been doing well with me gone. Dylan, it's me, Sasha. Yes. Are you okay? Have they hurt you? Where are you? The castle. It's apparently the royal castle. Dylan, I have missed you so much. I plan to escape, but I am afraid to be caught. I whisper. I'll come for you. Please just hold on. Do whatever you can to get out and to the forest line. If you can't, I will find a way to get in. Thank you. How long will it take you to get here? An hour. Please just find an exit and run. I will likely be there sooner than an hour. I hear footsteps and hang up immediately, afraid to be heard as I hide. Once the footsteps are gone, I run out of my hiding place and begin running around blindly until I find an exit. I slip out, hoping I won't be caught, and I sprint. I run as fast as I can out of the castle towards the forest line that Dylan told me to run to. Once in the forest, I keep running. My bones feel weak and I can't stop. I hear a howl and I feel fear pulsing through me. Alex probably knows I am gone. My scent is probably no longer in the castle. I know I will be caught, but keep running. I feel arms around me. I struggle, terrified. I don't want to go back. I'm scared. She'll love it's all right now. The soothing voice of my mate whispers calmly in my ear, and I wrap my arms tight around him and cry my eyes out. Chapter 70. I can't let go of him as I hold him tight. My legs feel like they are going to break beneath me after all my running. His hands pick me up and hold me in his arms against his chest, and I wrap my arms around his neck. His head places itself in my neck and it runs against my skin as he takes in my scent. I missed you so much, my love. I am never letting you go. You are mine and only mine, he says before firmly planting his lips on mine. I feel a sense of happiness flooding over me. Feels like it's been forever since I last saw him. I can't let go of my mate. You will never leave my sight again. Understand, Sasha, he says. I smile wider, my arms holding him tighter. He sounds so possessive, but after being separated from him, I want to be possessive of him as well. I never want to leave him again. I'm taking you home, he declares, walking away from the castle. I think about the kid Damien, but I know that he would never hurt a kid, especially not his Alpha's kid. He probably was just going to use me as some sort of mother figure for the child, as sad as it is. He, however, cannot kidnap and expect me to be fine with it. I lie in his arms, feeling perfectly happy for what must be quite a while before we reach the pack house. I am so exhausted that I am practically half asleep as he takes me up to our room and lies me on our bed. I missed sharing things. His gaze is focused entirely upon me, and the way he stares at me is like he can't even believe that I am here. Just being with him makes the world around me melt away as his eyes and being become my only care. The communication between us is wordless and mainly done through smiles and eye contact, and as simple as it is still wonderful and feels so special and meaningful. I can see his lips parting to speak, but no words are uttered as he stares at me, just as speechless as I am. He slowly lowers himself down to me and presses his forehead against mine, and the contact between our skin sends tingles of innocent pleasure between us. The brushing of his fingertips against my cheek feels so perfect. I could never ask for anything more. You smell so divine. He murmurs, finally regaining his voice as his nose slips down to my neck. It's as if your scent has increased. I go still as the feeling that I have forgotten something dawns on me. The memory of him, my brother, mentioning something about my scent changing. The trance of my mate and I suddenly vanishes and bile rises in my throat. My hands press against his chest and I manage to push him away as I sprint to the bathroom. I feel my hair being lifted and his hands gently stroking my back. Just let it out. When you're done, I'll get the pack doctor. No, I'm fine. I am interrupted by the horrid sensation that has me jerking forward. No, you're not. I am fine. The realization dawns on me that I am going to have to tell him that I am pregnant, but I don't exactly know how. I don't think I ever believed I would actually escape my brother, and so the thought of telling my mate never occurred to me. I'm pregnant. I blurt out in the least romantic of way before throwing up again. I feel my hair drop and I finish throwing up. I turn my head to see Dylan staring blankly forward, his body beginning to sway and his face pale. Dylan. I yell as he suddenly falls back, unconscious. I have no idea what to do and I spend the next minute staring at him panicked until he finally wakes up. Baby. Yes, Dylan. Is there really a baby there? He asks, his voice sounding somewhat like a dazed child's or like someone who has woken up for anesthesia. And before you ask, yes, it is yours. Are you happy? Yes, of course I am happy. I get to have a family with you. He says, suddenly becoming more perky and excited as he grabs me and pulls me against him. You have no idea how badly I have wanted this with you. He says, peppering my face with soft kisses making me giggle. Chapter 71. Let me go outside. I moan as I lie stuck in the bed with giant walls of pillows surrounding me and a giant wolf lying on my legs with his head on my stomach. He looks up at me, glares and growls. I regret getting pregnant. I regret it entirely. I mean, having a live being inside of me is just great, but throwing up every morning, having irrational cravings and a super overprotective werewolf mate is not what I would consider pleasant. If that is not enough, I don't only crave weird food combinations, but I crave going outside. It is super weird, and I am pretty sure it has to do with my child being half wolf. I ended up sleepwalking outside one night. Not only that, but I thought Dylan was instinct-driven enough before I got pregnant, but it turns out that was nothing. The werewolf literally pins me down with his wolf and has his head rested on my stomach whenever possible. This is because he can apparently protect me better if he is right on me, stuck to me like glue, and he also wants his child to know their daddy. As sweet as that is, the child will have their entire life to get to know their daddy. I want to punch something right now. I would punch him, but he is my mate. He has saved me from multiple kidnappers, excluding himself, although I did walk into most of those kidnappings. Therefore, I just don't have the heart to punch him. Okay, you will get off me or I will punch you. I yell. He whines and I feel pity. I must have hurt his ears and he is only trying to protect his pups. I'm such a horrible person. He whines before shifting and I sob into his nice warm bare chest as he holds me. It's okay, he coos. I'm sorry. I am such a horrible person. No, you're not. How about I carry you outside? I don't want to let go of you and you crave the fresh air, he suggests. Sounds good, I mumble. It sounds very good. I am very lazy despite craving to go outside. Normally having some giant werewolf carry me everywhere and deny me use of my 2 feet would make me infuriated. As a girl pregnant with a werewolf pup, I however find his strong arms that are always willing to carry me to be perfect. I don't have to exert myself and I am always able to smell his nice smell. Don't ask me why he smells so scent. I don't know. Okay, maybe it is the whole mate thing, but I don't think he has ever smelled so good as he has been ever since I got back. You would like that, wouldn't you, little one, he says. I am not little and do not call me little one, I mutter. I was talking to our pup, but you are little as well. I have seen human 15-year-olds taller than you, he says, kissing my ear, making me giggle. Well, ever thought that you are abnormally large? Wait, what did I forget? I said anything. Such a shy little mate. I am not shy normally. Can we just go outside? Please. Since you asked so nicely, I guess I can only agree, he says, picking me up and carrying me out of the room. What if we wake up other people? Relax, I promise that they are solid sleepers and the walls are soundproof. They need to be for werewolves. I snuggle my head into his chest in response. The feeling of his smooth skin and muscles against my cheek and hands is so nice. I can't see the trees as we walk outside in the dark, although from the fact that I have yet to slam into any of them I assume Dylan is able to see better in the dark than I can. Although I cannot see in the dark to begin with. I feel a kick at my stomach. It is small, and although it is surprising I know where it came from. Dylan the baby just kicked. I whisper in his ear. He almost immediately sits me on a rock and lifts up my top to reveal my stomach that he places one hand on whilst using the other to support my back.